Hello and welcome to the Free Cheese Game of the Year 2020. I'm your Joe Dix, joined by Matt Sellner.
Hello.
Mark Augustiniak.
Howdy.
Another year, another list of games to go through. This year's a little bit different from what you may remember if you've been following the Free Cheese and Game of the Year in years past. Primarily, you should notice that it is now January, not December, when we would normally be recording our Game of the Year stuff. Part two, we're going to do it a little bit different. So we used to read long lists of nominees, and then we would debate all of these things on air. In the sake of time for both us and you, the listener, we have done some hot spreadsheet math to determine the winners of most of our categories. So the idea is to limit the entire process to a single shorter episode. We put all of our categories, we cut about half of the categories we'd normally talk about, and the ones that remained, we use a shared spreadsheet and a little bit of math and voting to determine the winners of each category. So what we'll do is we have three major categories, not three, we have more than that, but we have three that we'll read through. And what we'll do is, as we go through each category, we'll read the winner and two runners up, and then we'll share our own personal anecdotes like we normally would about each of the games. Then, after three categories, we're going to spend a few minutes just to talk about some of the games that stuck with us the most in 2020. Not in every case will these have been games that were released in 2020. But they were something that throughout the year, us playing them meant something. Maybe it shaped other things that we ended up playing and enjoying. Maybe it took us back to a space that we otherwise had forgotten about. But one way or the other, these games made an impact on us in 2020. And honestly, I think that most years when we talk about Game of the Year, so often are those other games forgotten. We spend so much time hyping up about what came out this year, and there's so much more that we do that's outside of just what gets released in a calendar year. We will get to Game of the Year at the end of the show, and when we get there, we are going to do that more traditionally. So we have a list of games that we've narrowed it down to, that we've nominated at least, and then we will go through the traditional ranking experience until we eventually crown a winner. So this is fun because we know all the winners at this point, and listeners don't, except we're all going to go through Game of the Year together. From you two here live, obviously, because no one can reach out to us right now, but do you guys have any questions or things you want to say before we start getting into the awards?
This is weird, but usually this is when someone would say, hey, what's up? Spoilers, don't listen until you play X games. I don't think we have to worry about that this year. Maybe the last category, but I don't think we're going to really do that this year, which is kind of nice.
There's no point in doing it. Like, we don't need to. It'll be fine. I think no different than a regular podcast episode. There might be a thing where we're like, hey, if you really want to avoid blah, 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 then, skip ahead 30 seconds or something. But generally, I don't think we're going to be breaking down like an entire plot of anything, and giving it away. I think for me, before we go into the awards and just jump in anything, like the one takeaway I keep going back to with 2020 is just how much I let myself get lost in stuff. Like going back to old things, discovering new things, but just like really spending time with some games instead of, I got to get the next thing. I got to move on. I got to, you know what I mean? And I think I felt that too pretty early on when I was like, I don't know if I need to get the new consoles. Like well before lockdown or what those consoles ended up being, I was already kind of resigning to probably not picking them up at launch, which is super weird for me. But when I think back to 2020, I think back to like me kind of changing how I approach this stuff and me just kind of being like, you know what I mean? I got so much time in a day. I'm not going to spend all of it obsessing over this and like feeling like I need to do this. Like they're games. I should have fun with them. And I think ultimately the time I spent with games in 2020, I did have fun with, you know, I tried as much as I could to get away from the chores of video games, to the point where like games that I finished, sometimes finished to me was not finished, not completing the game. You know, Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition, I got all the way to the final boss, and then I was like, okay, I'm not having fun anymore. I'm done. And being okay with that, you know what I mean? I think that was a big piece for 2020 to me. Anybody want to add anything, or you want to roll into our first award?
Nah, I think you hit the nail on the head. I mean, I kind of did some of the opposite of you. I tried to play as much as the new stuff I could because I kind of had more time on my hands than I've ever had before, but also let me go back, play some stuff that I kind of always wanted to but never had the time to. Well, I guess we'll get to some of that later. And then yeah, and unlike you, I did pick up both consoles at launch and have enjoyed them. So there it is.
But that's also different for you too, right? Like you hadn't done
that
that
was the first time. Besides,
I
guess the Switch, being able to get a day one console and play all that stuff back to back. Yeah, and I ended up taking like a week off of work to do it. It was great.
Yeah.
I guess for me, my biggest takeaway with anything like that is I mean, yeah, like I'm not inclined to buy the consoles right away either, just because of my PC and whatever, for the most part, unless something comes along that's exclusive, and it's like, all right. But until then, probably mostly going to stick to that and whatever I have currently. But as far as like games go for this year, there's usually like that underlying, like, I don't want to say pressure, but there's some sort of like feeling that like maybe, you know, you do want to make some time for some games before it's too late, but at the same time, you just got to do you and just don't force anything. And I want to say I've always kind of been like that for the most part. But this year I felt more like I was going into territories more so out of research for like, if I was like daydreaming about something that just pushed me down a rabbit hole and did not expect to go, and then you just let it drift, you know, and wherever you go, and kind of like that nomad way of discovering things, finding new love for old things.
Yeah.
Are you trying to tip off who wins Game of the Year, Mark?
The Sega Nomad Game of the Year 2020.
Oh no, I was thinking of a class in a specific game. Sorry.
We don't
no,
know.
I like that too. Like just kind of letting yourself drift into whatever lane the world's pushing you in. Like there was a point, it was probably around spring, and I remember we were going on a bunch of walks with the dogs, and I remember just feeling like it was 2002 again. Don't know why, but like, and then like so much of the year ended up being that where like I grew my hair out, I start skating again, but I became wildly obsessed with PlayStation 2 for like such a long bit that like hooked that thing back up and like was playing it regularly and like getting way into PS2 games. Like what? But also just like enjoying it. You know what I mean? Not feeling like this needs to be, I don't know. It didn't need to be a thing. It didn't need to be a whole whatever, but like just, yeah, I just got fun. I had fun playing PS2 stuff and whatever that means.
Phases, man.
Yeah. Well, let's get into our first of our awards this year. Out of Time is the name of this award. So while we found ourselves with more time to play games this year than years prior, we still have games that we missed out on playing. For one reason or another, the games we nominated in this category slipped through the cracks. However, the award goes to the game that we wish we would have played and will hopefully be talking about all throughout 2021. Our winner for the category of Out of Time is Spelunky 2, with runners-up Neo 2 and Paper Mario the Origami King. It is crazy to me that Spelunky 2, none of us played it. That
I think you mostly is what's surprising.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I'm as surprised as you are, right? But I was more enamored with the Sega Saturn library than I was with Spelunky 2, and it's nothing against Spelunky 2, but it's something we talked about on last week's podcast too, is like, I know what that game is, and I know I'm gonna love that game, but I've played a lot of Spelunky 1. And you know what I mean? Huh?
Gotta be in the mood for it.
Yeah, that too. And I think when it came out, I also had... That came out right around the time 13 Sentinels came out, so I was playing 13 Sentinels. It came out around the time that Mario 3D Collection came out that I spent $60 on and played for an hour. So there was a lot of like, am I spending my money the way I want to be spending my money? Like in a year where I made different decisions about what I was playing and how I was playing it and trying to not do the thing where I'm like, well, I'll play that eventually, so I better buy it. That Spelunky 2 suffered from that, where I was like, I'm going to wait because I don't have time for it right now. And by making time for it, it means I'm taking time from something else. So it's not going anywhere. I think that to go back to, you know, our other conversation, like that's been a lot of last year for me, was like, these things aren't going anywhere. Like I'm still discovering stuff from Game Gear in 2020, let alone games that came out in 2020. But yeah, I'm really excited to play Spelunky 2. Now I have a problem though, because do I buy it on PS4 or PC, or do I just wait for the Switch version?
I mean, I guess it depends on how you want to play it, right? Like,
I'm gonna say Switch version, because didn't you obsess with it on Vita?
Vita was, that was my platform of choice.
You seem like you're more of a portable kind of guy.
Yes.
I think to me, how you like to play things, it seems like you have more of a favor for versatility.
Absolutely. I want the option.
And accessibility. Yeah.
Because like Persona 5 has been great, but most of the time I've been playing it, it's been on the TV when no one else is home. Or not no one else, but the one other person who lives here is not home. Because it takes up the whole TV. And I've done remote play with that, but I also feel like I'm shortchanging the game by doing remote play on my tiny phone. So there's that balance where like the Switch is big enough of a screen that I don't feel like I'm shortchanging whenever I'm playing by picking it up out of the dock. And yeah, the Spelunky 2, I think I'm probably going to wait for the Switch, which is weird because also like there's the trophy thing that you know what I mean? There's all that stuff. But
yeah.
How about Neo 2? Is anyone else interested in that? That's one of our runners up.
You can go, Mark.
Oh, I didn't play much of the first one. I think I played a demo, but I enjoyed what I played. I just never made the time for it just because other things I was just playing other things or other things were happening. It's still something I'm meaning to go back to. I know the second one is way more robust than the first one, especially with character creation. So that already has my interest. I did enjoy the combat in that. I loved the fact that even though it kind of has like that little Souls inspiration in there, it's hard to avoid that adjective, verb, whatever. But I liked, maybe I'm the minority, but I liked face buttons instead of shoulder buttons for attacking. But that's the theme of the game, the style of it, just how everything plays. I like it.
Yeah, the face buttons I got used to, but I would always forget whenever I'd go back to it and I'm slamming the triggers. I'm like, why isn't this working? Yeah. Matt?
Yeah, I mean, I never played the first one. The only reason these games speak out to me is because, I'm just going to say it, the Souls influence it has on that game. Just, I usually go for the From Software stuff. I think the first one released right around the time of Sekiro, so that kind of got buried with that. I like these types of games. I want to play more of them, especially if I have the time to. So of what we had, that was definitely one of the ones I wish I would have kind of gotten to at some point.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, is like just like a couple weeks ago, I think right before Christmas is when the final piece of DLC came out for that game, and with it, they also, it's not out until I think February for PS5, but they're doing that like total PS5 version that's going to have all the upgrades for next generation. So that might even be that's kind of where we fell with this, right? Like Spelunky 2, Neo 2, both of them, like, I was excited for both of them, but I'm also like, I should just wait until it's where and how I want to play it, right? Like Neo 2 is going to play better when all of the content's done and they're done with that game. Spelunky 2 for me is going to be better playing with the versatility of the Switch. But yeah, I think I did play some Neo 1 and I liked it, but I did not like that main character. It's fine, but it just, there was nothing, the you know me, character customization is where I want to be. And the fact that you can make such cool looking characters in Neo 2 was attractive. And I think that the thing I'm most looking forward to with this game all year long, I was looking for like the perfect katana game and never found it. And I think a lot of games came close, but like, I know that this is there. I didn't do it yet, but I'm excited. Like as soon as I think this is the next one on the list after I wrap up some other stuff, but this is like the one that I'm like most immediately ready to buy probably. And Paper Mario: The Origami King, I think also that came out in the summer when I was playing whatever else I was playing at the time, and just I kept saying not now, but I really wanted to get back to it, and I'm sad that I didn't. Because I think that one too suffers from like, I kind of know what this is, the same way that Spelunky 2 did, but I'm also like, I want to buy it, I want to play it, you know?
Yeah, Paper Mario has always had, it's always very impressionable to me ever since the first game. I haven't really played through all of them. I've only played the first one, and that was a little bit when it first came out on 64. I remember renting it and then didn't get far because I just think I wasn't in the mindset for that type of game at the time. And then I played it on Wii U Virtual Console. I got to the very end and then realized that I wasn't a high enough level to beat the final boss, so I didn't feel like grinding, and I stopped. But I own Thousand Year Door, still haven't played through it. I know that one is like highly revered as like the best in the series. But I do want to, I always do this, and I know I'll probably burn myself out on it, but I do want to play through all of them, even if it's not to completion. I still just want to get a taste of each one, because I know a lot of them, or some of them, aren't really anyone's favorite, but I still want to see all the different ways that this series has been through. But like, I've always appreciated that paper style. It's just, I don't know, it's very charming to me. So I wish I had time for it this year, but I think because I wanted to play through the backlog of it first is probably my main reason.
Yeah, that definitely hurts it a bit. Matt, did you look at this one at all with any interest?
Not particularly. I would say this is probably the second thing though on Switch. Besides not getting into Pikmin 3, but Pikmin 3, that's a game that's already been made and played by a lot of people. So maybe not that many because it was on Wii U. I don't know.
True.
But yeah, like I appreciate the Paper Mario games from afar. It's just usually not one of my one of my go-tos. But like, it's one of those things that I don't shit on it like Sonic. So there it is. I'm glad there's another one of them.
I feel like, I don't know why, but I feel like Paper Mario would be like your Mario game. More so than regular Mario games. I'm not
like discrediting you on that either.
Yeah. Love the writing.
So there's our first award. Out of Time, Spelunky 2 with runners-up Neo 2 and Paper Mario: The Origami King. Our next category is Favorite Industry Moment. And one thing that's continually brought us together are the times in video games in the industry where developers and publishers get to show off what they've been creating. And while 2020 was a change in the way that we typically receive video game news, we saw companies find new ways to reach us, and we were still able to share excitement and hope for something new. Our winner for our Favorite Industry Moment was the reveal of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2, with runners-up the open-world navigation map reveal for Halo Infinite and the Demon's Souls remake announcement. So let's talk about that Tony Hawk for a second.
That was like the best trifecta of things happening. It was Jeff Keighley's first Games of Summer announcement. It was the music in the YouTube waiting for Jeff Keighley, and like, is this it? Is it, like, we've been hearing the rumors, is this it? And then he actually announces it, and you see the demo. It looks kind of good. Then we hear it's from
Vicarious Visions.
Yeah, which it gave me the seal of approval coming from the Insane trilogy. So yeah, I was all kinds of hype. Even though I really didn't play much of this game when it like ended up coming out, I did buy it because of how awesome all of the coverage and the reveal of this was.
Yeah, that was like explosive that day. Like, I think also, like, it helped because this was the first big thing that happened after the cancellation of E3. Mm-hmm. This was pre PS5 reveal. This was not Xbox reveal, but like the when we got the next chunk of Xbox news, you know what I mean? Like the next big, like this was like kind of the first pop of the year in a way, outside of that early direct that we had or whatever. But like in terms of video game news, like this was one of the first things that kicked off Keighley's summer of gaming. And,
yeah, it was even pre-Valhalla gameplay announced at Xbox Series X announcement.
Yeah, that like June-ish, yeah. So that, or July, yeah. This was big. And I think also the fact that, I mean, I will talk about in tandem with Tony Hawk for the remainder of this episode when it comes up, but the fact that Session came out last year and already like kind of like primed me for falling back in love with skateboarding, and then this happened, and then turns out this year ended up being perfect for hanging out in parking lots by yourself, because no one's in parking lots anymore. So I get to spend most of the summer, like, it sounds so stupid, but like I got to spend most of my summers after work in the streets. Like, no one was out. No one was doing anything, so I could go do what I wanted to do and skate wherever. Like, no one was telling me, hey, you can't be here. And it was nice. It was isolated. And I think Tony Hawk, like, that definitely pushed me back into that mindset. Like, playing that, like, getting back into skateboarding. Like, I have an active subscription to Thrasher magazine now in the year 2021. That's because of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2. You know what I mean? And this reveal kicked off all of that stuff. I've got skateboards hanging on my wall now. Like, here we are. You know what I mean? Like, Tony Hawk. It did it. That open world navigation map for Halo Infinite. When we first saw that Halo Infinite was indeed an open world, I know that was a peak for Matt.
Yeah, that was absolutely like what I wanted the next step of Halo to be. I wanted like run around the Halo ring in various open worlds, and I was really hoping that Infinite kind of meant something like that. And when you queued it up and I saw the map, I was just instantly happy, instantly invested in this game. Not just for the multiplayer. I think the multiplayer would probably be really good, but and for his campaign to see where it goes. And honestly, I don't even care if it's like a Far Cry clone. I want to see what they do with a Halo paint job of it.
Yeah. Mark, anything from Halo Infinite from that reveal? Specifically for this category, for the map reveal?
I mean, like, yes, that it was a good confirmation of like what our expectations versus what it was going to be, and it kind of lined up. Like, it wasn't really too far-fetched from at least from what I was expecting. Like, I was just kind of expecting like a more robust ODST, basically, and it's kind of that. Like, ODST feels like a prototype to this, even though what we saw was a prototype. But like, that didn't bother me, you know, like, not to dive into that, you know, but like, just finally be able to see any kind of gameplay, just to get any kind of idea or like inclination of like what potential this game has and what it can be, and really just for people who are enthusiastic about it, just kind of leave some good impression in some way. Like seeing the grappling hook or the hook shot thing, like that was cool. I liked seeing how you can just combine it and just keep a string of just like somehow keep like a combo going in a Halo game, which is unheard of to me. Like, I know it's like, yeah, you shoot things, whatever, but like, I've never been that quick or consistent in any Halo game. I'm usually hiding behind a corner or something.
Yeah, no, it looked like to have some fluidity, like you would see in a modern Doom game.
Yes, I was going to say exactly that. Like, the fact that Doom evolved the way that it did meant a lot of questions for Halo. And now it's even funnier because both of those games are under the same studio or under the same roof. But no, Mark, I think that, yeah, like seeing anything about this game is exciting after, especially as someone who never disliked Halo. Like, there's some franchises I've never touched that I'm like kind of actively like, I'm good. But like Halo was one I was always wildly curious about, but never had access to just without an Xbox. And as someone who joined the Halo fandom in the wake of 5, you know what I mean? Like, I played through all those games for the first time 2 years after 5 came out. This is the one for me, right? Like, this is like, I get to live in this excitement of like being a fan of Halo and leading up to the launch. And yeah, seeing this is like, okay, let's heckin' do this.
Yeah, like that's another good point. Like going from like you just like kind of jumped in all at once after that part, and then probably with, I don't know if I can speak for Matt here, but like we kind of grew up as it went on and probably dipped our toes in it here and there, you know, as they were coming out, and then seeing it from that way, and then Bungie transitioning to 343, and then how 343 is trying to handle it, and you know, it was a rocky start with like 4, and like 5 was a little weird too, and the Master Chief Collection was a little weird at first, but now like this seems like after all that time with Master Chief, updating everything, getting their bearings straight, this prototype aside, this ideally this seems like they have a pretty good grip with Halo now, and I think I don't know. I think it's more good than bad overall. I think I don't see a reason to have a lot of doubt in this compared to the past. I think everything's going in a good direction. It's hopeful.
Yeah, I'm excited to see more of that game throughout the year and eventually play it. Finally, our second runners-up of the runners-up is the Demon's Souls remake announcement from Bluepoint. This was at the PS5 reveal event back in, was that May?
No, it was later than that.
I don't know. Either way, this one got you ready to roll.
Yeah, this was it was the same conference. Or now I can't remember, but like. We saw Miles Morales, and we knew it was probably going to be like Horizon, Spider-Man, maybe God of War, something big launching with it. But when we kind of got the Spider-Man Miles Morales, I kind of knew what that was going to be. I knew it was going to be like a 20-hour, like probably 100% complete experience. So like, but then when I saw that, two reasons. One, it kind of validated me trying to get a PlayStation 5 day one, because I knew that has some meat and potatoes behind it with the video game. And two, we'll talk about it a little bit more later, but like this is me coming after Dark Souls and Sekiro earlier in the year, and me, I think, just finding out that I've fallen in love with the From Software games. So yeah, like that, those two things kind of combined, that was a good time. When it spelled out when you saw the dragon roar and then it spelled out Demon Souls, that was pretty. I knew it.
Yeah. Yeah, and that had been a long time rumored and a long time coming too. Especially the fact that those games had done so much in the last few years for influencing other genre and influencing other games. I think that seeing where it all started come back in a big way is exciting. Final words, Mark. I know Matt and I kind of leaned in heavy into the Tony Hawk stuff at the end. Is there anything you want to say about Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2 reveal beyond what we had originally said?
Well, I mean, I think both of you, I think I would just be echoing both of you honestly with that. The hype around that was so surreal that I think even Twitter beat Jeff to the punch for some of it. Not by much either. It was just, I mean, if you had a close pulse to the social media, I think you would know just like maybe a second before anything. So it's not like it really mattered. But I thought what was cool on top of all that was the price for it.
Yeah.
It was like, what, $40?
$40.
Or 30?
$40 for what you get. I mean, like, dude, when that game finally dropped, I spent that entire weekend just playing it. You know what I mean? Like I went through, I got every goal, I did everything. Like I just ran through it all. And so much so that like I saw it was on sale the other day for PS4, and I was like, should I just double dip and buy it on PS4 as well as Xbox and get the trophies there as well? It's just a really good game. And anyway, well, that's the game itself we'll talk about later on, but just...
Yeah, it was just everything that they were announcing for it was just like, it was just so good. Yeah. Like they had all the music back and then some.
Yep.
It's 2 games in one. It's an affordable price. The deluxe edition was awesome too because it came with a freaking deck, and it's like I wanted it but I never got it, and like I was so hyped on the game and I bought it, and then I realized how bad I am at these games, and I only played for like maybe 3 hours total, but it was the most fun 3 hours I've had, even though I suck at keeping a high score.
Yeah, and keeping with like the theme of the actual reveal, when he said it was $40, I kind of knew exactly how my playthrough, I put that in quotes, was going to happen. I knew I was going to buy, and I was going to play it for like a day or two, sink about 2-3 hours in it max, and then be like, Tony Hawk 1 and 2, guys, this is it. And that's exactly what happened. But the fact it was the price that it was, I did not feel bad about reliving nostalgia for 2 or 3 hours and having a rad time with that.
But like, and also like we're in a time where like licensing music is so painstakingly awful, especially if you're like streaming or anything like that. It's just hard to acquire that stuff. And a lot of games, when they get ported or re-released, they don't have those same songs anymore for licensing reasons. And so it spoke a lot when they really did care about trying to, it was like, yeah, nostalgia factor, but they did it in such a way that was so caring and so loving that it just didn't feel lazy or anything like that.
They did it
like
right,
an easy
and they
cash
told us
grab.
up front that they were doing it right.
Yeah.
I don't think it's the last time we're talking about Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2 this episode.
Good review.
But now we're going to take a step backwards to 2019 and talk about 2020's 2019 Game of the Year. As we are highlighting even more... As we're highlighting even more this year than in previous years, we play a lot more than just what's released in a single calendar year, and often find ourselves catching up with something from the year before. For last year, we did not actually have a 2019's 2018 Game of the Year, because we really didn't play anything from 2018 specifically in 2019. But that all changed in 2020 as we found ourselves with more time to catch up on games we had missed out on, or play more of what we loved from 2019. Our winner for the category, 2020's 2019 Game of the Year, is Ring Fit Adventure, with runners-up Tetris 99 and Untitled Goose Game. So Ring Fit, I know I still play this almost every day. And I know that we just talked about this on last week's podcast, episode 384, but in 2021, I'm still playing the game. I beat New Game Plus, and like I don't see any sign of stopping. There's been times where I've like kind of hurt myself, not from the game necessarily, but maybe I did run too hard, and you're running in place, you're not actually running, so there's some stupid stuff that happens. The aforementioned skateboarding has sometimes tweaked some things, but I've been able to adapt Ring Fit to that too. I can turn on the silent mode so that it's easier on the knees. I can do just yoga workouts. I can focus on just arm stuff when my legs are tired. All in all, there's like a general thing in there too, promoting like a better way of living. And it's not that I was out there living terribly, but like just those subtle reminders in the game when you complete a session where it's like, here's your tip of the day. Eat more of this, eat less of this. It's got me, since I've been playing Ring Fit over 2020, like being at home a lot more also meant not going out as much to eat, or even like grabbing little, takeout here, or things like that like I think Ring Fit influenced outside of just playing the game. But wholly too, like it became like a synonymous with like a day in my, I don't know. I can't imagine life without Ring Fit. That sounds dramatic. You know what I mean? But like, it's there. It's like a part, like literally when I painted this basement and like moved things around, I was like, where should I need a place for the Ring Con. You know what I mean? Like that was an active thing. It was not like the Wii Fit I bought half as a joke, half as like, I'll kind of get into this. And, that thing ended up tucked under somewhere and whatever. Where the Ring Con is like, no, that needs to be easily accessible because I use it daily.
I think one of the so I defeated the hardest of boss battles this year by acquiring one during the pandemic, and I kind of became a lazy piece of crap when I got the new apartment. I kind of fell off of it, but no, like the time I did spend with it though, there's a game there which is cool. And it's not for as revolutionary as Wii Fit was with the Fit board. Like, there's a game here, and that's really cool. There's a story as well. Like, the story, it is what it is, but there's one here. There's all kinds of other game modes. The thing's robust, and what I think I like about it a lot, especially in this category, I didn't get to experience it, but you did. The fact that there are still new things, if you played it every day, that you're still experiencing. There's not a lot of games that aren't a games as a service that do that, and I think that makes Ring Fit stand out on top of all of his other good things that it does.
Yeah, I think this is probably one of the few games that we all were able to acquire and play. I'm probably the weakest on the spectrum. Because I did have it. I mean, I still have it, but I lent it to a friend because it's nothing against the game. I struggle with commitment, and I've realized that with this, and I knew that my friend would utilize it more, so I figured that's better than have it sitting around. But that being said, I know obviously I would like to say that I know a good game when I see one or like play one. I did play for a little bit, but I will say I played Tony Hawk more, and that's saying something. But again, through all that, I still think that this is a direction that I like to see Nintendo explore more. This is one of those signs of like when we were talking about before on 384 or whatever, like when Nintendo was doing like the weird experimental stuff, and I remember we were saying like they were kind of safe with it. This is more in that direction, like going off of you guys about like comparing to the Wii Fit and like what the Wii was all about and everything. I kind of like that incorporation still going with like into the Switch. I still like this level of like creativity, making it more fleshed out, making it still feel like there's a game there. But you can also bring in people who just want to do just the workout stuff too. And it's just a good balance that I think they really hit the nail on the head with this one. And I think there's definitely something here. I hope this isn't like a one-hit wonder. I hope they keep going in this direction with other things that share similar elements with this. I think they did a good job.
Our first runner-up was Tetris 99, which was, I think, one of the most surprising games out of 2019. Just like the fact that just dropped on a day, and it is what it is. And I still play Tetris 99 now, like not as much as I was, but I jump in and I just do a couple rounds. Don't get, I still get top 10 here and there, you know what I mean? But like, it's a fun game, and it's everlasting, and look, I'm going to have Switch Online no matter what, as long as it's a service, just because. But the fact that it's another reason to make sure that I'm keeping it, right? Where like PlayStation Plus, I'm not really actively using it, so I let it lapse. Game Pass is a harder one to let lapse now, right? Like I'm like, no, I kind of need that one, right? I can justify that one. Where PlayStation Plus, I'm not playing online right now, and the games that I'm getting out of that library don't really care, so I didn't grab it. This is like, well, if I don't have Switch Online, how am I going to play Tetris 99? Among other things, but this was, a part of that.
Yeah, I mean, I think Tetris 99 is a bigger get than the Super Nintendo or Nintendo stuff, honestly.
Yeah, because you can play that stuff. You know what I mean? I have that stuff on Wii U already. Like there's so many ways to play those games. There's no need for that online collection. I'll argue that the online collection is great for adding things like it just added Valise 4 or whatever, and like adding things that are like, I never would have played Operation Bomb Jack if it weren't for the Switch Online stuff. But
Yeah, like I'm not saying that those things aren't good additions, but I'm like on the scale of what things matter to me when I'm going through and doing a Switch Online subscription. Like Tetris 99 is probably at the tippity top of that list, honestly.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I would say as someone who loves Tetris DS, like that's probably my overall favorite Tetris. And I'm also not much of a competitive gamer. But with this, is probably one of the few exceptions. Because it doesn't really feel like yes, you're playing against people, obviously. But it doesn't really feel like that at the same time. Like, I'm still playing Tetris. Not that hasn't changed. But you do have to, like, think about that layer of, like, how you want to affect other players. Or do you want to, like, kind of let it take control for you if you want to let it be random or whatever. It's weird. This is one of the few games where I will play that occasionally online against other people, even if it means my incentive is to get a new theme or something for it. You know, like
when they've done those like weekends of like, hey, get a Luigi's Mansion theme this weekend. I'm like, yeah, I'll jump in. Like, I think there's one happening like right now as we're recording, and I'm like, I got to make sure I jump in and do it. You know what I mean? Like just for that.
Yeah, it's a really neat idea.
An Untitled Goose Game is the final runner-up. You guys played a lot of this and loved this game a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it does anything revolutionary. I think it was just one of those games where, especially this year, I mean, I played it well before the pandemic and stuff, but like, this is one of those gaming experiences that you just kind of, I was like belly laughing at a lot of the stuff that for the first time in a while at a video game, probably like since like a South Park game, and just enjoying. And like there was like no really game over. All they really do is just shush you out of the area and just go right back in and honk at their ass or do whatever. But like, you know, like yeah, you had the goals and objectives to do, but like even just manipulating the world and accidentally stumbling into one of the goals and not realizing you did that, I think was a lot of fun too. And it's just you're a goose walking around honking. Like it's fucking hysterical and relaxing at the same time.
Yeah, I was just about to say like it's a very like calming experience. At the same time, it's just so silly. It like being able to puppeteer something like this, where like yeah, there are clear goals in mind, but it's not in your face about it, and just you can just mess around and do whatever you want at any point. And I think it's if you were to follow everything along, just string it along, point to point to point. I think the time overall with it is just a sweet spot. It's not too long. It's not too short for this type of game. And I mean, at the point when it came out, I didn't have it, but I think adding a co-op feature was a really good idea too. I don't know what that's like, but I can only imagine it's just more ridiculous and silly, and just I don't know, it's just a feel good time.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up. I was going to bring that up too, and that got the addition this year, which I think was a nice thing, and in a age where you don't see a lot of couch co-op, and that could be particularly useful nowadays right now. Like something just to sit back and just honk at people and do whatever. And I think one of my favorite things to do in that game was like, especially towards the later areas, I wouldn't even look at the goals really. I would just kind of like explore, pick up shit, toss it around, do whatever. And like when you accidentally stumble into one of the goals, it's kind of funny when that happens. You're just being stupid, and the fact that the game designers wanted you to be stupid is great.
So there's 2020's 2019 Game of the Year, Ring Fit Adventure with runners-up Tetris 99 and Untitled Goose Game. We're going to move into our first round of what we're calling our retrospectives. So this is the first for the year, for us for Game of the Year. But really, again, like emphasizing that we play things that have a meaningful impact on us. And because we cut so many awards this year where some games may have been talked about in other places, and the games we're about to talk about also probably wouldn't have come up in an end of the year discussion like this anyway, just because they weren't necessarily released in 2020. We wanted to have a couple of opportunities throughout the Game of the Year podcast to look back at what we did in 2020. And for 2020, our first category, I mean, not category, but section of this, 2020 was the perfect year to get lost in something. And it was interesting that in our own ways, we each felt the pull and need for exploration and that want for discovery. And I think we found our own answers to satisfy that. The 3 games we're going to talk about are Metroid Other M, Dark Souls, and Half-Life. Half-Life and the kind of Black Mesa project. Metroid Other M. Metroid Other M and 2020 mean a lot to me, like kind of synonymously. I like totally bailed on Twitter this year, and not that Metroid Other M was a reason for that, but I feel like at some point I just got so tired of everybody's hot take, and I got so tired of this perpetual like need to like get ahead of someone making fun of you or calling you out on something, so you call everyone else out on it. Like that seemed to be what I was running into so much. It was like I just found that no one could enjoy anything because it was everyone needed to apologize for what they enjoyed and needed to call out people for enjoying things that they didn't also enjoy and tell them why they're wrong. And I got so tired of that like 19-year-old boy mentality that I was like, I'm out. And so much of that was prevalent with like anything you ever read about or see about Metroid Other M, to the point that it infected me and I didn't want to play that game forever. Granted, I bought that game for $7 at a Best Buy on clearance within a year of it being released. So there's part of it where like the market told me that that was not a game I should enjoy. There's part of it where I played it on Wii when I played it originally and didn't get very far because I got bored of it. Like there's a lot of those things that definitely impacted that game. But this year, when I finally sat down and played through that game, beginning to end, and I looked at it with a different lens, and you know, this is not me saying like, holy, this is the experience, or, and I'm trying not to do what I just, you know, condemned random people on Twitter for, but like, I took the time to approach this game differently because I wanted to see it for what it is, rather than just looking at it as, oh yeah, that's the bad one, right? Or, oh, that's the one that made Samus look bad, right? Or like all the things that I had heard through the zeitgeist and in ways are true. I instead looked at it as, what is this game? And this game is a Metroid game developed by Team Ninja. So you get really rad, cool action sequences. It's also the complete marriage of what happens when you have a company who wants to satisfy its longtime fans, but also cater in and accept in a new audience of game players with the Wii, right? This is a single Wii remote game. So how does there's like so much of that DNA like ingrained into the gameplay of this, where you need to use the Wii remote on its side to navigate through the world like a classic Metroid should have. And then there's those first person moments where you have to switch. And the me from a year ago, the me from 5 years ago, the me from 10 years ago when this game came out, thought that was the dumbest thing in the world. Like, why would they do this? Like, let me use the nunchuck. And even when I fired it up this time around, I was like, oh, I don't need the nunchuck. Why didn't they use the nunchuck? But when I played through it and just looked at it for what it was and not what it wasn't, and I'm going to do my best not to say that too often because I think it's already getting tired, me saying that exact statement. But this game was the one that did that for me, and I really came to appreciate what it did add to the lore. I loved how beautiful the cutscenes were in this game. Like, genuinely, like, it's the best Metroid has ever looked outside of, like, a Smash Brothers render or something. And it was fun. Like, it was just wholly a fun action game. Like, if you like those old Ninja Gaiden games, if you are potentially looking forward to Neo 2, Metroid Other M is all of that with a Metroid skin wrapped around it. And it's a good Metroidvania at the end of the day, which it did not seem like at first glance, but when you get to the end of it, it's a really good Metroidvania. I rambled way too long about that one. I'm sorry. But that was...
I mean... I think it was warranted.
No, well, I also, like, you know, I never really stared at gameplay of this, and really all it does look like, I mean, obviously I don't see the Wii remote in action when you watch on YouTube, but like, all it seems like is a combination of some aspects of Prime mixed into a side-scrolling on a 3D field Metroid game from the little bit I saw. And I don't know much about the story, but also like I don't know much of the story with any Metroid game, to be completely honest with you. So you can throw out that argument. And one of the things I knew, like when you talked about this earlier in the year, it seemed like your video game version of our Batman v Superman like transformation almost, right? I think we've talked about that a lot on air here, but like, like I went back and looked at the review scores, and I don't know like where the bad word of mouth came from, but like that game scored like 80s, like 80, like 80 out of 100, 8 out of 10. I think at the lowest I saw was like 6.5 out of 10. No one like trashed that game, and that's what the zeitgeist made it seem out to be. Oh, it's the worst Metroid game. It's garbage. It's trash, and like you're
Samus
not.
is a baby.
Yeah, it's like it's not. The game works, and I think that's a good example of like where like we kind of went this year.
Yeah. I think it was just a bad timing, bad combination of things. Like the Wii wasn't favorable to everybody at that time. The gaming community was way more divided between like hardcore casual labels, and it was just a very toxic community around that time. And then so already with the Wii not being favorable because of controls that aren't traditional, mixed with a game that classic or people that grew up with it, they think about Metroid Prime or Super Metroid, and that's like the pinnacle. And if it's not on that tier, then it's trash. So just all that combined, just whatever. But I haven't played it, but I know from seeing the trailer, I was excited for it because I basically saw Samus like put an alien in a headlock, slam down on the ground, and then blasted it point blank in the face. I'm like, holy shit! Like, I never seen any Nintendo character do this outside of like a Smash Brothers cutscene or anything related to that. So it was just nice it was so refreshing to see something like that, and I can only imagine how enjoyable and how much more you can do in that game. But that being said, it being, even though it's Team Ninja, and I still count it obviously as a Nintendo game, they seem, no matter who's working on it for Nintendo, if it's third party or first, I feel like Nintendo does kind of a good job with keeping all their games accessible to everybody. Like, story doesn't exactly matter. It's not the forefront for everything. It's usually about the gameplay, right? And like, you should be able to jump in at any point, no matter your experience with games or whatever. Would you recommend this as somebody's first Metroid game if they were to jump into the series?
Yeah, I genuinely would. Like, there are some stuff that you would be lost on. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, because this is like one of the most story heavy ones, right?
Yeah, I mean, this has like active cutscenes more so than like Prime 3 does, but yeah, like the Prime games, you could probably jump into Prime 3 just fine. You might be a little lost, but like you can generally get around it. This though, like, yeah, it does. It is technically, what is this one? This is the sequel to Super Metroid, right? Like, this is what happens between Super and Fusion. And there is that, but they like set it up in a way like here's what you need to do. If you're on the fence about this game at all, watch the intro to this game, because it is a beautiful high-res recreation of the end of Super Metroid. Like, it recaps the first game into Super Metroid or whatever, and then like shows you that game in like a not high definition, right? Because it technically but like they did such a good job. And you can fully like you kind of get up to speed. Like, okay, I killed the mother brain, and then here I am on this planet or whatever. Like, you can jump in and do that.
Cool.
And I think that accessibility, like control wise, like, it is easy to learn. It's 2 buttons. It's jump and shoot. That's all you're doing. You know what I mean? When it goes for missile time, that's when you point at the screen and you use the Wii remote pointer. And while that is weirder than you would anticipate initially, you know, just especially if you played the Prime games on Wii, that was really weird to get used to. But once you are used to it, it becomes so natural. It feels right. Like, oh, I'm going to shoot, so now I'm going to go first person. Like, it became like an extension of your arm in a way. But All right, I've rambled about Metroid Other M, but I mean, like, yeah, I got lost in that game, and I think that, like, that game more so than any other game defined 2020 for me, just in the way of, like, letting go of caring at all that someone else said something, or, like, make your own opinion, form your own, like, just that was that for me. And also, like, I found something really special in that game that I wouldn't have otherwise had I continued to just ignore it or treat it like it was. How do you feel? Do you feel that way about Dark Souls, Matt? I mean, like, that was one where it was kind of like middle of the road, not in that way, but like it was between Demon Souls, which you kind of know is Demon Soul. It's Demon Souls, and then there's Bloodborne and Sekiro, but like Dark Souls was like that outlier.
Yeah, this was, I was laughing. I was going to segue off of Mark saying Nintendo does approachable games. I would say, yeah, Dark Souls is very approachable. Let me tell you about my first hour with that game. No, like, so the reason why I jumped into Dark Souls was because after every time I finish a From Software game, some poor game, it could be like the best game in the world, some poor game has to follow that and not be nearly as good as what I just played. And this came right at the end of January, early February, where I wrapped up my platinum in Sekiro, and I was like, all right, here we go. What poor soul is next? And then I was like looking, I was like, man, I've played Bloodborne, I played Sekiro, I'm excited for Elden Ring. Demon Souls, this was like rumored about the remake, but like, I was like, that's not really, like, I can't really get to that right now because PS3 and stuff. But I was like, man, I should do it. And I was thinking about it, and I saw it on sale, and I pulled the trigger. And yeah, and Dark Souls is super good. Like, it is what it is. Like, I think Bloodborne plays better. I like the speed of Bloodborne better. Sekiro deviated enough from the formula where I highly enjoyed that game for all of its reasons, and I think its fighting is so good. Dark Souls is slow, but like, it's slow in a good way. One of my favorite things about this game, and the reason why I wanted to talk about it, was its level design, its map design. The fact that you can't fast travel for the first 2/3 of that game between bonfires, it seems like a bad idea, but how everything comes back around to Firelink Shrine is incredible. And that was something like that game, not that I'd never paid attention to map design before, but like that game made me think of map design in a new way, and how I want like tighter spaces that, like, I now crave something in map design that you don't get a lot anymore. And that is, like, I don't think there's been another Souls game that I've played that does map design as well as that one does. Like, it's so weird to think about. Like, when you go, I'll tell you about my first hour. First hour, I ran, I saw this pathway that led down. I ran into skeletons. Skeletons kept beating the shit out of me. I thought I had to learn how to parry, because you know how Souls games are. They are very blunt about how they teach you things. I thought I had to parry. I parried. I did the stab move. Hardly did any damage. So I was like, all right, wrong way. Found a way down. I was like, oh, cool. Saw a message on the ground that said, be wary of ghosts. I know from past experience, ghosts usually aren't good to deal with without an item in Souls games. So go back. And I'm like running around the Firelink Shrine thinking about where to go. Oh, you go up this hill to the side here. That's not really in clear day. And I was like, oh, well, there you go. But like the fact that I could have went down. And when you watch speed runs, like, you go down first, because one of the easiest bosses is right down there. And then there's some items and stuff that you can equip for like, that are really advanced, that you can get a head start on in this game and be overpowered in other areas. And then there's also a shortcut right there that leads back to Firelink Shrine for one of the end game things. Like, the way that everything comes back together to Firelink Shrine time and time again, up into the point where, like, once you go too far in either direction, it doesn't. But at that point, you're running into the gate where you need a key item that gives you the ability to fast travel. And just the way it led to that path, I think it's one of the greatest feats in level design in gaming, in my opinion.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Because of this, the way that this game is laid out, and like with the way it's designed, and how the map is and everything, Um, I mean, I guess the same could be said for the other From games that are similar to this too, right? Now, I guess it's kind of a two-parter, but like, because of this, does it dictate the way you play the game? Does it dictate the way you approach it? And like, is there is there a certain build that you try to go for in all these games? Like, is like a way that you favor to play? Like, maybe like if you're more like mage or more melee heavy or more, you know what I mean? Like, maybe you want to tank, maybe you just want to be more methodical.
Usually I'm some kind of like warrior build, or I'm not a big range person in these types of games. I usually sword and shield up, one hand in my sword most of the time, especially in like Dark Souls and Demon Souls. But like yeah, the game pushes you in one direction, and there is like a set way to go, but there are forks in the path where like you could go one way and go the other way, and they're equally probably as difficult. It's like a matter of like, what direction do you want to go? And there was multiple times where I got to a bonfire, I died, I was like, all right, I don't want to go that way. I can go back this way, but then do I go back this way because there's dogs there and they sucked, or do I go this way because there was a lot of enemies and it's going to take more time, but it's probably the safer route for the souls that I'm going to acquire or whatever. And I think I said it at the time, like, this game had me thinking about a map for the first time since Grand Theft Auto 3, where like, all right, I gotta turn down this street, then this street for the paint spray. Like, this is the first time, and I don't think I'm ever gonna have that kind of map knowledge again in a modern game. Hopefully, Elden Ring makes me think things that way. But like, even Bloodborne, you can fast travel from the start. Sekiro, you can fast travel from the start. I'm not sure how Dark Souls 2 or 3 do it. And Demon Souls, this map design is different. It's not one world. It's like fractured out into 5 different worlds. So I guess that one really doesn't count. But it's a masterclass in level design. Did I answer your questions? I kind of got off the beat path.
Kind of.
All right.
I mean, like, it was just more so like when you're traversing, right? Mm-hmm. And you maybe like there's like an obstacle that you're probably stuck on or having a little like trouble with. Have you ever considered that like maybe the class you picked isn't like fit for the way that you want to approach this? Like, have you ever like gone to like the middle of the game and you're just like, I should restart as something else? Because I've done that with Bloodborne, where it's like I started with one weapon and I was like, I want to start with a different weapon. And then it's like, no, never mind, I want to go back. Like, I would just switch back and forth.
I think you're going to run into that at some point in any of these games. Maybe except Sekiro, because Sekiro, it's very much, you're not changing weapons or anything like that. But like, you could go for a warrior build, but like at some point you're going to run into a boss that, maybe you should have had that magic build. But like, if you do that magic build, every boss early on, and that's usually the case in most Souls games, are super difficult because they're built for you to be sword and shield. So, it's just a matter of like, and that's one of the other reasons why I like the Souls games. Like, there's usually 3 or 4 ways to beat something. Some of them are going to be harder than others, but there are multiple paths to take down an enemy, or just to go around the enemy sometimes if it's not a boss. Like, there's an area of like 3 giant cats in the middle of these woods. I didn't have to go there. I explored it though, and I beat the cats. But like, if the cats gave me trouble, I probably could have went another way, all the way around the map, and just avoided the area.
Yeah, because like usually like in any type of like role playing game, I like to be like kind of like you with it. I like to be more like melee based. I'm not really a magic user, but I can see myself being like a pyromancer in these kind of games for some reason. Like, it kind of makes me want to incline to just be like from a distance, just cheese my way with just burning everything. You
definitely can. That build is very easy to acquire. Like I said, it's just, that the beginning of that game might be tough, but that's when maybe you make that suicide run to like down the skeleton path. You pick up a key item you may need, or a key spell, or talk to an NPC that you need by running by everyone. And then after you get it, you commit suicide, go back to Fire Lane Shrine because you never touched another bonfire. And then maybe you're good to go the other way now because you have a key item or stat or something. So, like, that those types of, you're never going to do that on your first playthrough, obviously. But the game allows you that freedom if you really want to do it.
The thing that stands out... Yeah.
I was going to say, everyone talks about how bad Blighttown is. You don't need to go through Blighttown. There is a shortcut on as you spiral down Firelink Shrine to that ghost area, that you can unlock from another path. So like you can go the back way to Blighttown. You're still kind of in that sucky swamp area, but you don't have to ascend the like the construction fixtures going all the way down where that just all sucks. So once again, like another example of, yeah, everyone talks about how bad Blighttown is, but you don't necessarily go through like the worst part of it.
What I remember from you playing Dark Souls the most is how Dark Souls, I think, cemented for you that you like those types of games. Like Bloodborne, yes. Sekiro, yes. You wouldn't have gotten the platinum in either if you hadn't, but I could feel and sense like a genuine shift when you got way into Dark Souls, in kind of like your attitude and approach to those games. And I think it opened a lot more for you than just playing more games from Software, right? Like, I don't know that you would have had, Out of Time when we talked about Neo 2, right? Like, I don't know that Neo 2 would have been on your radar had it not been for these, but also like, I feel like even the Demon's Souls remake, obviously, like with the PS5 launch lineup being what it was, it probably would have ended up on the list just out of, because there wasn't much else. But I think Dark Souls, your time with that game, like locked it in for you.
Yeah, and like I've talked about it before on air, but like Demon's Souls, I played the first 2 hours of Demon's Souls. A dragon came out of nowhere, burned me alive, and that was like, all right, well, I'm done with this because this sucks. Yeah, here I am.
Yeah,
years later now.
And Mark, you went back to Half-Life at some point this year. Did you play through all of Half-Life 1, 2, and the episodes?
So, my experience with Half-Life is a little out of order. I started with the orange box on Xbox, 360. But like the way that game was introduced to me before that was just these 2 kids in this computer class in high school, like losing their mind over some picture of like what I now know is a Combine soldier, but like I had no idea what was going on, and it was this game that apparently that like everybody knew and praised, and there was like this cult following, and I had no idea what it was. And I always wanted to be like deeper into PC games, but I never really had the proper like hardware for that or software. I could barely run an MMO at like potato internet speed. And so then when the 360 came around, and then I saw the orange box, I was like, oh, this is that game. Like, it clicked, and I was like, all right, like I just want to jump into this. And I loved it. It left such an impression on me. I love that dystopian setting that Half-Life was about. I like, there's a story as you go along, but like I kind of got it and kind of didn't, but I was okay with it. And just the way that the game traversed through everything was just so cool. So I wanted to do myself justice, and I wanted to go back and play, the original. And then it's I don't know how to describe it. I guess a remake, right? Like fan remake. Unofficial remake.
This published, like you pay money for it. I would say as a remake, just not by.
But like
Valve.
it's not like, but it's not Valve, right? Like it's
it's not Valve. It was a fan project, but I mean, Valve let them publish it, so I would call that a proper remake. Yeah.
So like I wanted to like fully go through the original Half-Life, which I don't think I did until this year. I think I finally like finished it. And then that led me going into Black Mesa because I wanted to compare and contrast everything that it came from, where it is now, and how Half-Life 2 in between affected Black Mesa. And I don't know, it was just it was interesting to see the roots of where Half-Life 2 came from, and how like primitive, in a good way, and like an endearing way to a point, like just how you controlled, how the combat was, how the story was, how it just carried everything along, the pacing, the setting, just being in an underground laboratory miles down in a canyon, like middle of nowhere. Like you are the reason why a lot of this bad shit was happening, accidentally, but it's still kind of on your shoulders, so it is at the same time up to you to kind of like fix everything. And so it kind of makes more sense by Half-Life 2 why, like, you are the free man. You are the one that is supposed to, like, you know, save everyone from this Combine takeover, you know, like, and, yeah, like, so it was cool to see that evolution. It was cool to see the bare bones, the skeletal structure, where it came from. And then going into Black Mesa, it wasn't like, it was kind of more than just a remake. It was like, it was taking elements from Half-Life 2 with that source engine and then some, updating it. And it's like, it almost, I'm not sure if it plays better than Half-Life 2. I don't know if that's weird to say because
You could say that. I mean,
yeah.
You know, they worked on this game years after Half-Life 2.
I mean, Half-Life 2 isn't bad by any means.
No,
to
not
me.
at all.
It's just that,
you know, you have
but
time to innovate. Yeah,
it's obviously going to be a little dated just by default, and it's not the game's fault. And I don't see that as a bad thing either. But the way they changed a lot of it, especially like towards the end, like the latter half of the game, like when I first played Black Mesa, it wasn't finished, so I waited a couple years, and then like the original Half-Life, and then I finally got to finish it. And I think Danny O'Dwyer inspired me with that because he was pushing that mini documentary series, I think, about Black Mesa and its development process and everything. So that was getting me hyped already, and just already being a fan of the series. But like, yeah, being able to compare and contrast like what this crew saw in the old one and how they revisioned it and just made everything so much more expansive, more detailed, more cohesive. It was such a breath of fresh air, and I was gonna say it's just so cool.
Yeah, no, and you built your PC before playing these, right?
Yes.
So at that point, you kind of already had the financial investment into, you know, kind of moving more towards a PC mentality. But do you feel like returning to what was like a super pivotal moment in PC gaming? Or something super important, at least to PC gaming, do you feel like that like cemented kind of where and how you think about what am I trying to ask here? Like just kind of how you approach games, like having the proper equipment, having a game that is so rooted in PC history. Do you feel like that shifted your perspective into like how you approach playing games? I only ask because I noticed you play more. Obviously, you play more on PC now because you have the PC. But like, do you feel like the two kind of complemented one another?
I mean, more so now, yeah. Hardware, yeah, it would always somewhat dictate what I play on a PC. But even though I have like a high-end PC, I still find myself playing older games still. Just because I know for sure they will run, and I'm always like doubting my hardware even today with modern games. Like, yeah, I was able to play Cyberpunk just fine, but
worried
I was still sans ray tracing. Like if I wanted smooth frame rate, I can't play with ray tracing. So I'm not on that level. I don't have a 4K monitor or anything like that, and I'm okay with that for now. Like I don't need that. But it is nice not having to worry about going into older games in the past library that I missed out on for so long, and just being able to just get lost in it without any worries or hiccups or anything like that, or like my computer going in flames because I can't run something from like 10 years ago, or so like that stress isn't there. But yeah, the hardware does play a part, but not to that big of a degree, I think.
What are your thoughts on the last part of that game? I've never played Half-Life. I took Alex's advice and stopped at Ravenholm because of the poisonous head crabs. They freak me the fuck out. But like I always know that when everyone talks about Half-Life, like the first 2/3 of that game are what's regarded as like one of the best shooters ever, and then that last third is a bit of a mess. I guess spoilers for Half-Life if you haven't played it by now, but like you go to that alien world, and I heard it's like very platform based, and it's not a good time.
Well, I mean, most of Half-Life is basically a platformer. I think it might be more platformer than shooter. I would even argue just because the way you traverse everything.
Oh, I know that's definitely the case in what I played of 2. Because but the gravity gun I thought had a part of that as well.
Yeah. So if we're talking original Half-Life, yes, it is definitely more platform heavy by the time you get to Zen, which is the alien world, whatever. I'm okay with it. Honestly, the part that I kind of got dragged out on was when you're in the desert. By the time you get outside, it's all about, like, walking on edges of cliffs, and then, like, yeah, once you get to a building, it's cool, but I had a tough time with, like, fighting tanks and going through rabbit holes trying to fight all these soldiers that are trying to bomb me out of, like, because there's this whole section where you're going, there's these exposed pipes, but some of it isn't exposed, and you have to kind of crawl through that, pop up out of a sewer hole, pick off people, go back down, and you're just playing Gopher the whole time. And then you've come into a building that is like just layered with mines and lasers everywhere and turrets and the physics of that game also plays a part. That can be an enemy in itself, because just how random things can react. So, if anything, the alien world I did like, and if you haven't seen the final boss, I think that is something worth experiencing. Even more so in Black Mesa. They did a good job.
Cool. Like, I haven't seen the Black Mesa version yet. Yeah.
Actually, you just reminded me. Yeah, shit. There is a part in Zen that is a little weird, and I can see why people wouldn't like it. Because before you get into, like, the area where the final boss is in, you're in, like, this, like, secluded little, like, crater, and you just have to fight off waves of enemies, and then, like, the way the gravity is in that game is, like, you're lighter at that point, so, like, platforming is a little harder, and your ammunition is getting scarce, and you're just constantly dying, so you just have to, like, you have to, like, scum save the entire time. So that can be frustrating, I can understand that. But I think the last area, when you're in, like, when it gets to the final boss stuff, it's really cool. But the way Black Mesa handles it, you get, like, Doom vibes. Like, you don't feel like an alien world. I feel like you're going to hell. Like a cool
I remember you
sci-fi
sending me
way.
screenshots of that at the time.
Yeah, it was just like a red sky. Everything's just made out of flesh, and it plays. Well, not all of it is like that. A lot of it also kind of looks like it came out of James Cameron's Avatar, when, like, there's just this glowy, cool ambiotic stuff, and the way you platform in that is just. They added a new trick where, like, when you're sprinting, and your hazmat suit can make you run a little faster than normal. You can kind of do, like, a Mario 64 thing where, like, get a running start and you do, like, a long jump. And, like, that was cool to try to learn. Yeah, so if anybody had an issue with the original Half-Life version of Zen, I think Black Mesa totally makes up for it and then some.
To kind of wrap this retrospective first round up, I think something Matt said in the middle of his discussion about Dark Souls holds true for all three of these games for us, is that these games have us or pushed us to start thinking about games in a new way. I think that just from what we've said, I think each of our experiences, and you guys can agree or disagree, but I think that these games in particular, Metroid Other M, Dark Souls, and Half-Life, helped us this year to think about games in a different way. Whatever that means, individual to us, so to each of us. But I think that these helped to shift kind of what we were looking for in a game, or whatever, or how we play a game, how we approach a series, that type of.
You kind of made me realize something too, that these all share a common thread of, is that, like, Dark Souls is kind of on this too, I think, in a way, where all these games, sans Half-Life, but Black Mesa, these are all done not by the original people that did these, right? Like,
Dark Souls kind of.
I don't know how much,
but yeah, they're not the, like, they're a departure from what the status quo in a way.
And I think it's a good way to show that, like, you can trust these projects to be in other people's hands if they care about it enough and have a good way to approach it and take care of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I said it back when I talked about it, but I think one thing I'll recommend, there's a YouTube video where someone actually like breaks down the differences between the Japanese and American versions of Metroid Other M that helped to clarify a lot of the story beats that were just translated poorly to English. But I also really recommend the Iwata Asks interview. Is there anything out of, I think, like Mark, I think you suggesting Black Mesa, to make up for a lot of Half-Life shortcomings is a good recommendation. But just to close this out, is there anything for either of these, for Dark Souls or Half-Life, that you guys feel like is a good complementary piece?
I say for Half-Life in general, whether it's Black Mesa, Half-Life, or even Half-Life 2, to kind of go along with your Iwata's Ask equivalent, the commentary in any of these Valve or Valve-inspired games, it's such a good insight, and it lets you explore the level, and while you're listening to the people talk, and really get a better understanding of everything.
The Factual Wife wiki is your and I'm I don't have a good, I never like dive deep into the lore of these, but I'm sure like with the storytelling being so obtuse in any of these From Software games, really besides Sekiro, maybe I'm sure there's another site out there. Factual Life has some of that stuff, honestly, for you to kind of gain a good grasp of what's going on in Dark Souls.
We're going to move into our first break for 2020's Game of the Year podcast. When we get back, we'll have 3 more categories and another round of retrospective. Right after this. Welcome back to the next section in the Free Cheese Game of the Year 2020. Our next award is the Best Xbox Game. Microsoft managed to transition into a new generation of consoles with ease. Xbox Game Pass letting, I think, helping that transition and also letting us stay up with everything publishers, or that the publisher had put out as part of its first party. This year continued to exemplify for me and for us why Game Pass is essential for Xbox owners. I think what's interesting about Xbox this year is that they were able to launch a console without a game. And it still kind of worked. I don't know, like Xbox
they aligned themselves correctly, I think, with their third parties. Like Valhalla was very much advertised for Series X. Yakuza was exclusive on Series X right now as far as next gen version. So
yeah,
those aren't in this. We didn't consider them for nominees, but I think that's why they were able to manage to sell consoles.
Yeah, it's definitely like, I don't know. I look at Xbox as they've further continued the divide. Again, like they're not going full Nintendo by any stretch of the imagination, but it seems like Xbox is taking its own path rather than just trying to be neck and neck with PlayStation again. Anyway, the best game exclusive to the Xbox ecosystem by thefreecheese.com. Ori and the Will of the Wisps. Best Xbox game with runners-up Phantasy Star Online 2 and Tetris Effect Connected. Ori and the Will of the Wisps, Matt. You played through Blind Forest in 2020 and then in anticipation of Will of the Wisps. I can't remember if that was...
I think... I don't remember. I don't remember how it worked. I want to say like I played Ori, and either during my playthrough or like right afterwards was when they announced Will of the Wisp at like E3 or something.
Oh, okay.
I think it was just good timing because I came off the high of that, and I think they announced the sequel, and I was like, all right, let's go. I'm ready. That was a good game. Or
maybe they announced the release date is what something like that.
Yes, I can't remember. But yes, like the things so Ori and the Blind Forest, I think, is one of the best modern Metroidvania games, period. I think its fluidity, it's some of its level design. I really liked the save system in that, where like you used one of like your special attack orbs to make a save point, and like it's save scumming, but with a currency attached to it. I think is really clever in something like this. Yeah, like I liked all the different mechanics. You end up getting with not Ori. Where is it now? I can't remember. Anyway, yeah, and in that story, it does one of those things where like it without saying a single word, you get tears in your eyes. And this one did almost the same exact thing. They try adding like side quests and stuff to it to make you explore different areas of the map that you probably wouldn't get to in the main part of it. And that the stuff I don't think was like the greatest. There was also a base building mechanic that wasn't like it wasn't essential for the main story or anything like that. It was just an option to continue playing the game after the fact. But no, once again, I think even with some of the same mechanics, I still think it stands out as one of the best modern Metroidvanias around, and it did the same thing, maybe even better, of telling a story with not much dialogue at all or subtitles, and making it a very emotional experience. And I think that is one of the reasons why it's probably one of my favorite games of the year, honestly.
I did play through the first Ori in hype of Will and the Wisp coming out, and yeah, like that was very it was oddly impactful, but I say oddly in a good way. It was just unexpected for me, because like I was just going into it just like, all right, it's a game, let's get through this, whatever. But I started getting really attached to it, just appreciating that art style and the music, and then knowing behind the scenes with the sequel, with like, and how that tied to that another Metroid remake or whatever, like the guy doing that, and then Nintendo blah, and then Xbox, hey, come over here, work with us. And then you get that, and then like, admittingly, I didn't play through the sequel entirely, but what I played of it, holy crap. Like, they just took everything from the first one just beyond, and I love that about sequels when they do that. And like the combat alone, favorite thing, so addicting. It was like more than orbs. You were just like beating the crap out of things now.
Yeah,
so
that
good.
was one of the things they added, was like a little like sword mechanic or whatever. And then, they did strip you of some of the powers you had towards the end of the first Ori. But I think those were like the first powers you got back within like the first hour, maybe 2 hours, and then from there it expanded. I think like Brian Altano like tweeted about it. He was like, one of the most brilliant things about this game was the fact that you get double jump first and you don't have to wait for it for like 4 power ups when you know you need it. Like, yeah, that was big, and I think that just lends to how good of a Metroidvania that this game is.
Yeah, I played a game this week that had double jump from the start, and I was like, God, why don't they all do this? Our first runner-up, Phantasy Star Online 2, had been a long time coming. It's been out in Japan for about a decade at this point, and we got our first taste of it in the spring on Xbox, followed by a PC release late spring, early summer. But also exclusive through, I think now it's on Steam, but at the time it had been only on Windows Store. But yeah, I mean, this was, Mark, you've been waiting for this game forever. You played some of the Japanese version way back when, but this was my first exposure to Phantasy Star Online. I had played Phantasy Star only in like random Genesis collections, or I played that Master System game that M2 put out on Switch. But, this was my first exposure to that, and really like scratched an MMO itch that I had kind of, I don't know, that I occasionally get. Like, I was playing DCU last year or the year before, whatever. Those types of things here and there. But yeah, PSO2 did something different, and I think also celebrates Sega in a way that I needed. But how was it for you, like, waiting a decade and then finally getting an official release? And for it to be on Xbox, of all places.
it's a roller coaster that doesn't have loops.
Yeah.
So, yes, it's fun, but it's just not the same as other roller coasters that I've been on. And time does play a big part with that, unfortunately. I still love it. I'm glad that it was finally able to come over. I'm glad that somebody cares enough to keep this going. I think that says a lot, and there's a lot of respect there for that. It is hard to not compare this to the first Phantasy Star Online that I've grown so attached to, that left an impression in me with its vibes and the way that is styled, and I'm just very nostalgic for it. Even though, that being said, 2 does do a lot of things that I really appreciate. Like, the combat is the centerpiece of this whole thing. Like, it has all the, tacked on free to play MMO stuff that you would expect. It's very I don't want to say gotcha, but like,
no, but so much of it is like
feature
going for fashion, right? Like, make yourself look cooler, make yourself get this thing, and all of that is tied behind bingo cards and scratch offs, and yeah.
They try to put so many bells and whistles on this, and it gets to a point where it's kind of hard to ignore, and it can be overwhelming. But only if you choose to as well. Like, none of this is necessary. You can just jump in and make it as simple as you want.
Yep.
You can play the same level over and over. The fact that you can be the same character and just switch between all different classes at any point in time with no penalty
that's super cool.
Such a godsend compared to other MMOs. And obviously this game still works and people still love it. That now we're getting a better, up-to-date, modern version of it.
I think partially a sequel in New Genesis. You know what I mean? Like, there's new content, new whatevers, and your character goes between both.
I think that says a lot for it.
Yeah, and I've gone through this game where I spent a week where I tried to like find the right rhythm to what am I doing, and then just walking away from it. And I've also spent a week where every day I just chipped away at, just jumped in and yep, let's just go. I didn't think, I just played something and it was fun. Yeah, I'm excited to see how I keep going with this game, and I'm happy that it finally came. And Xbox made it so much easier to want to get excited about it, because having Game Pass Ultimate meant that I got all those cool perks, and I was constantly getting things to cash in, or I got an Xbox jacket or a controller to carry around.
It was just so unexpected, because like this was, like you said, like it was in Japan for a long time, since like 2012 or something, and mostly, other than PC, PS4, like even Switch in Japan got it.
Yep.
But cloud based, but still
got it. Yeah.
And then like of all people, like Xbox to get it here is just it deserves a recognition.
I think that, it's funny, like, the games in this category, right? Like, Ori is it's not a first-party Microsoft studio. It's just someone that they work with to make an exclusive game. Phantasy Star Online 2, very Japanese. And Tetris Effect Connected, while not Japanese, developed by Enhance, who historically not had always worked with PlayStation. I don't want to say that because it's not true, but a lot of that stuff was PlayStation first, between Rez and Tetris Effect. There was the Vita game. Luminous. Jeez, I was gonna say Lumines. Old Ben Barrett style, but yeah, Luminous. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think Enhance and then immediately think Xbox. But Tetris Effect Connected was another one that came out, and our final runner-up. And that, too, it is Tetris Effect, so it's not a wholly new experience, but it is new to the Xbox. But the Connected piece is brand new, and I think that, I don't know, like the time that we spent with that stuff, playing through what they added in multiplayer, made that game so much better than it already was.
Yeah. Wholeheartedly agree.
Yeah. I don't have a ton more to say about Connected. We had fun playing that multiplayer, and I'm glad that they did it.
It lives to its name.
Yeah. So there's your best Xbox game, Ori and the Will of the Wisps, with runner-up runners up, Phantasy Star Online 2 and Tetris Effect Connected. We're going to move into best multiplayer. Since the beginning of our time playing games, we've always found a way to share it with others, even if it wasn't designed to do so. This award is for the game that did something special to unite us, for the game that found a way to get us playing together. And the winner for best multiplayer, Trackmania, with runners-up Phasmophobia and Deep Rock Galactic. Trackmania dropped in the middle of the summer at just the right time. Like, not that school's out because I'm 31, but like I felt like I could stay up late and play Trackmania in the sun. I don't know, something about that. Like, just everything felt right, and the idea of like playing on that giant bomb server with and so the award for this is not just because of that giant bomb server, although I spent a lot of time on it, but so much of Trackmania is like just seeing if you can do better than the next guy. And although it's not like straight multiplayer in that sense, that like asynchronous, like I want to do better than and see the real-time ghosts happening was super thrilling and engaging. But also the time that we get to spend together, playing through those stages and just laughing and listening to the music and looking at the weird stages and the backgrounds and all that stuff. Like, Trackmania was so much fun. And every time I go back to it because of the interactivity. Not necessarily because of the racing, but because I'm excited to see if I can do better than the next guy.
Yeah, it's funny you talk about timing, because, yeah, it kind of came at that right time, but also, like, it was differently. It came at the right time for me as well. I guess we'll get more into that when the retrospective comes up here, but, I got real into racing this year, oddly enough, and this, like, I don't know, there was something with, you just said, not sometimes it wasn't the game that, kept you going. It was just the socials, trying to be better. Not that you were trying to be better, but like, you just like playing it. It was fun, kind of like that. Like, it was kind of like a little bit of the opposite for me. Like, I like the aspect. I like when we're all playing together and just shooting the shit and, relaxing. But at the same time, when you got that checkpoint, you shaved, a half a millisecond off your time and it was green, you're like, oh man, I want to keep going this run. And the instant gratification of just restarting from the checkpoint just to figure out how from there the rest of the map goes, or restarting from the beginning because you knew you burned out and crashed and your time's all bad. Like, I think that game, for as arcadey as it is equally like very, very specific. I don't not this simulation is not the word, but like very like, it pays attention. Those little, how you go into a turn matters a lot in how you place on the server, or historically if the server records records and things like that. And it's weird when a game mixes those two but gets it right.
Yeah, there's nothing quite like Trackmania in that way. Our first runner-up, Phasmophobia, I did not get to play this year, but I've seen so much of it, and I've been fascinated with it from afar. Although it's just my imagination, knowing what it's like to play through it. Like, that one seems like such a great multiplayer game. Like, one, because you can't really do a lot in it without, I mean, you can, but like, it seems like so much of that game is built on the fact that you're playing with your friends, going on a Scooby-Doo adventure, except IRL. But Mark, I know this has been a good chunk of your back half of the year with Phasmophobia.
I think we're pushing almost 80 hours now with it. Yeah, like, it's weird because it's like, yeah, you can play this by yourself if you so choose to. It's going to be a little more tedious because of how much back and forth you have to do between going to the truck for equipment and going back to the house, and you can only carry like 3 things at a time. And one of them probably has to be your flashlight at all times. So really 2 items. But yeah, like with friends, obviously the experience is so much better, and that's kind of what it's meant for. And just the weird cycle of emotions you go through with this game. Like, initially, you don't know what to expect. Everything is weird. Even if you're into it, you still get a good, like, goosebump chill every here and there. Then you get to a point where you're so comfortable with it that it's not scary anymore, and you start taking it for granted. And then you never know, things change, or even though you're expecting it, it can still find a way to still like give you chills here and there, but like in a better way. So it's definitely interesting to be able to like not be stressed, but still have a good time being terrified, or just having fun with friends, goofing, and just the game just allows that. It doesn't punish you for doing that. I mean, unless you provoke a ghost and die.
And we did see a bit of that together in Deep Rock Galactic, where that is not a game I would play by myself, but playing it together made it, goofing around. Like, we're just having fun. I think the mechanics are really strong in Deep Rock Galactic. Like, everything works the way that you'd want it to work, and in some cases better than that. Like, the idea of a grappling hook, I know I keep going back to this grappling hook, but that is a lot of fun to shoot that thing and just go soaring through the air. But, like, the idea of that or the platform gun are, like, they make sense, but they feel better than you think they would. Because I don't know if I'm just accustomed to, like, certain games that come out now, like, just kind of, like, doing a thing, but not necessarily mastering it. And I feel like they did a really great job at really making those gameplay concepts feel right. And then you combine that with the fact that, like, we're hanging out just, talking whatever and murdering some spider bugs. I think Deep Rock Galactic has a lot of depth in that way.
They found a way to make these 4 classes work together so well, and by themselves, and then with each other, more so with each other. But also, like, the way you play the game and how it's so intuitive with it. Like, it doesn't try to force you to do it a certain way. You don't have to try to get this done a certain, like, you can approach it in any way feasible that you can, whether alone or with friends. And I think that part is something to really, really appreciate.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the Burger King of multiplayer games. And they don't hold you back.
That's the same.
Yeah, best multiplayer, Trackmania, with runners-up Phasmophobia and Deep Rock Galactic. Let's move into best DLC/expansion. Downloadable content, expansions, and updates are a regular part of video games today. Thanks to post-game support, the games we love the most can get even better. Some games turn around entirely and become something we never thought they would, and this award is for the single piece of content that made the biggest impact on us and a game in 2020. The winner of Best DLC or Expansion is Super Smash Bros. Ultimate for adding Sephiroth, with runners-up Super Smash Bros. Ultimate for adding Minecraft, and Pokemon Sword and Shield: The Isle of Armor. So the winner there, Sephiroth, really surprised. Like, as much as Minecraft, like, being added into Smash Brothers, and the fact that, like, you can play a weird side-scrolling version of Minecraft, albeit on a small stage-by-stage basis, in Super Smash Brothers as a fighter, is crazy. Sephiroth is crazier to me, just because I did not expect it. Like, when they announced Minecraft, I was like, oh, that makes so much sense. Sephiroth, I was like, really? Oh, I didn't think you were going to go there, but I also like the way that they added the challenge mode, so you could unlock them a couple days ahead of time. The, like, further integration of Final Fantasy stuff into the game, and the fact that they made a character who is heavy and light and quick, but powerful, like, all of those things all in one. I think also it just kind of put a cap on the year of Final Fantasy VII Remake, where I got my first real taste of Final Fantasy VII this year in the remake, and having Sephiroth as a playable character was like, I mean, I'm not one of those cool kids from high school who was like, the one. I don't have to go any further with that. You know what I'm talking about. I'm not there with Sephiroth, but also, like, it's cool. it's cool that Sephiroth is in Smash Brothers. What about you guys? Why did this get the vote over some of the other ones? Because I think that this was, not to pull the curtain back too far, but I think this was like we all voted on this one as the top one, right?
I think
didn't.
Steve was my.
Oh, I didn't. All right. Well,
my Minecraft.
You had Steve in front of Sephiroth. No, I mean I haven't played any of the new Smash content, but like I kind of forget I have my Switch right now because of the new consoles. But once I get back to that and turn it on for Pikmin 3 finally, I'm going to also buy the Sephiroth expansion and learn to play as him and maybe try to make him my third character. And what you said as well, I think they kind of made up for the integration of Cloud when they only put in like the one track and the one stage or whatever. I think they kind of made up for it a little bit with not only like the boss thing. I thought the boss thing was really cool, but making sure they add all the tracks and the good one, the One Winged Angel for Sephiroth. That makes all the sense. Yeah, and he seems as weird as Steve was. I think Sephiroth is, I don't know, from what I've seen of him, makes more sense as someone in Smash, but also doesn't make sense at the same time, which makes a great Smash character.
For the legacy of like video gaming, I think both make sense, but like Sephiroth is just an icon. You know what I mean? Like people who don't know much about video games like know Sephiroth.
Yeah,
I guess they know
to echo
Minecraft
that.
Steve too, but yeah, sorry, Mark.
Oh no, you're fine. I was going to say to echo that sentiment. Like me picking Steve over Sephiroth was kind of a trolly thing, but at the same time, I think I still kind of mean it. I don't disagree with Sephiroth winning by any means. I think Sephiroth was necessary for Smash. I think when you add a character and then you add a villain to it, I think that makes it a little more impactful, makes it a little more meaningful. It shows a little more love to that series. And Sephiroth makes so much sense after having Cloud in there, and just like in like that stage, and like you said with the music. And then it got me thinking, like, I think that's why I picked Steve, because it wasn't necessary. I think it was just a popular thing they decided to throw in there. And it could have been just that. But, like, Sakurai didn't stop there. He had to, like, rethink all the levels based around how Steve works.
Right.
And there was so much more work put into that than was even needed. It was like, why is this happening? None of this, you did not have to go this far with it. And he put, like, 300% into that when everyone else is at 200%, it feels like.
Yeah.
And but a lot of it will go unnoticed.
It will, and like had I not watched that video, the breakdown of Steve being added to Smash, I wouldn't have known about the like, hey, we had to redo all of the levels to make sure this block mechanic worked. Like that's something most people will never know, right? But like it's totally there, and I think that one, that attention to detail shows, and it makes Super Smash Brothers that much more special. But two, it made me care about playing as Steve in Smash Brothers, because when the placard comes back and you're like, you see who the character is. When it finally gets revealed, you're like, huh. I remember literally seeing that and going, huh, all right. And then you watch the breakdown video of everything that went into it, and I was like, okay, I'm actually really excited to try this character out. And he's not my new main, right? But like, the fact that so much attention to detail is there and so much care was put into that character, it made me enjoy it that much more. Where had it just been the reveal trailer, the release, I jumped in because I have the Fighter's Pass, I would have tried it because I have the Fighter's Pass, so I feel obligated, but they would have stopped there. But now, like, I've gone back to Steve a couple times. Not a ton, but, enough.
Yeah, I mean, if you gave me an option to play between the two, I think I would pick Sephiroth over Steve, but I still appreciate for what it is.
And our last piece, I know I'm the only one here that played this, but the Isle of Armor in Pokemon Sword and Pokemon and Shield was, the first step for me that the Pokemon Company took in changing Pokemon, I hope. You know, even if this is just DLC and it dies here and we don't see this past the Isle of Armor and Crown Tundra, I think that the open world nature they did, where they took the idea of the wild area from Pokemon Sword and Pokemon Shield and turned it into a journey that you went on as a character. Like there's a story of growth, like the quests you have to do are like small open world quests that feel like a bigger RPG quest than just what Pokemon has been. Obviously Pokemon is a JRPG, but there's not a lot of like other elements of JRPG outside of like battle system stuff, generally speaking, where this was like, let's add some of that stuff back in and make it a journey. And the fact that like you actually get meaningful rewards by the end of it, the fact that completing this, you get a cool Pokemon named Cubfu, who you can then take to an even harder challenge to level it up a specific way, that you unlock the ability to have your Pokemon follow you, because by going through the journey on the Isle of Armor, you've made a stronger bond with your Pokemon to the fact that they want to walk around with you. Like, that stuff narratively adds to Pokemon in a way that I didn't think I needed Pokemon to have narration, but I'm happy. And yeah, again, I hope that Gen 9 is, you know, what we saw started here with Isle of Armor. So there's that. Best DLC or expansion goes to Sephiroth in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, with runners-up Steve/Minecraft for adding to Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and Pokemon Sword and Pokemon Shield, the Isle of Armor. That's going to move us into our second retrospective here. So this is interesting. In a year where 2 brand new consoles released, let's back up a little bit. 4 consoles released. Nope, 5. You got your PlayStation 5. You got your Xbox Series X, Series S. You got your Game Gear Micro, and you got your Nintendo Game & Watch. Right? 5 console releases this year. None of them had a big, shiny racing game to jump into and kind of test drive these consoles with. You're welcome, Mark. 2 games were announced. We obviously know that there's a Gran Turismo in the works, and there's a Forza Motorsport in the works for the respective consoles, but no release dates. So instead, we collectively, coincidentally, explored some of racing's past to see how the genre has changed, and we looked at racing, I think, with a new perspective in some ways. We're going to start with Daytona USA, which, Mark, you spent some time playing some Sega arcade stuff, but Daytona USA is the one, right?
It's the one that stands out the strongest. I had a big Sega kick. Yeah, like you said, but at the same time, I think if you were to boil me down to what kind of games I like more arcade type games. And I was doing a disservice for so long, missing out on a lot of Sega-based arcade games. So now I've come to a new appreciation for a lot of it, and a lot of it is from my first time playing ever. In Daytona, first time, and played the port for Xbox 360. So I was playing on my One X to play this, and thanks to John Linneman to know that was like one of the proper ports to play. Man, it's just, yeah, like I usually play more like cartoony, less realistic racing games. It's just my preferred thing. I don't know how to describe this one because it kind of rides the line, kind of rides that edge in a way. Like it doesn't look realistic at all, but I love that. But the way you have to handle that car, you kind of have to take it serious a bit. You know, like it's like a little more so than Mario Kart. You know, like I guess, you know, because I think you can choose between automatic and manual, and then just knowing when to like change gears if you're doing manual. Yeah, but also, even with automatic,
you know, turns matter in this game. Where Mario Kart, of course they do, but like braking before a turn, pressing the gas at the apex of the turn, like all of those things that you'd learn in a Gran Turismo or a Forza, you also had to do in Daytona USA.
Yes, and like, but then there's also a little more beyond that too. Just like the way the levels are designed, the way, just how everything looks. Like I love that, like low poly, but everything is like super smooth and crisp. And there's little Easter eggs in the levels where like, you just wouldn't expect. So first level, right? We'll just use that as an example. There's a loop to go around, and you might see a slot machine like as a billboard sign, but it's moving. If you hit a certain button on your controller, you can actually stop that while you're racing, and things happen when you line it up and whatever. It doesn't really change the game, but it's just a cool thing to do. And they didn't have to do that, and then like it just the style of the cars stand out, the way you can the music mostly stood out to me with this. It made me appreciate this era of Sega, like the AM2 era with everything. I think they were ahead of their time with this. I think like a lot of leading arcade games around that time, I think mostly came from them. All the hits, like the Virtua series, a lot of that too. But yeah, somebody who doesn't really play a lot of racing games, especially more so on the semi-realistic side, I think this is my gateway into playing more serious ones if I wanted to. But this might be my favorite.
Have you gone back since and tried virtual racing by chance?
Did they port that on Switch?
That's the one on Switch from M2, yeah, part of the Sega 80s stuff. Yeah,
yes,
I've been playing a bunch of that recently, actually, because I went to go buy Daytona on Switch, and I was like, oh, they didn't put it here. But there's virtual racing, so I've been playing that one. But
I do like it.
Like, I remember playing Daytona in the arcade or like at the bowling alley when you would see one of those machines, and the music obviously iconic. But it's this year was so Sega heavy, which is maybe not a coincidence considering it was the 60th anniversary and there was a lot of Sega stuff that happened, but like there was a lot of Sega stuff that just kind of permeated my life this year. And like all along the way, like you getting into that Sega arcade stuff, I remember like reminded me like that arcade games are good. And I think that was also another moment, like when we talked about in the first retrospective round about like looking at games differently, I certainly found myself thinking about what games I wanted to be playing after you had spent time with Daytona. Which is funny that like a game I didn't really spend a lot of time with this year in Daytona, but you did, impacted what I was playing ultimately. Because I kept asking myself like, am I having fun with this? And that was like a question I continued to ask myself throughout 2020. And it made me stop playing a lot of things in favor of other things.
That you just reminded me, like, there's tracks in this game where like I'm just awful at it, and yeah, it did stress me out trying to time braking and accelerating and trying to know when to turns, and I'm like misreading the directions of them telling me how to do this, and I'm just not getting it and whatever. But that aside, it hasn't deterred me yet. Like I haven't gone back recently. I actually played a game that was inspired by it. I forget the name of it right now, and forgive me for that. But I know I think it's on Game Pass now, but it looks like a Daytona game, like, to boot. Like, it has like, that low poly look and everything, but you can customize the car and whatnot. But, like, if it wasn't for Daytona, I don't know if I would have jumped into that right away. And it's just seeing that game inside and out and doing the research on it and just seeing how it was made and just how it affected me definitely changes my views on games overall. And I just wasn't expecting that from this. Like, I want a custom cabinet in my room.
Yeah. You saw we talked about that on the podcast a couple weeks back, that the one they're doing, that Daytona, whatever you can buy. Right? Wasn't it Daytona?
Arcade 1-Up has an Outrun.
Outrun, that's what I'm thinking of.
Cabinet. I want that too.
Yeah.
But
so, separate from actually racing, Matt, you got into the other side of racing this year you kind of merged your love for sports with racing games. And Motorsport Manager was a game that I kept hearing all about throughout the year.
Yeah, published by Sega, ironically. So this is a
Interesting.
combination of what happens when there's a pandemic, all sports shut down. There's nothing to like a big part of my life is pretty much disappeared. And the first thing back is NASCAR, and I'm watching NASCAR. And funny enough, around that time, I noticed that someone I watch for NHL videos in their series, I see a random series about Motorsport Manager. I was like, oh, yeah, I'll give it a go. And I found a surprisingly deep sim about F1 racing. And I was like, this is weird. So I watched a couple episodes, and I don't know if he discontinued the series or if I caught up. I kind of forgot. Found someone else that was playing this and watched almost the entirety of like 100 episodes throughout a couple weeks. And I got it looked so fun. It looked so interesting, so different. And I was starting to get this racing itch because of there being no sports and that kind of being it. And yeah, I by chance had already owned it thanks to Humble Bundle. Because I was gonna buy it, then it was like $20 still on Steam. I'm like, that's not $20, whatever. And then I realized I had it, and man, what a unique little thing here. This is like, I don't even know where to start. I mean, it is what it is. It's at its base, it's a Formula One like team management game where you manage your car, you manage your mechanics, you manage your engineers, what parts you're designing, managing those parts, making sure they are always in condition to be raced, improving the condition of them so that way they last longer in a race and they don't fail on you. When you get into the race, managing the fuel mixtures, managing their pit, managing how, trying to tell your driver how hard to race if they're trying to overtake someone. And, they race too hard, you're going to use up all your gas. You're going to use, those tires are going to go away quite fast. It turned into me loving this game and learning a sport, and then applying that to actually watching F1 racing now, like religiously, like waking up at 5 a.m. to watch a race now. And that hasn't happened since playing like Madden 95 as a kid or anything. And I kind of almost relived like a weird childhood like thing. Like I learned so many sports through video games, and I learned a lot of F1. I mean, there's still lots to learn, all the fine details and stuff, but like I have a basis of what a F1 team may go through, and this game did a great job of one, having the tools to teach you and not making you feel totally left out, and two, like, there's a lot of moving pieces here, and you do have to manage it. I think I restarted a career. I know it was at least once, maybe even twice, because I found out I wanted to start, and I wanted to gear my development and research in a different way than I had already spent time doing, and I didn't want to like wait a full season for me to readjust that. You're not technically in the car, but you're managing and you're overseeing it, and I think if there wasn't a pause button in this, it would almost be like faster than light, in which like chaos is happening at like almost all times and it's hard to keep up with. But the fact that there's a pause button, like the game needs a pause button, and when you think about it, like you apply that to regular F1 racing, you're like, holy shit, how did they think this fast? How did they pull this off? And I am combining all those elements. I thought it was a fun game, and it helped me learn a brand new sport in a way. And it's funny that was published by Sega.
I know. The Sega rules. That's the big thing. But the thing that I take away from that too is like, I remember like you then getting into, like you mentioned, F1, like something in a game that could like leave the game and infect real life. You know what I mean? And
like I didn't really get into this either, but like this game came out years ago, but it still has legs because of its modding community. Every year, a set of modders, this is the same set, like put out a new like mod, and it's essentially adjusting the game for the current season of F1 with the modern teams, the drivers that are on those teams. They even like put like portraits for like the team owners. Like they do all these little fine details, and they even tune the game to add new features and stuff like that. And there's a whole like when he released the mod, they released it with a README through Steam, and like you go through and you're like, holy shit, they changed all of this like to make this work, and it's pretty impressive how this game still has legs, well after, this isn't like a yearly release. This was like a one and done, I think, for Sega, but yet it still has the legs it has and a dedicated fan base to it as well.
When I was doing research for this, I might have watched the same series you did. Because I found a playlist that was just freaking huge.
Was it Arava?
Yes.
Yeah.
And there was something I noticed about this. And then I watched other videos that used mods. And so I'm aware of the Fire Fantasy 20 mod. Mm-hmm. And it kind of led me to thinking, I guess kind of similar to Dark Souls, but not with my question. Now, when you customize your manager, right? There's like a backstory that you can have, mm-hmm. and that determines what perk you have when it comes to managing. And to me, this game is like, if I was to label this with a genre, it would be strategy racing simulator. Because it's basically a strategy game. Like as everything's happening, you can slow down. You try to adjust everything on the fly and to try to win. As like, yeah. But how far? Like I want to know how far do you go with your manager? Like, do you like? I don't know how many. I don't know if you've done like multiple playthroughs with this, or are you sticking with a consistent like one career or multiple careers? But like, do you role play with your backstory? Like, does that determine your decisions with your racers only because of that backstory, but not you yourself? Do you do that?
No, I never kind of like role play my actual manager or whatever. But like, one of the things I really liked, and when you start watching F1, you kind of realize why the game was structured the way it was. Mm. They're definitely just like baseball. How there's always the top tier teams, there's the mid tier teams, and then there's the teams that are tanking on purpose, kind of like for a draft pick. In F1, there are cars that are well ahead of their R&D, the middle of the pack, and kind of the bottom of the pack. And what I thought this game did really well was making you feel good about a 15th place finish out of 20 cars. Because the sponsorships have goals, and you when you start off either with like a low end team, or I created my own team called Maryland Racing, and I made the livery red and yellow for the state flag and stuff, and I had some fun with that. But like, when you're first starting off, you're not going to have a car that beats the top end cars. They don't use the actual names, but like, in Formula One, Mercedes is the top tier car manufacturer. You're never going to beat them in this game by starting off. But like, you get the sponsorships that say, all right, well, finish 16th, and then like, you get in these situations where you're like, you're in 17th, but like 16th is there, and you see the splits, and you see you're gaining like 0.3 of a second every lap. So then like, all right, do you push the car because your spoiler or like something in your engine's about to fucking blow up? Do you push it and try to get the extra money, or do you try to save your car and salvage whatever place you get, depending on the rules of the circuit you're in? So like, there's these little mini decisions that usually in racing games you only get like in first, second, or third place, but in this game I never fought so hard for the first few races to get like 16th place.
Damn. Respect.
So Sega didn't do this one, but F-Zero X I spent a bunch of time with this year. Which Sega did its successor, but I had never really played a ton of F-Zero. I obviously knew Captain Falcon first from Smash Brothers, and only ever played F-Zero through Virtual Console releases, or the first game I booted up when the Super Nintendo stuff got added to Switch. I was kind of drawn to it when it first dropped, but also I was happy that I was, because I felt like it sent a ping to some spreadsheet somewhere of letting Nintendo know that the first game that people play when they open up that thing is, and in my case, F-Zero. So I was another tick in that box. But F-Zero X, I never really even knew existed. I know that Mark had gone on about it. Gone on sounds like a negative connotation. That sounds it sounds bad for what I'm trying to say. But like, I know that Mark had been fond of it, but I never played a ton of it. And it is on Wii U Virtual Console, and playing it there, it's weird not playing with an N64 controller. But I do like that Wii U's Virtual Console, you can remap buttons slightly, not like fully, but you can do a little bit. So I could customize it so that it felt better for what I wanted it to fit, how I wanted the controller to fit the game. And I like that I could use that's the thing we forget about Wii U, that I forget, even though I have the thing out on display all the time, but like that gamepad, I could just play Virtual Console games right on it. I don't need to have the TV, but also I can be on the TV and play there as well. And F-Zero X at first is, not unlike looking at Daytona as like the arcade racer. Like F-Zero X is an arcade style racer, but it's fast and you can blow up your car if you're not careful enough. And it makes it difficult, and it makes it easy to want to walk away when you're not doing well, when you're not getting first place. But I found that the more I play, the better I've become at understanding how to move the car, or really move the stage. Because if you notice, this happens in Daytona, this happens in Virtua Racing, and it happens in F-Zero X. You're not controlling the car. You're controlling how the stage moves, but the camera is your car, right? And it's a neat, like, development trick that they do, to mess with your perception of everything, but you really are just moving that. And when you think of it differently that way, one, I think that opened up how I view game development. But two, I think it made me play the game better and have a deeper appreciation for it, to the point where now I'm like, I don't play it every day or every week even, but I'm like quietly obsessed with playing F-Zero X on my Wii U to slowly unlock more racers and just kind of get into F-Zero in that way. And it's something I think that, we talk a lot about, like, we wish that Nintendo would recognize these franchises. We wish that things would come back, and why haven't they made one of these and whatever. And all of those, there's answers to all of those questions. But ultimately, I looked at F-Zero as, I say, like, boy, they should make another F-Zero. But also, I haven't played all the F-Zeros, right? So, like, I haven't really gotten my fill yet, and this was a chance for me to say, like, let me try one out, right? Like, let me dive into it and really try and understand it, so that when I'm saying they should bring back F-Zero, I'm not just saying it out of, well, here's a list of properties they own and here's a list of games they haven't made, so here's a game they should make. It's like I can come at this from, with a bit of background and, honestly want it, like. I don't know. There's a lot of Nintendo franchises like that are just like lost to time, or games that like I think I've definitely done that where I've been like, boy, they should make another one of those, and it's like, well, I haven't played all of them. Like all the Sonic games, right? Like, to stick on the Sega jump, like I talk about, like, oh, they should make a new 3D Sonic. They should do that. They should try this. That I haven't finished Sonic Adventure 2. I haven't played Sonic Unleashed. Like there's all of that stuff that, like, I think. There's still games out there, and again, like we talked about with, like, exploring catalogs of things that we haven't before, F-Zero X falls into that wholly.
Yeah, it's funny because I do the same thing as you. I kind of would love to see an F-Zero on Switch. I think I played 30 minutes of F-Zero on Super Nintendo, like back in the day. I actually borrowed a cart from someone. And I was like, oh, this is hard. I died instantly. This isn't fun. And then I turned off my power, hit eject, and never put it back into the console. And, like, it's weird because I I love. I really want one, but like when you were saying this one specifically, I looked it up, and it's funny. Like this game did what Burnout does now. It even has that mode.
Yeah.
So it was like, oh shit, maybe I should give these other games a go because we're not getting a new good Burnout game anytime soon.
We're not getting a new F-Zero anytime soon, right? Like that's the thing that I kind of like fell into last year or 2020 was just like, yeah, I want new ones, but like there's so many games I haven't played yet, you know? Like there's so many games. So I don't know. Now I can say with a bit more confidence, I hope they do make an F-Zero game. But, you know, I still have GX to play. Is it AX, GX? Which AX is the arcade,
both.
GX is GameCube. Yeah.
I guess it was kind of a two-parter. And I feel like you kind of already answered this one a little bit. But after playing it, what feelings did this game invoke? And do they still resonate with you? And on top of that, who's your favorite racer?
Okay, so every time I play this game, I think about the Burger King N64 kiosks, like that tree and the N64 consoles coming. Every time I play this game, I feel like I'm in a Burger King. And something about this just screams Burger King in the 90s to me. The second I first watched a video about this, I felt that. The second I played it, I feel like I can still smell the plastic of toys that never existed, that were a tie-in for this game, that were exclusive to Burger King. Like, Burger King is what I think of when I think of this game, and I feel like I'm in a Burger King.
Okay.
Also, I raced with Captain Falcon a whole bunch with his black car. Yeah, but I'm going to be honest, I haven't really unlocked any characters yet. You know, like I'm bad at this game, so I'm slowly getting better, and like I can see the list of all the characters. And the one thing that's really rad that I talked to you guys about this before a long time ago, but you know, I believe that the Nintendo Switch Online stuff is the way that it is because of people like me and like everybody who said they wanted virtual console stuff. And then A, didn't buy any of it, or B, bought it and started it, played it for 5 minutes and never touched it again. And all of those statistics pushed back to Nintendo and said, people don't want to pay for these games, right? So they made the Switch Online library, which is a different approach, and it's still the same thing, where if you want to really get lost in something, you can go and you can play through The Adventure of Link all the way through beginning to end like I did in 2020. But you also have the 35 other games that you just open up, Operation Bomb Logic, or Bomb Logic, whatever the heck. You play those games for 14 minutes and you never touch them again and you move on and you didn't have to spend anything more than you were already spending. And I think that is an approach and that's an answer. The downside to that is we don't get a ton of information packed in with those games. On the Wii U Virtual Console, I can hit a button and I can jump to a web page that shows me the game manual. Like, they did high-res scans for all of these, and for F-Zero X, I'm like spending a bunch of time playing the game, but also like reading the manual. And so much of playing classic games used to be, for me, like falling in love with a game as a whole, and part of that whole was the manual and reading through and looking at the character art, looking at the way they designed a manual, like all that stuff that's now lost because
or like
you just have bad
set
tutorials
up for the story. I mean, I know this F-Zero is not that, but like usually the first page had a paragraph to set up the story because.
But F-Zero does that, right?
Oh,
like,
right. Well, great.
You know, but you're right. Like the first page would have that, and it would tell you all of that information, and you'd get to know them. And the manual for F-Zero X like breaks down every character in the game. So some of them I haven't seen yet, but I'm like, oh, I can't wait to unlock that one. And it gives you a little bit of backstory and things like that, and it's cool. And you know, so to me, like, that's F-Zero. That's the feeling, is like I'm feeling like I'm back immediately where F-Zero wanted me to be. I'm in a Burger King in the 90s and I'm living in that world and I'm living through the manual and I get to experience like that feeling of playing an N64 game. And I really wish that I think the modern Switch library stuff does a cool thing in the way that like it gives you a little blurb, it tells you when it was released and all that stuff, but I do wish it had manual scans, especially because we see in stuff like the SNES Classic and the NES Classic that they've done that work, they've built those websites, or really they've done that stuff for the Wii U. So just push to the CDN. It'll be okay. Yeah, it's I like that we all got into racing games in a way this year in different capacities. And I like kind of what they each meant to us. It's funny how it all shaped out. But yeah, it's Daytona USA and Motorsport Manager and F-Zero X.
Hot Shot Racing was the game that was like Daytona.
I was trying to look it up and I couldn't figure it out, but Hot Shot Racing. Is that on that is on Game Pass or no?
I believe so.
Sick. I'm going to check that out.
Oh, did anyone look at a racing wheel for a quick second this past year?
You know, that didn't even pass my mind for some reason. Like, I was like going way beyond, like, I was watching people who made custom cabinets and how they did it. I was almost on that route. And they had steering wheels.
I saw the price of some of that stuff. I was like, that's not terrible. And I was, where am I going to put it? And then I shot that
down. It kind of, Well, we're going to slip into our next break, or should I say drift into our next break. When we come back, we've got a couple more categories and another retrospective. Be right back. Welcome back to Game of the Year 2020. Our next category is Best PlayStation Game. As we reach the end of one of PlayStation's most successful generations, the PlayStation 4 was home to so many exclusives that took advantage of the years spent on development and understanding the hardware. Games on PlayStation 4 in 2020 were often long in development and finally reaching us just before we moved on to the next generation. The winner of Best PlayStation Game for 2020 is Final Fantasy VII Remake, with runners-up 13 Sentinels, Aegis Rim, and Persona 5 Royal. So, Final Fantasy VII Remake. I think, interestingly enough, I don't know, man. Like that game surprised me because about a month before it came out, I was kind of like, all right, I'm done. I don't care. And then something clicked. I think that demo hit. The demo dropped, and I was like, oh, this is actually really fun to play. Like the gameplay itself was a ton of fun. That combat system was, I don't know, super engaging, but also like, I don't know, it infected me in a way that I didn't think it would. And I wanted nothing more but to keep playing it. And then the way that game just kind of turned out all in the end was, I think, really, really well done. Like one of the best games of the year, but definitely out of like the PlayStation stuff, like just, I think it's fitting also knowing the game's history, but.
Yeah, it's funny. I think we had the exact opposite thing going on. I was super hyped. It was in all my predictions every year since 2017. I said that game was coming and never came. I most anticipated, I think, in my nominated that multiple times. And then that demo came, and I said, "Man, I'm hitting square a lot." I was like, "Oh shit!" And then it was one of those things like, "Oh man, I'm kind of too committed not to spend the $60 just to at least try it for a little bit longer." And then I ended up, yes, like you said, definitely PlayStation's finest game, in my opinion, if not maybe even game of the year. So like, man, what a game. I played the Midgar story of Final Fantasy VII so many times that the slight twist in this that deviated from 7 and maybe even setting up for like a weird part 2, part 3, however many parts they end up doing with this. It makes me excited for those parts. And then it also, like, I just, like you said, that combat system, this game has its problems, but its combat system rises above any of those. I think it is one of the best combat systems I've ever seen in a video game. I rate it higher than my love for the Arkham franchise of combat. I think anything that game did, bad or good, that got me into a combat fight was a good thing. It is so good. I never spent so much time in a battle simulator, and I wanted to spend time in a battle simulator. It's that system, how they honor the nostalgia of the ATB from the original and brought it forward to make this an action RPG, but like just respect that at the same time. I think was like the perfect marriage, and that with the mix of nostalgia and the slight variations in the story to make it different enough, I think, make it deserving of at least best PlayStation game this year.
I think the other big piece about Final Fantasy VII Remake is this is not the first time that Square tried to make this game. And I don't mean Final Fantasy VII Remake, but I mean Final Fantasy 13 and I mean Final Fantasy 15. And this is the first time that they did it, where both of those other examples tried to, you can see where they tried all of what 7 did so well before 7. And in the wake of playing 7 Remake and being like completely enamored with it and loving every bit of it, going and trying, I mean, I didn't go back to 13, but I went back to 13.3 and I went back to 15, and neither of them felt as good as this. And then you play something like a Batman Arkham, or you play something else and it's like, I wish every game had this, right? Like every game needs this 7 feel. And I think that it's tough because something like 7 is so highly regarded. We talked about Sephiroth with the like best DLC stuff and like how much weight people put on that original 7. And I think that what's interesting is like, this is a lot of the original creators now like taking 20 years of experience and applying that to game development, but it's also as much like a good cover song or like an adaptation. You know what I mean? Like when you watch, to go back to the Batman movie, right? Like, or Batman game, when you watch a good Batman story, you're never thinking like, well, this is nothing like the comics or whatever. You're thinking like, wow, I like their take on it. You know what I mean? Like, or I don't like their take on it, but whatever it is, like, I think it's when Final Fantasy VII Remake was first being talked about and everything, it was like, how do you redo a classic like that? Like that game's so highly regarded. How do you do it? And I think that they answered that question from beginning to end in this, where it's like, you can do it. Like you can just make it its own thing, right? Like they changed some details. They modified some of the character things. They fleshed out some characters. They did all of those things. And I think they did it in a way that said, like, the old one's still there, man. Like, you can go play it right now. It's not changing. It's always going to be what it is. And this doesn't take away, or maybe it does take away or add stuff to the original, but it's still its own thing. And I think it works super well in that regard. And I'm just completely impressed with this game.
Yeah, I think it's one of the few times that like you see a game with so high expectations and it lives up to it, and you don't ever see that. And I'm not just talking like Cyberpunk. I'm talking like almost anything. Like even movies. Like you just something gets so hyped, and then when it releases and is actually like good, like as good as you think it could be, that's rare.
Yeah, it really is. Mark, you did not play 7 Remake, but how has that, like, where do you fall on this one?
I think this was my top vote, even though I didn't play it. I think just because I've seen so much of it from so many people that I think I have a pretty as clear as an understanding as I'm going to get from an outside perspective on what this game is, where it's coming from, where it's going, what it stands for. So much that I don't even see the R in it as standing for remake anymore. I kind of see it like standing for like remix. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it does things differently. It definitely deserves a name remake for sure, but I don't know. to me, it's like it does so much so new and without like I don't know. I feel like I use the words unique and refreshing like way too much, and they start to lose their meaning.
No, but it applies.
Yeah, I really think they found a way to please as many audiences as they can in a like in such a good way, in such a good light. Seeing the development process of this and thinking that like at one point it probably wasn't even going to come out, wasn't even meant to happen technically, and then it was going under another like one studio, and like that one looked different, and then that one stopped, and now it's in-house, and
that was scary.
Then now we got this,
Yeah,
and then like everyone was
with 15 almost, where it just went through development hell almost.
Yeah, and then we're only getting part 1, so it's like not even complete, and everyone was scared about that, and like everyone was just scared of the unknown.
Yeah.
And now that I think that we do have a slice of it, I think it's a very good slice, even though I have not touched it, and I think that also says something about it. That if it can be recognized without even having to play it. I've only played a little bit of the original. I've never beaten it. I haven't beaten any Final Fantasy. Let's be honest. But this is one of the ones that obviously made an impact on me, just like a lot of other people. And even for newcomers who haven't played any before, I still think that this holds up, and they will feel just as impacted, if not more, by this remake. Just because of where we're at with technology and storytelling and what it can do. So it's a true testament.
Speaking of storytelling, 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim, our first runner-up. I think storytelling is kind of the first bullet point when you talk about 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim. I think the way that game tells its story in such an out-of-order fashion at first becomes... it's extremely confusing. And, like, who is what? Which timeline am I in? Where am I? What's what? And then as things start to converge in more ways than one, I think that game just really becomes something more than the sum of its parts. I think like that is a prime example of that, where it just like storytelling, the way that it combines visual adventure novels with, or visual novels / adventure games with, the RTS stuff, like that whole strategy game aspect of it, that I think in some ways can hurt it other than others, but like it does complement the story in ways. But ultimately, like just what a special, weird game that you could not play anywhere but PlayStation.
Very true.
And it made me want a noodle sandwich. So,
well, what was the name of it?
Yakisoba Pan.
Yakisoba. Yeah, so I did finally, get to dip my feet in this, and I wish I had seen it through to completion. Obviously, we don't have to talk about spoilers at all, but I might think it's safe to assume that where I'm at in the game, it's not going to pull any more rugs out from under my feet. I don't know. It seems maybe I'm sure it has a few tricks left, but I don't know how surprised I am going to be by it, which is fine.
I'll agree with that. Like, I necessarily was not like surprised, just because they set the stage so weird already that by the time the surprises start happening, you're like, yeah, I'm following. This makes sense, even though it's absurd and weird.
Like once I started noticing a theme, I'm not sure how meta they're going with it, or if it just stops where it's at. Like I don't know how with me sounding so cryptic, I don't know how important of a part that actually is in the overall story, or if it's just something to keep you interested in going just as a fun detail. Mostly with its references is usually what I'm alluding to. I don't know.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I won't say anything specifically, but I found that like what was interesting about the references to like real world media and things like that is how much they played into things, but also how much I found myself interested in those properties after the fact. Like as soon as while I was in the middle of this game, I immediately was like, I'm just going to watch all those Godzilla movies. You know what I mean? Like stuff like that like left the game and infected real life. Reading interviews with the guy from Vanillaware, talking about like the influences for the stories writing and like doing all that stuff where I'm like, okay, I'm going to go watch this anime now. I'm going to go read this manga, listen to this album, like all that stuff that I wouldn't have done otherwise.
You got motorsport managered.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Like it got me.
Like a lot of it was just so transparent with like, with what it's taking from. I just wasn't sure if like, is this going somewhere? Is there a reason for all of this, or is it just being cute? And if it's being cute, it's fine. I just don't know. And so that part I do regret for not finishing it and seeing if that part does. But I'm just assuming that it doesn't. It's just a cute detail just to help tie things together. But I don't know. Could be wrong.
I hate that we have to talk cryptically about this game, not just for listeners, but for me as well. But I think one of the things I'm very excited about with this game is that next year's Game of the Year, this will be talked about, because this game this was the definition of out of time for me. It's just that you both played enough of it to probably rule it out. But like once I find a gap here, and it might even start tonight, honestly. Like who knows? Like, you know, depending on how the rest of our, because we have the winners of the initial stuff, but let's when we get to the actual meat and potato category here, who knows how that shakes out? And I might be playing it tonight. Who knows? But like, I've never seen a game that was like kind of a random thing. Yes, it's Vanillaware. I'm aware of that, but like such a random thing, and it just got buzz. It just kept getting buzz, and it's still like that buzz, and it's still being talked about. And you know, up until now, like, you know, as a runner-up for this, I haven't played it, but I feel like it's going to be heavy in deliberations going forward the rest of the day. So like, I think there's some respect there, and I can't wait to finally get my hands on this. And I fucked up my voting, but I realized if I did redo my vote, it wouldn't matter. Yeah.
It is one of the best animes I've ever played.
Yeah. Like, for sure. And it's, you know, the one thing that Matt pointed out, too, like, the fact that it's Vanillaware and you kind of know what to expect. Like, this is a super ambitious project for Vanillaware. And I was expecting, when they first announced 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim, a new Vanillaware game where you play as high schoolers who jump into mechs. I was like, oh, sick, it's going to be Dragon's Crown with mechs. Nope. Not at all. Like, not one bit. And I was happy to learn that it wasn't, you know, and the deeper I went into the game, the more I just appreciated it for what it was.
Yeah, like, because the RTS side of it, like, it looks kind of Tron-like to me, because it's just a plain grid. Yeah. But, like, at first I was a little taken back by it, because I was hoping for, like, some brawling mech.
Yeah, no, me too.
Like,
I'll take a light bike, though. I love Tron.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of move along the roads in that light bike.
You can have a light mech. If this game was just the RTS or just the like visual novel-esque side of it, I would still be okay with this. It's so weird. Like it's so. Yeah, like it has an odd way of pacing and storytelling where it's just like, try, as weird as it is to say this, try not to make sense of it at first. It starts to click together, and like I just wasn't expecting it for it to click the way it does. It's just left field, a good left field.
And our final runner-up, Persona 5 Royal, another game that lets you eat yakisoba pan. What I love about Persona 5 Royal is that it is the first Persona game I actually got through. You know what I mean? Like, every other one I've, like, kind of tried and bounced. Even the Shin Megami Tensei games, as I've played them, I've kind of been, like, getting a little bit into it and then moving on. But this is the first one where I'm, like, I'm in, dude. Like, fully in. And I get it now, right? Like, the world has opened up. I've got a full party, and I'm to the point where like I have multiple party members that I need to like manage, and like who do I want in for this palace? Who do I want in for this battle? Who am I going to spend time with today? Why am I spending time with them? Do I care? Like all of those things. And what I love about it is like when I first played, so I played this, I don't remember, I think a year ago, before Royal came out in the States. I played the original Persona 5 because it was on PlayStation Now when I was doing that for a little bit. And, you know, I had played it like 2 or 3 months after coming back from Japan, and like wandering through the subway, like I was kind of like getting all those pings again, just like, oh, wow, look, right? But being separated from that part of it, because I think like that happened, and then I ended up like just moving to Yakuza Kiwami because it was like more realistic to me in the sense of like wandering through Japan. I don't know, like that feeling led to that rather than wanting to play more Persona 5, where Persona 5 Royal, now that I'm in it and I kind of like get it, and I get the idea of what the Phantom Thieves are, and the idea of like stealing the hearts of, you know, whatever. And with 2020 especially, you know, like there's so much that you wish that you could climb inside of somebody's inner conscious and rob them of their treasure inside of their palace so that they have a change of heart and stop being terrible. You know, and the game deals with such real awful things, you know what I mean? Like the first palace, you're going into the mind of a gym teacher who's physically abusing all of the volleyball team, and threatening, like sexually harassing students with the threat of like kicking their friends off the volleyball team, and therefore like making them lose their scholarship. Like all of those things that like, it's awful, but like, you know, in the guise of a video game, it's obviously lessened a little bit, but it's still, you know, a real thing. And the way the characters come together around it, the way that you kind of impact the world, and there's like a sense of hope within Persona 5 Royal that I think I appreciate, where you can see that, you know, people start to, there's an in-game thing, like as the Phantom Thieves, you know, your team of people start to change the hearts of terrible monster people. There's a fan site, it's PHAN site, set up for the Phantom Thieves, and there's a thing now at the loading screens, where it's like a percentage, like, do you believe in the Phantom Thieves? You know, and when it starts, it's like 1.2%, 1.3%, and it toggles depending on what you do. But as you keep doing things and you're cleaning up the mementos, the underground dungeon, and you're taking down the next palace and the next palace and whatever, like that's climbing, you know, the percentage wise, where more and more people are believing in it. And they're going to the fan site saying like, hey, this guy is extorting people for money in Shibuya. And like, this guy is, whatever, right? Like there's just all these things that you end up chasing down, and you kind of, each character has their own world all about them, where like, the more characters you meet, the more you realize like everybody has their own hell they're going through, and they deal with it in their own way. I don't know. There's so many like things that kind of cross back into this side of things where, I don't know, it blurs the lines between fictional character and real world, you know, people and yourself. And to that end, I think another piece that, you know, maybe I'll talk more about this later on when we talk about Persona 5 Royal, but the one thing that's been interesting for me, especially stepping into, you know, this year, but I've never been someone who's been like, okay, I'm going to make a bunch of New Year's resolutions, but playing Persona 5 Royal, I've noticed how the character is forced to divvy up their time, and I'm like, I need to get better at time management, just across the board. And like, do I do that effectively, right? Like, you need to make sure that you're, because especially this year where I've been isolated, right, in this down here, like, am I spending enough time with people I care about? Like, and that doesn't mean physical time. That means like, am I making sure that I'm spending time hanging out with you guys playing a game or doing whatever? Am I spending enough time with the pups going outside for a WALK, right? Are
you spending enough time with yourself?
Right. You know what I mean? Like, Am I doing all these things? Am I putting my interest and my energy into things that make me feel better and potentially level me up in a way, right? Like, how am I spending my time, right? And I mentioned earlier,
next 100 hours on Call of Duty this year.
But there's so much that you get out of that, right? Like there's value in that. And I think that's the other side of it too, is it's easy to want to beat myself up for the things that I would do that were not whatever. But Persona 5 Royals made me appreciate those things even more. So any of the time that I did spend doing what would be nothing, right? What value did I get out of it? Or what did it provide me in that moment or that time spent with it? And that's okay because I got something from it. It's the things where like getting off of Twitter last year and being out of that, like that changed something and that led to another change to another change to another, right? Like all of those things. And Persona 5 Royal was kind of with me all along, even though I hadn't been playing it, or, you know, like, and looking back, I see how much more that makes an impact on me than just playing the game itself, which the game is also incredible. Like everything they do as a game system is so fully realized, like not unlike Final Fantasy VII Remake, where like everything that they've done to the best extent. But in some ways, actually, I think Persona 5 Royal does the things better than 7 does. But like the battle animations are all thought out so carefully, and like everything you could do, you can do, and it also has several layers to it, right? Like you slowly learn throughout the game, like you learn that you can obviously attack weaknesses and that triggers a certain thing, but you can, if someone doesn't have a weakness, if an opponent doesn't have a weakness, then you can attack it in a different way and then use another character's skills to take advantage of a status effect. And that has a different outcome. And eventually you get to a point where your characters start working together to do these like ultimate finisher moves. And all of those have their own special animations. And it's just something that stood out to me where it's like, you learn enough about this game where you're like, this is a really great game. And then you learn even more about it and they introduce 3 more systems and you're like, this game is so good. And they keep stacking things and it never gets to the point of being overwhelming. It just gets to the point where it's like, they've thought of everything when they made this game and they wanted to make the best version of it they could, and they did. And I think that that's like the most impressive part of Persona 5 Royal to me is everything.
Had I played this game, this would have been my favorite anime that I played.
I really, and like they do so much of that, and there's so much character development, so much you get to learn about every character. And again, like I said, like you learn, just like in 13 Sentinels, you learn so much about yourself through playing this game.
Go Iman, 10 out of 10.
Final Fantasy VII Remake. Best PlayStation game with runners-up 13 Sentinels, Aegis Rim, and Persona 5 Royal. It's going to move us on to our next category. Man, did we really go? Okay. Our next category.
We deliberated almost again. Yeah.
Yeah. Best ongoing game. So we talked earlier about best DLC or expansion, but more than a single update or a single piece of content, video games have the chance to live. We all have that one game that we keep coming back to, and this award celebrates the games that remain fresh while continuing to offer reasons for us to return. The winner is Call of Duty, with runners-up Animal Crossing New Horizons and Rocket League. So as someone who's not played Call of Duty since Black Ops I, and prior to that, since Modern Warfare 2, this was like, I don't know if I voted top for this, but like I immediately saw this. Like just seeing what this game has done over the last year since Modern Warfare launched, and hearing, Matt's time spent with the game, like sorry, I did not mean to like bogart this category right off the get when I didn't play the game, but like Call of Duty is impressive because it's a game franchise that I saw as on the decline, and I saw a lot of other game franchises and newcomers taking what Call of Duty used to be king at and becoming, the talking point. And it just no longer it was of its former glory, right? Like, or fall into its former glory. And this year in particular saw the whole tide shift way back. It's not to say that Fortnite isn't still popular. It's not to say that PUBG still isn't doing what PUBG is doing, right? I think PUBG is still very popular overseas. But Call of Duty just took back so much of what it had lost, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It started, to be fair, this all started last year with Modern Warfare. Modern Warfare kind of reloaded, soft reboot, fucking killer campaign. The multiplayer was back. It felt good. The new engine really did some stuff. And then this year, they released a thing called Warzone. And man, I still think I think the armor system may have caused some balancing problems in guns, and that's why the meta can be the meta sometimes. But man, the simplicity of like the armor system, the buy stations, the loadout things, relating it back to what, you know, your loadouts in Modern Warfare, but now like Black Ops, Cold War, man, and like, you know, they've been continually changing it, sometimes slower than what like me and the general consensus would like, but you know, they're doing the map changes like you see in Fortnite and some of the other things. But I think like the real thing here is not necessarily what Warzone kind of did throughout the summer into the fall. I think it's what they did recently, and I don't know if I've ever seen another video game franchise do this, or if they even can pull this off, with the synergy between one season pass shared between essentially three different games: Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War, Call of Duty Warzone, and Call of Duty Modern Warfare. And that is impressive. That is like, Warzone is the glue that holds those other two games together, yes, but like right now as we're recording, some of the gun balancing is more towards Cold War, and it kind of almost in a weird way makes you want to play and buy Cold War right now. And I may be seeing a little grimy, but they've done the free weekends, so like if you really want to be that person, you can grind out and get the guns that you want to have to run Warzone. But they're also respecting the crowd that started all of this last year with Modern Warfare, and some people aren't like, Call of Duty Black Ops is not my favorite, or Black Ops Cold War, sorry, is not my favorite game. I don't even, the campaign was great, but actually playing the game I don't think is even like top 5 Call of Duties. There's just something weird about it, especially after Modern Warfare. But like, I'm playing it to get the guns for Warzone. But like, the other thing is like, for the season pass that you buy every 3-4 months or so, like, to get the stuff in it, I don't feel bad like going to Modern Warfare and playing Search and Destroy there, or risk regular team deathmatch. Yeah, I probably have all the guns I need to have unlocked in Modern Warfare, but like, I like the way that game plays better. I like the way the guns shoot. I like the guns in general just better over there because they're not stuck in a certain time period. Just like the synergy between all three of those titles under the Call of Duty umbrella, and how it seems to be is going to probably stay like that, especially the way they talked about the release of Cold War this year. That's something monumental. And I'd be sad if they took out Modern Warfare from that season pass going forward, unless there's another game, or they even add another game. That would be even more impressive, in my opinion.
I think even like, Matt, if this was a series you never touched, I think I would still know, just from an outside view, again, how important this series is. And
this year,
mostly
too.
Because of
like,
like mostly, but also like thanks to my brother. For as long as I've known, like since he's owned a 360 and forward, the only games that he owns for it are Call of Duty games. That's like all he plays. And I think from this year, it got to a point where him and his friends entered a tournament or two and like actually won a couple and like won money off of that. Like every time I see that when he's on, that's all he's playing. So like, no matter where I'm at, I cannot ignore this series even if I wanted to. And like, yeah, like I think the last I played it was maybe Modern Warfare 2 or something. And I do like it from afar. I wish I was more into it and whatever, because like it feels good when you do get the kills. And just seeing the little crosshair, it's addicting. It's just but no, like I there's nothing but respect for this series regardless of where I stand on it. Like, if that has to be acknowledged so much.
Our first runner-up, Animal Crossing New Horizons. We'll talk more about this game when we talk Best Nintendo and get the Game of the Year later on. But, Animal Crossing hit hard really early on. And then I fell off. Easter was pretty rough, but I stuck it out. And then the summer, I kind of just, when I checked in on my birthday, I checked in here and there, but there was always a reason to go back. More than just like, there's the monthly change, right? There's the like, hey, there's new bugs, there's new fish. And that was enough to like kind of whatever, but like, the fact that I kept wanting to get fossils every day, right? Like, I know that's inherent. It's not anything new to New Horizons, but, the fact that it gave me something to do each day. I talked about with Persona 5, like, needing that checklist in real life to, like, make sure I'm like, am I doing this? Am I optimizing my time in this way? Like, what am I doing? And New Horizons did that. I felt it most with Halloween, because prior to the Halloween stuff, I was kind of done. And I remember thinking, like, I can't believe how much time I spent with this game at the beginning of this year and how little I've touched it since. And then Halloween happened, and I was like, well, all right, I'm back in. And I was in. I played almost every day in October to collect all the candy and get ready for Halloween and all that. So much so that, like, so, don't know if you guys know this, but not really any trick-or-treaters this year. However, we still did try. So what we did was put together baggies of candy, wrapped them up, and then sat out. I had like at the bottom of the stairs, where by the sidewalk, put the baggies out with a thing of hand sanitizer. And the hope was if trick-or-treaters did go out, come by, grab a bag, hit sanitize, grab a bag, move on. I had literally one family, and it was like, or not, it was like two families together, but two kids, two bags left. There was some guy, literally just some dude who walked by, and I went, "Happy Halloween, you want some candy?" And he just kind of grunted and took a bag. I was like, great. But like, we made up, like, I don't know, I figured like maybe I get 20 kids, right? 2. I sat out there in the cold, because at this point it was cold, like to the point where like my hands were getting chapped sitting out there. But I sat out there playing my Switch with a dumb Batman mask on, just doing the trick-or-treat stuff all in Animal Crossing. And then like kept up with it a little bit after Halloween, but came back around Christmas, like doing the snow and building snowmen. And like, it's how I brought in 2021 was like we both like fired up our Switches and sat in front of the lobby, like counting down 3, 2, 1 with Isabel and fam. Watching fireworks and all that stupid stuff. It's, it's not perfect, but it kept me coming back just to see what else was there. Seeing what changed, seeing what got added to the store, etc.
I think one of the biggest accomplishments is like those like little things that change. Like it keeps it like not just fresh, but it keeps it in the news.
Yeah.
Like I can't tell you how many times on IGN, like the beginning of the month is like, oh, either the end of the month or beginning of the month. It's like, oh, here's all the new fish and bugs.
Yep.
Oh, better catch these fish and bugs before you leave. And it keeps like, I mean, granted, Victoria plays Animal Crossing next to me almost every day. But like, if it wasn't for her, I would still be seeing it at least a few times a month, just from the patch notes almost. That's essentially all it is.
Yeah.
And the fact that it's changing that much, the fact that the holidays were a big change, a big shift. I think that deserves to be awarded in some way.
Yeah. Then Rocket League, our final runner-up.
Yeah, this was the, I probably would not have put this on the list if it weren't for the big change to free-to-play. There are aspects that made that better. I think there's also aspects that made it, not as great. But I think just the ability to get this into more hands. I saw my friends start playing it more. Start playing it. Period. And then actually, like, not only like it was like the weird thing before when it was on PlayStation Plus. Oh, this is a weird thing. Let's try it. Now that you can get your hands on it. They play it and it clicks. It's car soccer. Oh, this is actually kind of fun. And maybe we won't play it every night together, but like every once in a while we'll be like, oh, let's change from Call of Duty to Rocket League. And I think just that boost of new audience, along with, I think cross-play came this year as well, if I'm not mistaken. Along with that has just helped the servers keep living, good, healthy life where you can find the matches that are balanced for you. So, yeah, I am curious to see what they do. They've been trying to experiment with some new modes that are a limited time. I don't think any of them really sticking as good as the other stuff that they've done in the past, but no, the free-to-play and cross-play stuff, definitely, I think it's just helped the game overall, not necessarily maybe for like the player.
Best ongoing game, Call of Duty, with runners-up Animal Crossing New Horizons and Rocket League. It's going to bring us to our next category, most surprising. This award is for the game that we had no idea we wanted. In some cases, our nominees were first announced and released in the same year, 2020, where others just simply caught us off guard with what they ended up being and doing upon release. The winner is Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2, with runners-up Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity and 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim. We talked a lot about Tony Hawk earlier, but that, the fact that it existed alone was a surprise. The fact that it came out and it was incredible was a surprise. I think across the board, this is deserved of the award.
I agree. I don't have too much to add.
Yeah.
And then...
Ditto.
Huh?
No, just
yeah,
ditto.
yeah. Then Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity, such a surprise. I think, I don't know, Matt was the naysayer in this, but I remember largely thinking that Breath of the Wild 2 would be out by last holiday, and obvious circumstance quickly made it apparent that that was not going to be the case. But I did not expect Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity to ever exist. Like, who asked for this? Who asked for a sequel to a spin-off in a franchise, or in a genre that I think worked well for Zelda, but also like, no one's like a hardcore crazy like, oh my god, Hyrule Warriors is the best game. You know what I mean? Like, it just no one asked for this, but it was...
I'm finding that guy now. You put me on a mission.
Is it?
No.
Yeah? Yeah. No, I mean, I like the first one, but it's just, I don't know, I did not expect this at all. And then the fact that it's a canonical prequel to Breath of the Wild, and it's good. You know what I mean? Like, just Age of Calamity is super surprising. And that I want more, too. I think that's also surprising.
Well, you're gonna need something to bridge the gap between Breath of the Wild 2 and 3. So
yeah,
there you go.
We'll give it time.
Yeah, we'll see how much of it ends up being canon or retconned.
And then 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim, I think, like we said, we kind of had expectations of what this game was going to be based on the fact that it was Vanillaware, etc., but did not expect what I played, and super surprising.
Also, like, I don't think I expected it to stick around as much as it did. And I think that's why I voted. Pretty sure that's why I voted so high on this, because I would have thought it would have been like any of their other titles. Like, it comes, it's good, and then like it kind of moves away. And it had its time. This just kind of keeps sticking in all this reset era for them. So yeah, we'll see.
So most surprising, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2, with runners-up Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity and 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim. Going to bring us to our final retrospective section. 2020 was a year where we were finally able to say, what was that game? And then, jump back into things that we had forgotten about or missed. We spent time with relics of the past, otherwise forgotten history, got lost in a world through another lens, and finally stepped into those games that got away. Matt, why don't you start us off with The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt?
Yeah, this is one of those things where I think it was after Dark Souls. We're going through canonically throughout the year here with me. I was just looking for something to play. Of course, one of those games. I think I said it earlier. Something has to follow a From Software game for me. And I think I was bouncing off a couple things, and I noticed this was on Game Pass. We were in lockdown. I had a lot of time on my hands. I was like, you know what? Cyberpunk 2077's on its way. Let's go play one of the most well-regarded games probably in history. It's also made by the same development team that's making Cyberpunk. And I played it, and I liked it a lot. I don't know if I absolutely adore it and love it. Like, it's like one of my best gaming experiences, like some people talk about. But I did fall in love with it. I enjoyed playing as Geralt. I enjoyed the story that was unfolding in front of me, even with being thrown into like the middle of it, with it being 3, and it kind of relying on some stuff in the past. But you kind of got a sense of like, yes, it's a very good open world game. It does things a little bit different. I feel like a lot of my choices, especially in the story, had consequences at the end, or deviate. Like, my actions actually had major things happen, which was nice, and some of them are even considered side quests, which I think were cool. And then you had the whole hunting side of it, which which a Witcher is. They go out and hunting demons and monsters and things like that. So I like that a lot. There was even like a lot of the side quests that like didn't have big major story implications. Even them were some fun, and I think I've talked about it. Maybe I think a couple times now on the podcast about the woman in the well and the demon and finding the artifact and stuff like that. Like how that was just a little side quest, but like it took so much time, and it was kind of interesting to find out what happened to someone. And like it just, I don't know, it's all just kind of snowballed into one of my favorite things I played this year. And, Cyberpunk is what it is. There's a reason why we haven't talked about that game yet, and I don't think we're going to. But, that's not because that it's probably not a good game. It's just it has a lot of the same systems as The Witcher 3, just disguised as something else, and that's not the next evolution of open world games, in my opinion, because I saw it in this game, which was revolutionary at its time. And, I'm glad I played it. I think I've seen my time with this game. I would love to get to the DLC at some point, but my save is locked on Xbox, and unless I buy it on Series X when they do their next gen update, who knows when that's going to come now? Just now at this point, maybe then I'll go back into Blood and Wine, and I forget the other one. But no, like for that game being up to 90 hours, the 30 to 40 hours of me completing it were a lot of fun. And I'm glad I finally got to see it through, because I can appreciate it for what it is now.
Were you on either team of Triss or Yennefer?
So this is the thing. All right, so you look at the threads, and people are like, well, if you play the first 2 games, you're Team Triss. And then I said, fuck those people. I'm Team Yen because she's cool. She's in black.
All right.
Plus, you're looking for in the very beginning of the game. You're not looking for Triss. Remember, this is not your story. You're just playing through the eyes of Geralt and kind of controlling his actions. Geralt is looking for Yen. You just happen to run into Triss in this game. Just going to throw that out there. So yeah, Team Yen. And I did the fucking side quest where we confessed our love to one another without a spell being in there. So boom.
All right.
Witcher 3, I remember, like, the thing that stood out to me was those side quests and those things that just, they added so much more to what that world is and the world building. And, I hope that more companies steal that idea. More developers start to look at how do you build an effective world, and how do you make something feel lived in? And how do you make everything you're doing relevant to the game? Something that I think indie games do well a lot, and something that I found in Aeroporter this year, which is from Yute Saito, who you may know from, speaking of Sega, from Seaman, among other games. But Aeroporter was a 3DS game where you control the luggage belt
Conveyor
of an
belts, yeah.
airport, or of an airplane. Yeah, of an airport. So interestingly enough, the 3DS got announced as being discontinued this last year, and I said, well, I should buy a 2DS. Obviously, as you do, because I never got the original 2DS, that little wedge.
Doorstop.
And I always thought that thing was so cool. But by the time I had upgraded my 3DS XL to a new 3DS, sorry, why would I go back? And actually, you can't go back. Like, you can't downgrade your account and move from a new DS to one of the older ones. So all of my like account and all that stuff is still on my new 3DS, and I just have a factory 2DS that I can pop carts into and use the eShop with a different. I have to use a different account. Like, you can't do any of that stuff. It's all separate. But what it reminded me of,
on a different note.
Huh?
What a headache on a different note. Every time we bring up the 3DS and all the different models, I just get frustrated.
Yeah, it's so much better now with the Switch, but what it reminded me of playing with the 2DS is, again, that weird Nintendo we talked about earlier, and I fell in a thing of just like, what were the weird DS games that I missed out on? What were all those things, DS and 3DS? And I just started chasing down a bunch of them, and Aeroporter was one that stood out the most to me, because it was a game that utilized the top and bottom screens of the DS. It used all the bits of the hardware in a way that it could, and while I didn't get to experience it, there was Street Pass functionality built into it with Aeroporter, because you were able to Street Pass and send, like, you could like visit each other's airports and have like different puzzles unlock as you did that. And it just, Aeroporter felt like such of a time to me, that it was exemplary of, I think, those weirder types of games that we just don't see. I don't have a ton more to say about Aeroporter, but I really liked it and liked playing the DS again in 2020 because of
I remember when you brought this up on the podcast, and I said, "What the fuck are you playing?" And I like looked at the gameplay, and I don't know if I said it on air, but like it was like one of those weird things where I was like, I would pick up my 3DS to play that weird puzzle game because it looked like a lot of fun.
It's good. It's like $8 or something like that, or maybe even less than that. And like
and I think I even followed up with some questions on air. But I remember, or you just said, I can't remember now. But like, I liked how it just kept progressing. It didn't just add more rings and colors and stuff. You described the mission of like a VIP's luggage. Yeah. You had to make sure it got onto the plane, but it had to get on first, I think.
Yeah.
And you had to direct it and make sure there was lasting power to it as well, where it didn't get repetitive.
Yeah, like they did add like, okay, you need to get, now instead of just managing red, yellow, and blue belts, you need to also manage green, orange. Like there was like, it would lower down and down, but then there's like, you need to make sure that you're saving power, because if you're putting power on belts that you're not actively using, you're wasting energy, and that energy is acting as your like global timer. And if that timer ticks down, you run out of power for the day and you can't complete the job's worth of loading luggage.
Yeah, I feel like the color things, like if you just kept adding more colors, that would feel cheap. But like the mechanics of like power and VIP luggage, and I'm sure there's other things that I don't know about. Like, great bombs. Yeah. That's probably
filtering those back out. Like having to upgrade your airport so that you would get like you could get more customers in a day and you could get more sorting options and all of those things. Like there was a lot to that game for being such a small game, and it just again like showed me like how like thoughtful. I don't know. I liked little games like that to take a simple idea and really explore them.
It seemed fun.
Yeah,
it seemed a lot of fun.
Is that going to bring us to our final retrospective game?
The only thing I was probably going to ask was, like, some games, like, are, you know, I mean, whether it's good or bad, I guess for this sake, good, obviously. Sometimes if it has replay value or not, can seem good or bad to somebody, but, like, to you, is this something that it's fun enough that you would want to keep going back to, or is it one of those fun experiences that like you play through it once and you had your fill and it's like, this was good, but I don't need to play it again?
It's as close to something like Sudoku can be without being a traditional puzzle game like that, where with it being on DS specifically, and I think that's what makes it so special as a DS game, is if you think about the DS as you know, a calculator, right? Like a tool that you'd put in your jacket to carry to work with you while traveling. Like that's kind of how I looked at a game like this, is like maybe not a calculator, but like a crossword puzzle book, right? Or a Sudoku puzzle book. You'd keep one in your bag for your commute. And I think that like this became that for me for a little while. Obviously there was no commute and I was doing this in bed or on the couch. But it's something where I think that, you know, I definitely did not finish this game because it's hard. But you can keep going back to it to see if you can do better. Or see if you can solve this puzzle in a different way. That type of stuff, I think, that gives it legs. Where I think once you'd complete it, you probably could run back through it and just see if you can do better. You know what I mean? Like wipe your save and start from scratch. But there's a lot of content in the game to the point where like I played for a good bit and still didn't finish it. Nowhere close, I don't think. Speaking of one I didn't finish, but really I really enjoyed just as an escape, was Umurangi Generations, which is a first-person exploration game where they kind of like reimagined I Spy in a way. Like they give you a list of things to go take pictures of in a world. It's this kind of futuristic, cyberpunky, just city that you're wandering through, but everything is like gritty and dark, and there's this whole like militant overtone of a town or a city that was taken over by, you know, a military presence, and there's like kind of civil unrest, and you're slowly uncovering kind of the true horror that, you know, people live through in states like this. Another one that like just kind of exemplified humanity in different ways and showed you like what people can be for good and for bad. And I think another one where like, so I think every once in a while, what I like to do, 2020 excluding, is just go get lost somewhere. And I usually when I do that, it's going to be like a wooded adventure of some kind. Just go get lost in the woods for a little bit and just come back. But it's also equally as fun to do that in a city, even in a city you live in, or, you know what I mean? Like, just go wander and see what you can find. And skateboarding let me do that a lot in 2020. Even in my own neighborhood, like finding things that I didn't know existed. Like, do you know there's like a cement half pipe, like not far from me at all? Not literally a half pipe, but like it's a loading dock, but the way it's curved, it's a half pipe. You know what I mean? But like, never would have known that had I not gone through my own environment with that frame of mind, right? Like I'm going out to skate, to find spots to skate. Therefore, I found rad spots to skate. And Umurangi Generations did that, albeit in a fictional city. Well, I don't know that it was wholly fictional, but you know, different parts that were created. But you kind of get to explore this city through the lens of a photographer. Well, let me rephrase that without a stupid pun. Through the focal point. Okay, sorry, pun again.
Perspective.
But you know what I mean? Like you're doing it as a photographer in this world, but like the idea that you're just an observer and not an active participant, but you're still able to see things. I think having that checklist, that kind of like I Spy thing, let you look at the world in a different way than, you know, if it were a game you just kind of ran through, like if it were a Mirror's Edge or if it were any other type of whatever, you wouldn't really see the world the way that you would as a photographer would. And I appreciated that in this game.
That ties pretty good to a question I have, because you answered two of them already. Speaking of expressing and whatnot, and when you're playing this game and taking pictures, have you found yourself like finding a common theme to editing your pics with like filters or angles or something. Like did you notice any like consistencies with this, and what do you think this says about you expressively?
I did, and it's funny because I feel like I do this in reality if I ever edit photos, which is rare, but I generally wanted to counter what I was seeing. So in cityscapes that felt more cool toned, I wanted to shift them to warm tones and vice versa. Just I don't know. Maybe that says that I like to look at the world and see it different for what it is. I don't know. Maybe that's being giving myself too much credit. But like I think in that it was always interesting to me. Like I can look through this lens and I can see the world as it is, right? Like here's a very purpley pink, cool toned setting, and I'm going to flip the filter and make it warm toned. And what does it look like? How does it change? How does it differ? If I shift the camera, how does that adjust my perception of the world? And I think I do that here too, where it's like, I feel like a lot of times when we look at photographs, social media wise, you're seeing what people want you to see. You know, like people are going to show you the best version of everything that they have, because nobody wants to show you the pile of dog hair under the bed. They're going to show you the nice sheets they bought for the bed, right? Or whatever it is, like the way the bed's folded. No one's going to walk in and take a picture of the bed a mess with dog hair underneath of it and like toenail clippings somewhere. Like that just, who's doing that? I'm not saying I need to do that, but you know, but for me, like I find it more interesting to like, maybe not show that side of it, but like what other side of the world is there? Like what other perspectives are there besides just what people want you to see? I don't know, that got deeper than I thought it would, but you know.
Oh, that was as deep as I wanted it. It just seems like this game it evokes a lot of that, even if you don't notice it. I think when it comes to like more artistic indie games like this, I mean, not to slap an indie label on it, but just games that are more expressive with that side of it, the more artistic side of it. And this is like clearly the center view of it is, you know, being a photographer and being able to show a different perspective in your own way. And even if there's no real reason behind it, you still might be able to pick up on something you haven't noticed before. So that's cool.
So of these three games, you know, I feel like, is there anything we can kind of pull from these three together as a unit? Like, I think all throughout all of the games we've talked about in each retrospective, like we've given ourselves the opportunity to get lost and immerse ourselves in something we otherwise wouldn't have. Like, I think all of these are examples of things that caught us off guard in a way that showed us a different side of video games that we didn't know we wanted. You know, I think going all the way back to what Matt said earlier about just like looking at games differently through Dark Souls, I think all of these games forced us to do that and ask us kind of what we want out of a game or a game experience.
Or in some ways set expectations.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
I like it.
All right, well, that is going to bring us to the end of this section. And with it, we're going to slip into one more break. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens here. We only have a few more categories, including the old Game of the Year. So we'll be right back after this to slip into the final few. Our next category, our final category besides Game of the Year that we actually voted on, Best Nintendo Game. Nintendo had a different year this year than I think any of us anticipated at the start of 2020. If you listen back through our predictions last year, you can hear what we expected from Nintendo in 2020, at least a little bit. And seeing kind of a smaller year, which sounds weird to say, but a smaller year for Nintendo is a bit of a surprise. Even with some absences, though, from what we expected from the release calendar, Nintendo celebrated the 35th anniversary of Super Mario Bros. released a 30-year-old Fire Emblem game in the West for the first time, and, as we know, launched brand new hardware with the Game & Watch. Our winner for Best Nintendo Game this year is Animal Crossing New Horizons, with runners-up Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity and Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition. We'll talk about this again at Game of the Year, but I was saying the other day that I almost didn't put Animal Crossing down for a lot of these categories because I really did fall off of it. And I know I came back to it and we talked about it with Best Ongoing Game, but I fell off of that game and I haven't been playing it as much, so it was kind of out of mind, but I forgot how much that was a part of this last year for a significant amount of time. It was to the point where I remember was spending every day with Ring Fit and had quickly surpassed the hours spent with Ring Fit with Animal Crossing. Now I'm way past Animal Crossing with Ring Fit, but for a while Animal Crossing had passed Ring Fit. You know what I mean? And like it was just, I was playing so much of it because it became kind of, you checked in. Like we would literally call it checking in. Like Katie bought a Switch 2 days after the game came out because she was so enamored by what she was seeing on my screen and had more time at home and then played it with me. You know what I mean? And like we spent time playing together, not necessarily on one of those islands because that took 45 years to get to, but we would sit down and like we'd eat dinner and then we'd plop and we'd be like, what do you have in your Able Sister store? What do you have in Timmy and Tommy's? Like, what's going on in your town? Like, whatever, who's moving in? We'd get excited when new villagers would show up in the tent. Like, all of those things. We would share custom designs. Like, all of that we did, you know, in Animal Crossing. And we spent so much time in that game. And the great thing is, now when I check back, I got all this cool Halloween stuff. Because I still have like a field of pumpkins all over the place. I got jack-o'-lanterns all over the town. Now there's just snow on the ground, but with jack-o'-lanterns. It's great. It's really, you know, I think that the worst part about Animal Crossing New Horizons is that it's not anything that different than New Leaf, right? Like it didn't innovate enough to make it a wholly new game. It added crafting, which I don't love crafting, especially when I can't find the recipe for that ironwood dresser. But it is cool, certain things, like I've gotten used to the fact that like your fishing rod breaks. I hate it, but also like I'm used to it, and when it happens, I just go make another one and I move on. But you know, its worst part is that it's more of the same, right? But I think that it's cool having it on a big screen again and the option to pick it up, hold it in your hand, watch a movie, and just whatever, which is a lot of how I spent my time with Animal Crossing this year.
I can talk about an Animal Crossing game for the first time ever, the Game of the Year. So I think that says something. It's weird because it was the Nook Miles, I think is what it was called, like the little checkpoint things. That was the thing that kind of got me in because I needed the short-term goals to achieve a long-term goal. And I still have one hell of a long-term goal, which I still have not seen anywhere. I just haven't gotten around to making it. No, I like it. You know, I fell off of it. Obviously, I haven't played it for a while, but you know, I played it for about a solid month. I would think, and I enjoyed it for the most part. But you know, it became clocking in a way. You say checking in, I say clocking in. It's, you know, it's all the same. But you know, I would enjoy clocking into that to find the 3 fossils and catch a couple fish, catch a couple bugs than I would to go through Destiny and the slog of going to the tower and going to the mission and fighting the same shit, grinding the same mission. And like, you know, it's a little bit the same, but at least like the X moves, unlike, you know, in Destiny where the boss is in the same spot over and over again. So like, I don't know, and it's added things throughout the year. That's why we got its praise and best ongoing game. But like, you know, like every season, the Halloween stuff, I thought about coming back. I never did. Christmas came around. I thought about coming back. I never did. But like not only is it staying in the IGN articles, but it's also like the big updates. It has me thinking, I should pick up my Switch and bring out my Switch from hiding behind my Xbox Series X behind my TV every once in a while.
The one thing I found interesting about this is, Mark, you fell off of it way faster than the rest of us, but you still voted it for best Nintendo game.
Did I?
I don't know. Maybe you didn't.
That's what I'm seeing.
Did I mess it up? Sorry, now I have to. I thought I gave it the lowest.
I was surprised that you
did
gave it
not.
higher than the lowest, whatever it was. Maybe it was just the combination of your score plus ours was enough to kick it to the top, but
I mean, I guess I have an updated copy, but I see 4s across the top. 4 out of 4s.
I guess that's just how I felt at the time. Oh yeah. Okay, I see now. Compared to what we had nominated. Yeah. I'll save my other parts for, I guess, the Game of the Year talk. But what I will say for this is that this is a game that needed to exist. Not because of just the year itself and the timing, but Nintendo just needed a game like this on their platform in general. Like, going from the 3DS to your phones, I don't think is a good transition, in my opinion. I think you needed a more dedicated platform to fully get a grasp of what this game has to offer in a more feasible way. Like, since, 3DSs are being pretty much extinct at this point, and what have you. Pocket Camp just doesn't do it justice enough because of the mobile gimmicks. And and to a lot of people, that might be their gateway to Animal Crossing, whether for better or for worse. Yeah, I think this was just a good coincidence for Nintendo. I think this played in their favor. It's become one of their most popular franchise. I mean, I know, but that's just like saying, like, every, for any Disney movie, you could say, like, oh, this is one of Disney's best franchises or whatever. But, like, it's almost like it's synonymous with Pokemon at this point. Like, as terms of, like, casting a net on a wide audience. Like, I know, like, Mario and Zelda are popular in the gaming communities, but, like, I think Animal Crossing reaches a wider net than some of those, depending on, So, kudos to that. I think it's definitely made some things a lot better, and they made some more conscious choices when it comes to quality of life improvements. So, yeah.
Our first runner-up, Hyrule Warriors: Age of Calamity, I think we talked a good bit about earlier with surprise, most surprising, but yeah, I think that that game was kind of, not the Zelda game that I thought we'd have, but one that I really appreciated having, and one that brought me back into being excited about Breath of the Wild again. I still go back and forth with Breath of the Wild. Jeez. Like, I will jump back into that game from time to time and just kind of wander for an hour. I don't spend much time. You know what I mean? Like, an hour. And when I do that hour, it's once every 3 or 4 months. But every 3 or 4 months, I'm like, I just want to see what I left. And Age of Calamity, I think, was a nice reminder of, like, everything I loved about that world. I thought that we got so much story in this, which I think it's going to be a disappointment in Breath of the Wild 2 if there's not as much, like, cool story beats. But yeah, I like this one a whole lot.
Yeah, it's definitely a game that you have to kind of, like, for some reason I want to compare this to, like, cooking steak. Like, it can be a good meal if you know how long to cook it for.
Yeah.
Like, you got to find that sweet spot. You don't want to overdo it.
Yeah.
So, but once you get it in its prime, it's pretty prime,
So what kind of steak is Assassin's Creed Valhalla then? I'm just curious. I know it's the game of the year. I'm going off beat here, but now I'm just curious.
Instinctively, I want to say it is so well done that like the plate is somehow melting.
Yeah. It's so well done that the mashed potatoes also taste like the steak. and the, you know what I mean? Like everything else surrounding it.
Or it's not even cooked. It is extremely bloody.
No, it's plenty cooked. Trust me. No, it's plenty cooked.
Well,
it's like a brick.
If I were to give the bugs an analogy, if you want to boot up the game and you're drunk for no reason, or you know,
wait, is that a legitimate bug?
Yes.
We'll talk off air because that happened to me. I was very confused. Okay, never mind.
Well, speaking of plenty cooked, Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition dropped this year, which normally, like, I mean, Persona 5 Royal and this, I think, fall into the same category where, like, normally we wouldn't really talk about a re-release like this. But we didn't talk about these games when they were originally released. So I think that's why they slipped through. Mm-hmm. You know, they were released this calendar year, but also we never played them in their original form. So to us, they are brand new. And Xenoblade Chronicles was that. And it's like I said earlier, I played to the end, just walked away at that final boss because I was over it. But I spent a lot of time with that game and I got to really enjoy the characters, so much so that, like, I thought up until I kind of tired myself out of that game that I was going to jump right into Xenoblade Chronicles X and eventually into Xenoblade Chronicles 2. And there's still part of me that wants to go back to that, but it doesn't change that the time I spent with this was well spent. I really liked the system they have, the constant shuffling, and like it feels like an MMO, but it's not an MMO. And I thought they pulled that off really well in terms of combat and exploration. It equally was like this huge, massive story while also being like a small, grounded RPG about people that also were, fighting robot monster people that were coming from space because of an ancient. Maybe it was not so grounded, but it was a very good game, and I liked it nonetheless. And I'm happy that I finally, after the Project Rainfall stuff on the Wii way back when, the new 3DS release and all that stuff, that I finally got a chance to play through it and enjoyed it.
I haven't really touched a game in that series, but boy, do I love its soundtrack.
Oh man, so good. So good. And it made me like get to know Shulk and Smash a little bit more, so that was fun.
Mm.
I got to learn the items of the game, and that was fun for a couple segments of a podcast.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite segments of the year, is naming off, is this real or not? But yeah, best Nintendo game, I think it deservedly goes to Animal Crossing New Horizons. And with runners-up Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity and Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition. Which brings us to our final category before Game of the Year, and this is not really one we voted on, but we're just going to share the games we're excited about. So this is our most anticipated. Suffice it to say, 2020's release calendar is a lot different than we or the developers making the games anticipated it would have been. A lot of what we were excited to play slipped into 2021, to the point where new consoles launched without the one. Rather than grant an award to a single game for most anticipated, instead, we're going to share 3 games each that we're most looking forward to in 2021. Who wants to kick us off?
I will. I'll go first. Elden Ring. I've brought it up multiple times already during this episode. Dark Souls, Demon Souls, Sekiro, all within like the last year here, roughly, have, and of course, Bloodborne in the past, made me love From Software for what it is. I don't think I'm going to ever go back into their very past catalog of like Armored Core games and stuff like that. But
what about Kingsfield?
You see, I don't think I'm going to do any of that. I think I'm going to stick with the start of something new with Demon Souls, and then see where they go from there. And like, yeah, I got Dark Souls 2 and 3 that I will eventually go through. Maybe not this year, maybe not next year, but I will eventually get through at some point. But it is, I can't wait. I remember how Sekiro was when it first launched, like going into a new From Software game without any of the Fetch Your Life stuff being there. Like, even if I wanted to look it up, it wasn't there. So I'm curious to see how Elden Ring goes. And yeah, like at this point, if anything, like From Software, they're going to have to disappoint me for me not to love their games. So, yeah, can't wait.
Yeah, I'm excited about Elden Ring too. And not even because of I don't care about George R.R. Martin, but like
Oh yeah, I don't even care about that anymore.
But I do care that Miyazaki makes all of his staff read George R. R. Martin's book about vampires before joining the company. So the fact that that's there, like, maybe we're going to have some cool vampire stuff in this game, and that's exciting. Mark, what's your first most anticipated?
I'm gonna go in like a ascending order. So I'm gonna go like, if I were to rank my anticipation, out of my 3, I'm gonna say Halo Infinite first. Only because, like, out of these other ones, this is the one that, like, I feel most oddly confident with. I feel like it's going in a good direction after seeing some of it and what's going on and everything, and how they're being transparent with it with their audience. Yeah,
that transparency changed a lot.
I think it's in good hands. I think it's going to be going in a good direction. It's hard for me to have confidence in a lot of games, but for some reason I didn't have this wasn't an issue.
Yeah, no, I agree. I did not have this on my short list and was going to put it there after we were talking about everything earlier with Halo Infinite. Like, I'm super stoked for that game.
Agreed. The nav map.
Yeah, it changed everything. Then I'm gonna jump here. I'll go. I'll meet you there on that bottom. Go in ascending order, and hit you with a little Ghostwire Tokyo, which is one that I didn't think I'd be super stoked about. But I watched that Archipel Caravan interview with Shinji Mikami, and just kind of hearing him talk about game development and where he is with his career and like what he wants to be doing and how he's letting a new generation take the reins and just kind of stepping back from things. And it just got me excited about Ghostwire Tokyo in a way I wasn't before. Not much more to say about that. I don't know. Like, the Evil Within didn't click with me, but I wanted it to. I never tried 2, which I know is meant to be a little bit better, but something about Ghostwire Tokyo having a fresh start and also being from that team, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm oddly curious about Ghostwire Tokyo. It's a shame it won't hit Game Pass day and date. And it's contractually obligated to come out to PlayStation, but
I know.
Yeah, it might be still worth checking out. Well, I already gave you my most anticipated, so I guess we'll go down for me. I'm going to stick with my prediction here. I actually have high expectations for Breath of the Wild 2, and because of those high expectations, it's making me kind of eager to play it. I think I've said it time and time again on air here how Breath of the Wild is not my favorite game by a long shot. I think it has for as good of a open world and its freedom and stuff, I think it's too much freedom. I think a lot of the open world is boring. Yes, you come across the occasional huge maze, which is like, oh, that's really cool, but then you have to walk a lot of time to get there to see that. And there's a lot of shrines, which I don't mind the amount of shrines, but I wish there was more than shrines, like half the shrines, maybe half another activity. There's things there that I think that are easily approved upon in a sequel. And the things I did like about it, like the freedoms I did like about it, I hope they stay. And I really do think that with a couple more story beats and characters I care about, Breath of the Wild 2 really can be something truly magical.
I can't wait to at least just see some more of that. Like, give me some dungeons, give me something. Yeah.
Like, I've never felt so neutral with a game in my life with the first one, because I've been on like both ends of the spectrum with this game. Like, I started out like not liking it, and I like learned to love it, but now I'm like in a part where it's just like, however you feel about it, I'm just like, yeah, man, it's cool. Yeah, man, it sucks. It's whatever, man.
You just poked the bear during the argument.
No, but yeah.
Mark, number 2?
Resident Evil Village.
Yeah, man.
It's been hard changing for me to say Village instead of 8. I've been saying RE8 as like just for texting purposes, just to like you get it. They throw it in there. There's an 8 in there.
It's like the same as 7.
But like they refuse to call it 8. You have to call it Village.
Yeah, I don't
like.
It's fucking 8.
Yeah, but you would think after my love for 7 that this would probably be like my number 1. But I mean, obviously it's in the top 3, so that says something. But me with Resident Evil games, I love them, but I don't really go back to replay them immediately. Like, there's going to be some time in between. They're good to visit during a certain mood or a certain like season. You know, like you gotta build up that atmosphere around it before diving in. And so, I think that might be why it was stopping me from being number 1. But aside from that, I'm still super stoked for this. I think it took 7. It ran with that success. It's only going to do more and do better with it. They're adding werewolves and witches and shit. Like I feel like they're going all out with this one, and also impacting the story in a big way because we don't know exactly what's going to happen. And they're adding like elements of 4 in a way too, with its setting. Like there's some inspiration there, even though it's not like, obviously it's not super connected to it, but or is it?
Right.
But yeah, the themes that it has going on, it's chef's kiss.
There's 2 things that are interesting about that Resident Evil game. One, I want to see them actually make a back half of a Resident Evil that's better than the front half. I would love to see that for once. And I totally forgot my train of thoughts, so that's
I hope there's a VR. There probably won't be, and I'm okay if it doesn't.
I don't know.
But I hope there is.
It might not just be exclusive to PlayStation, though. I feel like that had a lot of success. Shit. What
I wish 7 was VR on PC.
Oh, man, that sucks. I don't remember what I was going to say. Damn, that sucks.
Did it deal with Chris? Okay.
If it comes back to you, feel free to cut me off.
Okay.
My next game on the list, I'm going to switch it up even crazier. This one's probably my most anticipated, but I'm going to put it at number 2. Nier Replicant. I'm very excited for Nier Replicant 4.21.09. Whatever the heck, I forget the rest of it. But yeah, this is a little weird because it's not Yoko Taro's next work. It's the work he did way prior to Nier Automata, but I'm still I'm excited to see where it started from. Seeing the combat for the first time at TGS, I was like, oh, I'm on board. And honestly, watching that TGS, not roundtable, but the presentation, the Nier presentation from all of the folks working on the game, just seeing how goofy they all are and how much fun they all have and can have in a setting like that. Just, it was another thing like we talked about with Nier Automata, it just, games are fun when they're just fun. You know what I mean? There can be more than that, but there's a good game at the core of Nier Automata. It just goes that feeling of playing that demo for the first time. I don't remember why I even played the I remember 8-4 listening to that podcast when they said, yeah, we have a game we're localizing called Nier Automata. And I was like, oh, and then I saw the demo was out for PS4 and I tried it and I was like, hey, I think there might be something here. It was just
yep.
You're playing a top-down shooter and then it's a third-person action game. This is awesome. And obviously we know what it ended up being, but I know this isn't platinum. I know it's not, you know what I mean? But I'm still so excited to see what this game is.
Yeah, I this was up there for me as well. Especially I think recent times has had some kind of impact on me with that, because the Automata cheat code thing got me thinking a lot about Nier. I was like, oh man, Automata was great. Oh, that's right, they're making that remake, Replicant. Yeah, I'm ready to play that.
Yeah, even though I haven't played Automata all the way through, and I still appreciate that game for what it is, and I'm excited for this too. And my background with from a distance with all this is knowing the lore, even from Drakengard.
Yeah.
And then into this, and then into Automata. So it's cool to see more new life being breathed into this one and given people a chance to really see this series for what it really shines for outside of Automata. Different setting.
I always think back to, like, whenever we talk about Nier, like, go back X amount of years, Square Enix weirdly does another press conference again for the first time ever. I'm at home in my bedroom. I don't have the knowledge I do now about video games in general. This motherfucker comes out with a moon on his head. I'm like, who the fuck is this guy? Says something about some fan passion project. Thank you, fans, and this is it. And I saw leaves fall in, and it said Nier Automata. I was like, what the fuck is this? And how far we've come since then. It's wild.
Yeah. To that being, yeah. I agree. I was right there with you. You know what I mean? Like, no idea what that was or could have been, or yeah, just.
Yeah, you were right there with us. You know, we haven't seen Yoko Taro and Joe in the same room, so it's a little sus.
That's true. That's true.
All right, so before I go on to my last one, I remember what I was going to say. It was more of a statement, not a question. This could backfire on me, but I think the fact that the Resident Evil team was so happy internally about what Revelations 3 was becoming that they transformed this to 8 gives me some high expectations for some of the mechanics and enemies in this as well. I forgot that was the point I wanted to make.
I love the supernatural direction.
Yeah, me too.
All right, so sorry, there's a cat behind me eating plastic I'm going to yell at after I go through this. This is probably not most anticipated, but definitely most curious by a long shot. MLB The Show 21. Normally, I don't talk about sports games and most anticipated because they come yearly. This year is totally different. MLB The Show is about to go cross-platform. I guess across different platforms. I don't remember if it's doing crossplay or not, but if it did, that'd be impressive. But, like, I'm curious to see what a Switch version of that game looks like. I'm curious to see what an Xbox One version looks like, a PS4 version looks like. And then on top of that, we are now going next gen, and I'm very curious to see what new features or new look it has for next gen on PS5, especially with adaptive triggers and things like that. I've never seen a sports game in such a weird situation before, so I'm just, like, very curious to see how this all pans out.
I forgot about that being this year, but you are totally right, and, like, that is, like, it's cool.
I'm curious for your sake.
Like, I might buy it twice. I don't know. I might buy 4 times. Who knows? Because I don't know. It's in a weird spot. It's in a really weird spot.
Mark, what's your final one on the list here?
Oh, man. Well, to go off of my predictions, Digimon Survive is my most anticipated. It's, like, my appreciation for Digimon has only grown over the years in ways I did not expect it to. I did not expect it to be so deep that it is. To where I have a tattoo, and that was, like, early on. So, it's weird, but at the same, it's this good kind of weird because it's like it's a visual novel for the story, like more visual novel than 13 Sentinels, and, like, in its purest form. And then the gameplay is like tactics, like strategy, which I do not particularly play, but this is getting me interested into being more open-minded in that route. And just the art style, the tone of the story, everything about it is just, it seems like it's on a good path, and I think this will give a new light on it, and maybe people who aren't so familiar with the series can get a better understanding with this game than compared to other ones. And hopefully it gets taken a little more seriously, but it doesn't have to be, like, super pretentious or anything like that.
I'm excited about this for 2 reasons. One is obviously because the developer's called Witchcraft, and that's a dope developer name. Part 2, because of you. I mean, you've like pushed off the Digimon stuff. Pushed off is such a, why am I'm using the worst verbs and adjectives today that, like, I don't mean to have a negative connotation, but they do.
Hey, look, the listener thinks we're on hour 20 like we used to be, so, you know, just excuse it.
It was negative. I didn't pick up on it.
No, but pushed off just sounds like you're I don't know, like an evangelist or something, like pushing crap. Anyway,
I mean, we're getting
you've
there.
like infected me. Is that a better, more positive word? But yeah, like I've gotten excited about Digimon through you, and I've slowly started to dip my toes into that world, like including watching the one cartoon, which I oddly like. The more I watch of that Digimon cartoon, the more I remember of it from way back in the day. So maybe I did watch it.
It's like to me, it's definitely a grade above Pokemon, but it's like a grade below Shin Megami Tensei.
Yeah, but it's still really rad.
Yeah, like it can have its like, you know, good buddy bond moments, but if you want to look deeper for it, there's some deep shit there.
Yeah.
And it can get dark.
Yeah.
But I just love how versatile it is.
No, I'm excited about the new game. Speaking of Shin Megami Tensei, there's that 5th game coming out 2021, which is not my final game on the list, although on the long list of games I'm excited about, I was excited about that. Gotham Knights.
Yeah.
Which I forgot about, but I cannot wait to make my own Batgirl and my own Nightwing. Don't know why they put Jason Todd in that game, but I guess they needed a 4th. I'm really excited about that game. Like,
Hey,
I
was gonna say the Jason Todd thing is for someone like me that doesn't fully know Jason Todd besides Arkham Knight, and maybe I'll just they gotta teach people to hate him. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a redemption story, I guess, or a further
redemption failed.
Yeah. No, I just we've needed another Batman game for a long time, and while I hoped that we were going to see a Green Lantern game at some point, I'm not holding out. I'm not letting go of that hope that one day we'll get there. You got that HBO Max series coming at some point. People are going to wake up, man. They're going to want some Green Lantern. I tell you. By the way,
People
go watch the Green Lantern
animated
animated series.
Fucking confused, and then I'm going to refer them to that episode of the Injustice Never Played.
Boom.
Where it was an hour of just Green Lantern and all the lanterns.
You're welcome. Yeah, Gotham Knights though, like it does suck that like the 3 of us won't be able to play together, but you know, being able to just to play another Batman game, but also play it without it being Batman, like you get to explore the Bat family, who is to me is just as important as Batman. So anyway,
and you can be 2 of the same character.
Can you be?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, that's good. I like that.
Yeah. Also, I'm excited about the setup of that game. Look, I'm gonna declare here. I'm a big comic reader. Read 3 comics. Boom. 3 big comic, all in the Court of Owls.
All omnibuses.
And the Court of Owls was setting up to be something real good. And then I forgot I had comics, and then I never read them. Yeah, so I'm excited to see where they go with that story, because I kind of know where that goes. I think both on air and off air, I've had Joe explain some of that stuff to me. So yeah, I'm very excited to see conspiracy theories happen.
Yeah, that stuff should be cool. That's our most anticipated, which brings us to Game of the Year, our final category. This one we're gonna break it down, man. We're gonna do the thing. So I've got here this spreadsheet in front of me. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna read through the what do you call them? The video games in the order they're here, which is no particular order, and then start ranking them.
Deliberating like we know how to do.
There it is. Okay, so your nominees for the free cheese Game of the Year 2020 are... Are you ready?
Oh, yeah.
Time to party? Okay. The free cheese Game of the Year 2020 nominees: 13 Sentinels, Aegis Rim, Final Fantasy VII Remake, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2, Persona 5 Royal, Animal Crossing New Horizons, Doom Eternal, Ori and the Will of the Wisps, Yakuza Like a Dragon, Superliminal, The Last of Us Part 2, Demon's Souls, Spider-Man Miles Morales.
Dang, man.
What's getting cut first?
It's a good year for games.
It is a
Great
good year
year.
for games, and it's something I think that, thank you for saying that, because I think that it's easy to look at this as like, so many games got delayed, so many games aren't coming out in 2020, but like, a lot of games came out, a lot of good games, a lot of big games, at the end of a generation, nonetheless.
I'm gonna cut I'll cut 2 right off the bat because I threw them in there last second and I kind of wanted to see, well, the one I didn't throw in last second, but just based off what we said earlier, I know for a fact they're not gonna stick around. Spider-Man Miles Morales definitely felt like a DLC off of the first Spider-Man game. Very good, worth playing, especially if the PS5. But that is just an extension of what we've already played. I'm going to say the second thing, and it hurts my heart to say this, but Yakuza Like a Dragon. Well, I'm getting eyes. Wait, is someone not ready to cut this?
No.
No? All right, never mind then.
Yeah, dude, that is...
It's
Yeah.
just, I was just looking at the vote tallies from earlier, and
Oh,
yeah,
don't let that fool you. I want to cut Animal Crossing immediately.
oh,
I
Because
think...
to me, it's not... Okay, this is going to sound rude, but hear me out.
No, I'm with you.
Animal Crossing is not a game. It
Okay.
is all based on you and what you put into it, and that's what you get out of it. And yeah, that can be cool, but at the same time, you're just artistically hoarding. And like, the multiplayer isn't really multiplayer. And again, it's what you make out of it. So if it's special to you, cool, right? But out of everything here, that doesn't seem... It doesn't go that far for me compared to everything else that's on this list.
I agree that there are things on this list that, as our list together, I don't think Animal Crossing is necessarily at the top. However, looking at Animal Crossing...
I think it stays for a bit.
Yeah, I think it only because, like, Matt played it, which is more than you could ever say about Animal Crossing New Leaf or obviously no one's talking about Pocket Camp ever. But past that, like, I spent a lot of time with that game this year, and to me, when I look at the games of 2020, like, that is immediately in my mind, like, as a thing I enjoyed playing.
Which is weird coming from somebody who has an Isabel pillow and dropped it in a month.
Maybe you flew too close to the sun.
Maybe I did. Because I wanted so much more out of this, and it was like a monkey's paw. It was like, yeah, you got this thing and got this thing, but at the cost of, like, this game being so damn sleepy. Like,
Yeah.
like the vibes of it, it's like, it's too chill for me, where it's just like, I just want to go to sleep. It drains me. And it's like, it's sad. It's sad that I feel this way about this game.
It is.
But it's like, I feel like, it's almost like when I would first experience Breath of the Wild. Like, I'm feeling like that asshole again. Like, that's what, because I cared so much and I wanted this to be a little more character centric. And it's just like, it's not. Animals have like 5 personality types.
The other day we were playing and Katie was like, I feel like all the people that live here are really into working out. You know what I mean? Like, it's just,
yeah.
There are those like limited personality types, and a lot of that stuff did not change from the last game. But again, I spent, 180 hours with the game and don't regret a moment of it. Like, I loved that game came out in 2020 and that I got to spend 2020 with Animal Crossing. And like, I'm still like, I check in with it. I want to play that game. I like that game, and it is like the customization, I think, was even better this time around. Like, the fact that
True.
a lot of the Talon Toon stuff happened up front. Like, some of the stuff that just got streamlined. I think it's easy to forget the really bad parts about New Leaf and the stuff that did get streamlined in this game, because after spending almost 200 hours with this game, you forget about those like quality of life things. But having a phone in your pocket in the game where I can order things from the catalog from my pocket and send them to my friends, so rad. Like, I don't have to go to the town center and do that stuff. The fact that I can like scan in things that I made from New Leaf and add them to like there's just a lot of those things about this game that I loved and had a lot of fun doing.
Yeah, I think this is what Pocket Camp should have been. I think it should have been some form of like artistic application to, because I mean the game is about like expressing yourself like to its fullest, like not just your character, but like how you want to make your town, how you want to make your rooms, how you like even the neighbors you want. I think it's Nintendo's way of you being able to express yourself, and yeah, I want to give credit where credit's due for sure. But yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with anything you said either. How can I? That being said, I am totally willing to cut Superliminal.
Really? So, well, tell me about Superliminal, because I thought that one kind of made an impact on you. Like, I thought it was really neat in concept. I was surprised that,
like you say, one of those unique puzzle games like this. Not like the Stanley Parable is unique, but like something like those.
It shares vibes for sure with that, and I think part of that is what drew me in. Like, I don't know, just like I said, when I first played it, this was a puzzle game that when I saw a trailer for it, I wasn't interested at all. Like, this looked like something that was going to go way over my head. And sometimes I do like puzzles, but some puzzle games just like throw me off immediately. And then it's just like, no, I'm just not feeling it. Don't want to get into it. But then I actually see other people play it, and it's not as bad as I thought. It was kind of just me getting in my own head about it. Finally went through with it, and then it just went places. It just did not, like, talk about, like, most surprising to me. That's, like, I don't know how to, like, it's weird because it's, like, it is spoiling it, but at the same time, it's, like, not spoiling it because the kind of game that it is. But it is one of those games where it's, like, if you stick with it to the end, it might, it could change you in a way. Kind of like, not on the same level as Nier Automata, but, like, it touches similar wavelengths. Just in concept, not in
all right, well,
the details.
I said, well, here's the thing. You're the one who played it, so if you're going to push for it, we'll
right.
keep it on. But if not, it's, this one's going to be up to you for now, because I have a question about one, and there's definitely one more that I think me and Joe are going to agree that is about to get cut.
I mean, I said my piece for it, so I mean, I don't expect it to ever get far, but I just thought it was really worth.
Do we like it better than Spider-Man Miles Morales or lower than?
Oh, I mean, I'm cutting Miles Morales already. I'm the one.
I'm gonna order everything. I'm gonna put everything. I'm not gonna.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah. Do we like it above or below Miles Morales?
Probably above, because like I said, at least this is clever with this puzzle mechanics and things like that we've seen. Miles Morales is literally an extension of what it is. I think it's a really good game. I think it deserves to be mentioned in a Game of the Year conversation.
Sure, but not.
But it's not.
It's nothing new.
Yeah, exactly.
Agreed.
So, all right. So I have a question. I have Demon Souls on here for the sole reason that I see Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1 and 2 on here. Both are remakes. I know Tony Hawk added a couple new things with, I guess, Creative Skater, one of them, and as well as like the tasks, like the challenges thing. I think that's brand new as well. But I mean, if we're doing remakes here, that's the only reason why I put Demon Souls back on this list.
I see what you're getting at.
Does Tony Hawk use the same skeleton from the originals?
No, this is all brand new.
Because I think that's the difference between Demon Souls and this. Like, they didn't really change the coding for that part, right? In Demon Souls, they just gave it like a cosmetic overhaul.
No, they pretty much said that they got. Well, I mean, I don't know if they got the source code, but they used the original source code for most of it. They've adjusted some things. I mean, they added new. I mean, it's minor, but like they added new animations, but made sure the animations were with the same timing of the original game. Like they stay very true to it. I think they added one, maybe two shortcuts that people complained about in the original game, like the
Right.
the climb from the bonfire to wherever they want to go. And they added a couple like pre-order weapons that, while good very early on, fall off easily after like the first level. But pretty much it is all cosmetic for Demon Souls. Not to say that Demon Souls is the bad game. I think it still holds up very well. It's just when you look at Demon Souls compared to Dark Souls, Bloodborne, like you see the blueprint for all those games expanded out. So like we've already, despite it being first, we've played the better games already leading into this remake.
Right.
But like I said, I threw it on there because you could kind of make the same argument for Tony Hawk 1 and 2, totally different games, totally different, genres, and you could say like Tony Hawk's formula works better than Demon Souls, but I think you can argue that either way. It's just I want clarity for what was new in Tony Hawk. I know it was the challenges. I will make sure I'm not missing anything. Challenges.
I mean,
Create a Skater.
That's a weird one, right? Because to me, Tony Hawk was as new as Final Fantasy VII Remake was.
That's true too. I mean,
you know what I mean? Like the spirit of it is still the same, and it's weird because a game like Final Fantasy VII, you want it to evolve, and I think the way they changed the way it plays, like complements that game so much. Where Tony Hawk, you don't want it to change. You want it to feel exactly like it should feel.
Oh yeah, I mean, I agree with that because when it did change, it sucked.
One of these is a complete game, and then some.
But I also like,
I'm just trolling.
Unlike Call of Duty.
I was ready for that argument in Best Story, but I'll keep that one in the pocket.
No, but not even, I think along with Call of Duty, I think Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2 sets up the precedent of a platform for these types of games. Like, I am still surprised that at this point we've not seen +3 DLC and potentially a new game or whatever. But, no, I think Tony Hawk... Unless you guys are like super against it, I feel like Tony Hawk stays on this list.
I'm not against it. I just want to let you know, like Demon Souls was here because I saw Tony Hawk on his list.
Right.
And I think Demon Souls can hold up as a game itself. Like, all those mechanics compared to some of the stuff today, I think still hold up really well. We've seen the evolution of it, which is why I'm not like
I think too though, like, so that 2020 was a weird year for video game releases when we look at this stuff because of stuff like that. Like, look at the number of like remakes and stuff here. But like, the same reason we gave Resident Evil 2 Game of the Year last year, like, it was wholly new. And so that gets us to like Persona 5 Royal, which a couple of things. I think it is one of the best games in 2020.
I won't disagree with that. Even without playing it, I would,
And like, even removing myself from it, like objectively, like everything they do is so good. Like every system in this, every mini game, everything that you're supposed to be doing, it is the best version of it that it could possibly be. Like, it's just that good. The thing is, Persona 5 came out in 2017. And Persona 5 Royal streamlines some things. It does add a lot of things to the battle system compared to the original, like that make it easier to play. They add a new character, they add new story beats, etc., etc., etc. My reason for putting it here is, one, because yes, it is a brand new game in 2020, but two, none of us ever played the original. So I feel like this one, it's in that gray area. It's weird because it's kind of a re-release, but...
No, that's fair. And I think this is where, like, this is the free cheeses game of the year. Like, you played it for the first time. I played Demon Souls for the first time. We both revisited Tony Hawk and still appreciate its glory, despite it like being the same. It holds up just like Demon Souls, I think, does to an extent. All right, so I think we're kind of in agreement. We don't rank those games right now. So where are we? I don't even know where we're at. Spider-Man, Superliminal, and then next, I guess.
You want to move something there? Well,
I'm just trying to figure out where we're at in the rank. Like, we agree Spider-Man, then Superliminal, right? Or
in terms of bottom up, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So, Doom Eternal.
That's where I was going to say next.
it's weird, man. I feel like Mark and Animal Crossing with Doom Eternal. Like I
feel the same with Doom.
But like I had a lot of, high expectations for that game, and like so I wrote up my my top 10 or whatever the heck my list is going to be, my personal list. And in doing so, I kind of like reflected on the fact that Doom Eternal was a game for me, and it was the last game for me. I'm happy that I got Metroid Other M this year, because Doom Eternal was the last time where I felt pressure to finish something, because everybody was talking about it, and I needed to see the thing, and I needed like it was just like I needed to finish. You know what I mean? It was like if I wasn't playing Animal Crossing, then I needed to be playing Doom so I could get through Doom and see the end of Doom, because I had to see the end of Doom before everybody else saw the end of Doom, and it's just like that thing, and that ruined the game for me more so than I think the game deserved. And now that it's on Game Pass and on Game Pass PC, I've been thinking about going back to it just to like give it another shot, because I played through it on PS4 with a controller, which is how I played the original Doom, which we gave Game of the Year 2016. And it wasn't until well after we gave it Game of the Year that I played on PC for the first time and felt my mind just melt down my skull. But yeah, Doom Eternal it did too much.
Maybe that's the thing here. Maybe Doom Eternal feels new and refreshing to me because that was the reason why I got a graphics card. That was the reason why I wanted the PC, and it was a new experience for me there. I kind of got it without the controller. It was finally unleashed for me, and I guess in the Doom sense that it's supposed to be. So, I mean, I enjoyed my time with it. The multiplayer is okay at best.
Yeah,
it is not great. It is better than Game of the Year Doom 2016. So I guess my argument with multiplayer being okay is like not great, but its multiplayer is okay.
Fair.
I enjoyed the Doom Eternal campaign. I thought that last boss battle was badass. There was other moments along the way, none of which are popping out, but I just remember badass. I can't describe the rune thing enough. I talked about it at length, where all the enemies are overpowered, they're chasing you, you destroy the rune, and then you're back to being a Doomslayer and kicking ass, and that drum kicks in, and you're fucking Mick Gordon's shooting fucking lead through your veins. Like that moment, those moments are great. I'm glad there is so few of them. But yeah, like no, Doom came and went, and I think I think Doom 2016 was a product of. Well, no, that actually, like, I think it was just a product of when we all played it. None of us played Doom.
The thing I'll say about Doom Eternal is, like, the DLC came, and I didn't think once about, I thought
about it.
I didn't even go that
far. About it. You see, I thought about it, but it was the fact of, like, oh, well, I played on this difficulty. I know it's harder because I've read the reviews. Yeah. I am not prepared to do that right now. But I will come to it eventually. But yeah, I think it's fine putting it where as the next above Superliminal. Am I saying that right, by the way?
I would put it below Superliminal.
Yeah. To me, like Doom 2016, I loved how. Okay, no, Doom Eternal. I do like how it did expand upon the first one.
Yes.
But that being said, I don't like how. And this is preference, so it's like, it doesn't make it a bad game, but it's just not my taste when a game dictates me how I need to do something in a game where exploring is key.
Yeah.
So it's like, I can explore whatever I want, but I have to kill a certain enemy a certain way with a certain weapon in order to get certain thing. And it's like I'm playing Bop It the entire time, and it's just like,
dude, that is a
square block goes into square hole.
Yes, that is the best analogy for this. And it's like, I felt like Doom 2016, there was a right way to play that, but you never felt punished for doing that. And this one, like, it sucks.
Everything else about the game is cool. That was just the only thing I couldn't get over.
I mean, I'm still like, we can do whatever we do in Eternal. I'm open to that, but yeah. I'm just good. I liked the changed. I liked the game of chess. I liked the, oh shit, I don't have any ammo. Let me go chainsaw.
See, but this felt less like chess though, right? Like the first game, because good chess is knowing that a pawn can take out anything. knowing that a knight can go up against a rook in any way. This was not that. This was, hey, there's a knight on the board, you better have your pawn ready. Hey, there's a queen on the board, you better have 2 pawns and a knight ready. You know what I mean? Like, this was different than 2016. 2016, they nailed battle chess. This one, I think that the square in the hole, like that's perfect analogy for this, Mark. Like that, and imagine the, color coding of
Halo.
everything.
Yeah, like imagine Halo, and you had to fight Prometheans with just a plasma pistol.
Right.
That was the only way you could kill him.
Yeah, I mean, no, like I said, I'm not disagreeing. Like, we can put, dude.
I said, it's preference. It's not. It doesn't make it a bad game.
Yeah,
it's just.
I did like the change.
So, do we like it
like the change,
over or under Superliminal?
I think it's up to Mark. I don't care where it goes. It can go under.
I say under.
Okay, under. Under it goes.
All right, so from bottom up, Spider-Man Miles Morales, Doom Eternal, Superliminal.
Is this where The Last of Us Part 2 goes?
Let's talk about The Last of Us Part 2. Yeah, go ahead. Go.
So here's the thing. I love this game. I think you can go back and listen to our spoiler cast and go into more detail about why I love this game. I think the story was told in a superb way. I like the story a lot. Fuck those people that are harassing those actors. They suck.
Agreed.
But like, the gameplay didn't change terribly, and I like months later, Joe, I still think about that fucking open world section and how much it sucked.
Yeah. Which you were super down on then, so for you not to let that go says something.
Like that was easily the most boring part of that game. And once, like, after you got through that, I thought the game was fantastic. It's just, it was such a slow start, and it was weird being thrown into Abby right away. Like, I get why after the fact, but like, when you start criticizing the pacing of that first part, then why was I Abby there? Like, there's a lot of things that I started to question that I'm going to question for a while. But after that part, I think is probably an A+ game even with some of the set pieces, but especially with storytelling. But no, I can't let go of the open world section. I thought it was boring as shit. It almost took me out of the experience. It almost cyberpunked me. It almost watchdogs me out of that game. I
barely remember that open world part because it was so early on. Like, to me, what I remember from that game is the flip where, and people are openly talking about the fact that you play as Abby in the back half now, right? Like, Naughty Dog has come out and said that now. That's it. So
I think so, yeah. And also, like, the Game Awards, I think, addressed it too.
Yeah.
Isn't she, like, on the box?
Yeah, I think at this point, like...
Yeah.
So, the thing that I feel about The Last of Us part... I watched Tenet this week. That their Christopher Nolan movie.
I like Tenet a lot, yeah.
Yeah, Tenet was fine. Tenet was good. So was The Last of Us. But it's like, you know it's going to be, right? Because you know who made it, and you know what they put into it, and you know what it is. The problem with Tenet and the problem with The Last of Us Part 2 is as soon as you figure it out, which for me... I mean, I'm not at Tenet. I don't want to say anything for anybody who hasn't seen it because I don't want to spoil that. But like, for those who've seen it, the art room and the guy in the mask, I went, oh, that's. And as soon as I did that and whatever, then the whole rest of the movie, I'm just waiting on everything. I'm just reeling it in at that point and waiting for that. And at the big end, when the big reveal happens, and I'm like, yeah, I know. It just felt like I had to go along for the ride, and that was The Last of Us. Like, as soon as you got to play Abby at the beginning, I was like, man, how cool this is that you're being forced to take somebody else's perspective. Like, all of the stuff they intended to do, that when the flip happened, and I was like, oh, I got to do this whole game again? No, dude, I don't have time for this. Granted,
no, but
I loved it.
I was going to say, I think it's credit that you said that, and then we end up I think we both agreed that part was better than Ellie's.
Yes. And that too. And that's the thing is like, I think they did a great job at making you think that. I think that the time in which, and this is not reflection of the game, but I think also just like where I was at while playing it, like the literal month that it released, while it's just like, can we all think about somebody else for a change? Like all of that stuff that happened in the world, in the United States specifically, on top of playing through that game, it was just like, yeah, So I think it worked on a lot of levels. That said, it's like Tenet, man. Great job. You guys made a great thing. I'm bored. You know what I mean? Like, it's cool.
See, I think I'm higher on Tenet than you at this point.
I just feel like Tenet, The Last of Us, like, all that stuff to me is like...
Wait, are we arguing best movie, or are we arguing
let's
best game?
Let's talk about best movie of 2020. It's called...
Last of Us Part 2.
That's a fair point.
But no.
No, I think... No, I think for as what that game does, there is a part that's equally bad, and I hate to think that I think of the bad equally with the good. And I was hoping I would let that go, and I haven't. And I think that says a lot.
I wish I said that about Animal Crossing instead of getting too emotional about it. That's a good point.
What's that?
Where, like, I think about the bad as much as the good.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. But it's easier to remember the bad stuff, right? But The Last of Us Part 2 is a solid, fantastic video game, but I played The Last of Us Part 1, changed things in 2013, and this one was like more of the same, which is great, but just not Game of the Year. Do we like this over or under Superliminal?
Superliminal is unpredictable.
That's fair.
It does more than just shift the size of an object.
Over or under Doom Eternal?
Over Doom.
Over Doom?
Over Doom.
All right, I'll go over Doom.
I'd spent less time in that first area than I did in Doom's multiplayer before I realized it was mediocre. So that's the reason why.
Alrighty.
Okay, so yeah.
I think...
So it's Spider-Man, Doom, The Last of Us, Superliminal, and then the rest of the field, right?
How do we feel about Demon Souls?
I think that's where Demon Souls lands.
Right above Superliminal?
I feel good right where it's at because I've seen the evolution of those games. That game is great. I'm glad I went back to it. I'm glad Blue Point remade it. I'm glad it was a launch title for PS5. But I've seen... The problem with that game is the bosses were predictable because the bosses never like transformed, or they didn't do the "is he dead?" that we've seen now in many Souls games. And not that it made them boring, but like it was like it kind of made them easier.
Yeah,
I think this is one of the easiest games From Software may have made, and that's saying a lot. Pulse check on 13 Sentinels and Persona 5. We're riding high with them, right? I'm assuming.
Pretty high, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right, that's fine. That's fair.
I feel...
So then, is this where I'm going to then say Ori or Animal Crossing?
I would put Animal Crossing above Ori, but I don't think you guys agree.
I don't care. I'm indifferent because I think Ori in the Blind Forest. If this is Ori in the Blind Forest, I'd be arguing through the moon.
Yeah.
Ori and the Will and the Wisp, the things they added weren't great. Like the side quest, the base building. I thought the combat was better.
Yeah.
But there's things of that game I never touched, and I kind of never wanted to touch for as good as that game was.
So as a whole, you would rather play Animal Crossing than Ori and the Will of the Wisps? Or you appreciate what Animal Crossing offers over Ori? I don't know if I'm phrasing that the best way.
I think it's one of those things where, like,
because I get what they added wasn't that great over top of Blind Forest, but, like, was it still a great game on its own?
Oh, yes. I think the other 3/4 of that game are still fantastic. I still argue that if it's not the greatest modern Metroidvania, it is definitely within the argument of top 3. I'm just like thinking like out loud. Like I'm just thinking of what Animal Crossing did as a whole for not just us, but like I play an Animal Crossing game. I think that says a lot. Me and Animal Crossing are never going to get along, but like I think of like Victoria.
Yeah,
she's played Animal Crossing every day. I know other people at work that a mutual friend of ours, Joe, from work, he played Pocket Camp for the first time, and then he got his stepdaughter a Switch for Christmas, and then he's now using it to play Animal Crossing because he can finally go into it. Yeah, so like I know what Animal Crossing has done for kind of like for the industry and for Nintendo, and I think that's where I'm willing to kind of give that the edge up over Ori, because I think like the things that this one did aren't totally different from what Blind Forest did with the things I like, at least.
You're not convincing me to...
On your everyone... Okay. I mean,
I don't know.
I'm not going to... I'm just saying, me and Animal Crossing aren't. It's like oil and water. I feel like at some points we can mix a little bit, but we're eventually going to separate. So it's going to be up to you all to
them
argue
in
that.
the order I'm going to leave Animal Crossing above Ori right now, but that means Yakuza is sitting below Ori and Animal Crossing, and I don't know that I agree.
I don't think I agree either.
I've not played
it,
but
especially if you are riding my train, I am not agreeing with that.
Look, after getting a taste of only Yakuza 0 and like a portion of it,
right.
And I know what Yakuza 7 is even before you dove into it, but getting that insight from you has definitely added so much value to it that I already knew was going to be there. And it's like, I don't want to compare this to Last of Us in terms of like expectations, but it's like you kind of know what you're getting yourself into with this game, but the way it handles it and the kind of game it is compared to the rest of the series says so much about it too, and I think that really shines. Like there's so much
in that. So I mean, I'm not going to expert on Yakuza by any means, but I played the first couple hours of Kiwami, and I like that a lot. I'm very interested in like gangs, and like that's where like Mafia Definitive Edition, like I love that so much because I like that era of like history. And this is just that, but in modern Japanese, and I think that's great. So, like, Kiwami clicked with me. I don't know why I never went back to it. But when I got the opportunity to play this, and in that first hour, when Ichi literally says, "Oh, I fight like Dragon Quest because that's my favorite video game," I was like, I am all aboard on why we are fighting the way we are. It's the stupidest fucking explanation, but it is perfect.
Yakuza series has such a good pulse and self-awareness, and it does it in a way that doesn't feel cheesy or like beating a dead horse. You know, like it doesn't feel deadpan at all to me. And then it just has this charm about it.
It has this charm, but I think the other thing is when it needs to be serious, it's as serious as any like story that wants to dive into a drama like that. Like, I think The Last of Us dives into like very deeper tones, but like some of the stuff that happens in the Yakuza, like it's fucked. And like you feel mad. You feel as mad as Ichi when things go sideways. And I think that says a lot.
It's like the funnest soap opera series.
I think that, once again, Mark, I think you hit a perfect explanation of a video game.
No, honestly, the only reason I did not jump into Yakuza Like a Dragon is because I heard that it's about an 80-plus hour game. I know you wrapped up a little bit under that, but like I'm already playing Persona 5 Royal, and I don't have time for it.
No, that's fair. Yeah.
But I really like, I just wanted to play this game a whole bunch, and I played Kiwami up through chapter 8 in Kiwami, and then I got stuck with a mission and couldn't get past it, and just got sidetracked and moved on to other things and never went back. But it's like I know enough from that game what a Yakuza game kind of is. I know enough from you playing Shenmue what Yakuza drew its influence from. And then from seeing how you've played 7 and what you've liked about this game, like I think it deserves to be on this list for sure. And I honestly,
I think it deserves top 5 easily.
Huh?
I think it deserves being a top 5 easily.
Yeah, and I think that like we, in 6 months, in a year, after I think we've played it probably, hopefully, then that will make this decision that much. Like it's a no-brainer that we would have even, argued it. But
I am good with Animal Crossing being above Ori.
All right.
I'm fine with that. Yeah.
So, and I put Yakuza above both of them. How do we feel about that?
I am perfectly good with that.
I'm fine with that.
Right now, from bottom up, Spider-Man Miles Morales, Doom Eternal, The Last of Us Part 2, Superliminal, Demon Souls, Ori and the Will of the Wisps, Animal Crossing New Horizons, Yakuza Like a Dragon.
Superliminal, we can move to number 1. Easy,
Just top of
no
the
brainer.
list?
Yeah, we all agree on that. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. Like, I don't know why I'm like. It's weird because it's like it's hard trying to fight for a game you don't want to talk too much about.
I'm okay with that though. Like if you like I get kind of what that game's going for, and if you feel like it made an impact and you feel like
to
it
me,
makes more of an impact,
it's another game where it's like it's one of those where it's like it's not a game, it's an experience kind of thing.
Yeah.
If you want to get like that with it, but at the same time, it is just a puzzle game. It is a puzzle game. If you want to
so
boil
is
it down.
Portal.
Yeah,
right.
Portal 2 is one of the best games ever. Like, period.
And here's the thing about the Portal games is like, yeah, Portal 2 added the paint, and the way you traverse, I guess, is a little different, but it's still all about portals, essentially. Like, this kind of grabs those vibes from Portal at first, and then it starts finding its own identity, like I've said before. There's a bit of a Stanley Parable, like, element to it in terms of, like...
I didn't mean to make that analogy before. I was just thinking, like, the first thing off the top of my head that's like a indie...
Dude, you're right, though.
...experience kind of thing.
Yeah, I just mean, like...
faces, though. What's up with you? Sorry to cut you off.
Like,
me?
Yeah.
The game came out in 2019.
Super Limo?
But, let's talk about this for a second.
Wait, what?
It came out for Epic Game Store in 2019.
But it came on Switch in 2020, right?
It didn't hit Steam, PS4, Xbox One, or Switch until this year. Now.
Scrap it.
No, but...
No. We literally just said about why Persona 5 Royal's on this list, and why Tony Hawk's on this list, and
exactly.
why Demon Souls is on this list.
And we haven't talked about this game...
Don't let the fucking years dictate it.
No, I'm not. I'm letting our past categories dictate it.
No. But, here's the other thing, too, though. Like, I just don't think... Like, how many game outlets right now are giving Hades Game of the Year? And that game's been out for 2 years on Epic Game Store. Right? Like, I know that it's grown and it's changed, and this was the year of final release for that, but, like, there were also... That game could have been someone's Game of the Year in 2019, even though it didn't...
Does Epic do, like, a early access?
They did with Hades.
Yeah.
With Superliminal, it says here that this was timed exclusive on Epic Game Store.
I didn't even know that.
I mean, I don't blame them for taking that deal. Like, it's one of those things where I'm sure Epic threw money at them just to pad their store like they were with a lot of games. Like, I'm not... That'd be good for them.
The only reason I made the face when I made it is because when I opened the page for Superliminal, it says release date November 12th, 2019. And then I scrolled down and actually read the details of it. Because it said Microsoft Windows 2019, and I'm like, oh. But then when you scroll down, it's like Windows for Epic Game Store, and then for 1 year exclusivity, and then it hit everything else.
I should have wikied that. I only did Steam page.
Nah, you fuck it. You played it in 2020, new on Steam. It's fine.
Exactly. I think that falls under the Persona 5 category. I'm still good with it. I'm looking it up, and yeah.
Okay.
No. Like, dude,
I'm
you
only
can argue
like...
Demon Souls fucking came out when?
2009. Yeah, again, like 2020 was a weird video game year. So
just
I
because
was only weird about it
because
because,
PS5
like...
doesn't mean anything.
Because, like, if we're going to go back to, like, the best Xbox category, some of those games were only on Xbox for, like, a month before going everywhere else.
Fair.
Ori was on Switch. Phantasy Star went everywhere, which was never an Xbox game, technically, if you want to go that with it.
Right.
Right.
In terms of the fact Connect, it'll be out everywhere in a couple months.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, you're
that was
right.
That was the only reason why I was feeling iffy. But
all right, well then, Gears Tactics wins best Xbox game. Yes, finally, I got my 2 points will go somewhere. Good.
All right, well, let me ask you this: do we put Superliminal above Ori?
We can put it. I would feel fine with it there.
Do we like it better than Animal Crossing?
This is where I don't know if I can really make it go past that.
All right, let's leave it there then. So from bottom up, Spider-Man, Doom Eternal, Last of Us 2, Demon's Souls, Ori, Superliminal, Animal Crossing New Horizons, Yakuza Like a Dragon. So our top 4 that we need to put in some sort of order are Persona 5 Royal, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2, Final Fantasy 7 Remake, and 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim. Which is such a weird top list, man. But
I think
Final Fantasy, I think, deserves to be in the top 2. Whether we want to argue as Game of the Year or not is fine. But
you said
I don't
7?
know. I'm just going to throw it out there at 7.
I am right now. I want to put Final Fantasy 7 Remake at the top of the list.
Me too.
Really
Me too.
weird.
I was just trying to be nice.
No, it's really weird considering what we gave Game of the Year to last year and what the heck are video games anymore. But that's where I'm at right now.
That's where I'm at.
And knowing kind of what we talked about earlier with what the game did, all of that. That said, the deeper I get into Persona 5 Royal, that is a perfect video game. So this is okay. Before we get to that too much, 13 Sentinels.
I was going to say it seems like then 3 or 4 is 13 Sentinels or Tony Hawk. And honestly, Joe, you're probably the best candidate to pick that out.
This is a really weird one for me. So you know where I'm at with Tony Hawk.
Yes, I know.
I haven't touched Tony Hawk.
We all know.
I have not touched Tony Hawk.
I can't see the sticky notes anymore. Isn't Tony Hawk in our Hall of Fame?
The sticky notes are no longer with us.
Oh, okay.
I know. But yeah, he was. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, I haven't touched that game since I cleared the career mode with the custom characters. Since I did all that stuff. There was a point where they put out like DLC where you could get something and the proceeds went to like the Build a Park Foundation or something. And I bought that and I jumped in, did a little bit like screwing around. Haven't touched it since. 13 Sentinels, like, while I haven't played the game again since I beat it, I have like gotten into reading different things because of that. You know what I mean? Like stayed with me for sure. That said, like there were times in 13 Sentinels where I was like, I don't want to play this. Like I need a break. Like there were parts in that game that just kind of outstayed their welcome. I think the fact that like I would get to a point where like I was like, all right, I'm going to go until I unlock the trophy for getting 50% in everybody's story before I do any more tower defense stuff. And the game said, no, you're not. You got to go do tower defense stuff now, you jerk. So like there was a lot of times where like it forced me to do things I didn't feel like doing, and that hurt. But I also then appreciated it for what it was. Like I'm very conflicted with 13 Sentinels.
I know what I said earlier about like this could have been one or the other. Like it could have been all tower defense or strategy, or it could have been all visual novel. When I say that though, I'm fine with it being either way. But if I'm really to pick, this game got me wanting it to be more visual novel than anything. As much as I like the real-time strategy stuff,
it got in the way.
Only because of like it wanted you to be more complex about it than what it needs to be. Like, oh, you have to keep switching people or else like their brain's gonna hurt, and you have to like add like 10 million attacks of different types of missiles to your mech. You're only going to use probably 2 out of the 10 the entire time. And it's just like,
in order
there's I don't have to be doing that.
If you wanted to get like if you wanted to get an S rank and you wanted to complete the bonus objectives, you did have to do all of those things, and you had to like make sure you were balancing whatever. But what that really turned into was I had kind of 3 different teams that I could jump into at any time. And every team, somebody was always my sentry gun person. Somebody was always my, you know what I mean? Like somebody was always my aerial person. Somebody was always my whatever. Like it just meant that I had to just get organized with that stuff.
Also, I can't forgive them for the way that game looks is one thing, right? Like, I'm not going to knock it for the visuals, because who knows why it is the way it is. And I'm like, okay, maybe they just couldn't animate full mechs for all this, because there's a lot of moving parts, there's a lot going on. But when you do an attack, the character's thumbnail turns into a little hologram mech for just a second.
Yeah.
And then it goes away. Why couldn't it just be that little hologram mech the entire time?
You guys are talking a lot of negative about a game I think you're about to put at 4.
For half of it. Half this game, I don't care too much for.
Well,
Not even half. You spend more time with the story stuff.
Well, like, my thing is, my heart here is saying, well, why can't Yakuza be 4 then?
I don't know. But, like...
But that's the thing. This is where this is that weird thing of, like, I didn't play that, you didn't play this, so... I mean, Yakuza's problem is it is a traditional turn-based JRPG. I don't think it does anything to reinvent the wheel on what a JRPG is, despite go into that genre. I think the story you probably have seen, or is, you can similar beats in another Yakuza game. So is the story better, I guess, in this than Yakuza? And I think just from what I've seen, the answer is yes. You're shaking your head yes, Joe.
Probably.
Mark
I can't say until I play through Yakuza.
I don't know, but at least in Yakuza, you have shit to look at.
The thing that I liked about 13 Sentinel's story, I'm back and forth on this, because I can be a cynical jerk and say, well, the only reason the story is so important or has such an impact is because they cut it all up and put it back together in random spots, and it feels confusing until you figure it out, right? Like,
but that's always storytelling. I'm not going to I'm not going to...
No, like, you could be a cynical jerk and say, like, whatever. But I think that the actual story on the whole, like, it starts off as kind of like an innate curiosity with, like, what's happening here? And then there's several moments throughout that story where I kind of had the world revealed, where you're like, oh. And then after that moment, you keep going a little bit, looking at everything differently and looking back through the files that you've unlocked and looking back through the items you've unlocked, and you're like, okay, hold on, this makes so much... That's what that guy is. Like, there's just all of those things that keep going. And that lasts until the very end. Literal, until credits roll. Like, I was constantly just like, oh.
The files didn't feel important to me.
They will, right? And, like,
it was like, hey, you have to unlock random files in order to make progress. And I'm like, all right, I guess I'll just unlock random character with very little information. And, yeah, like you said, it'll make sense later.
Yeah. They don't do a good job at explaining that stuff up front.
How long until you know that is important to any degree? Because it's kind of just like a collection log, if anything. Like, it's just a...
honestly, it is just a collection log. But what becomes important is you start to understand the world a little bit more. And then I felt that, like, I was like, well, wait, what were all the... So then I'm going back through those things, just trying to, like, read them. And even though they're, like, not anything particularly important, I'm applying meaning to them based on what I've now learned. And it's like, oh, this is really cool what they've done here. So it's...
Yeah, like, it reminisces a lot, actually, with the Nonary games.
Yeah, it had for sure.
Like, almost... It's pretty darn close with the way that, like, you can experience stories in many ways. I don't know. Like, it's...
Look, I wasn't trying...
I feel like I like the game more conceptually than I do actually, now that I'm thinking about it.
Look, I wasn't trying to spark, like a huge thing here. I was just saying you were so down on some of the things. It's like, well, I'm up on a lot of things of Yakuza. That's all.
No. I'm being down on that part just because, like, that was the only bad part about it was, like, kind of being forced into one direction when I really wanted to see more of whatever. But that really just speaks to how good I thought the story was at engaging me, and, like, I want to know who all these characters are. Like, at the very beginning of it, like, it was tough to remember any of the people's names or any of the characters, and, like, by the end of it, like, I'm, like, dying for them. You know what I mean? Like, I loved seeing how they all work together, and, like, yeah.
You know what? Here, no, it's fine. Keep it the way it is, because here it is. I just thought about this. I completely forgot about the 2.5 hour movie I have to watch before Yakuza actually starts for you.
Yeah, but
Yeah, but like I think that puts into perspective how bad The Last of Us Part 2's beginning was.
Yeah, that's true. So
I think it's fine the way it is. I just posed a question because you guys said a few down things on it. That's all.
How impactful were those 2 hours?
I mean, it comes back around. At the time, you're like, oh, come on, please just let me play a fight. But it does. I mean, and that's the thing. Like, you spend so much time in that beginning when, like, for the middle third of that game, when, like, those things are coming back around, you're just kind of waiting for them to come back around. And then they do. And you're like, oh.
Yeah.
Like, it's interesting. It's fun. I think, the main story of Yakuza, I think it's a good story. I'm not going to discount that or whatever. But I think its charm comes from the dumb fucking side quest I did with the fucking crawfish and counting pedestrians and like that stuff sounds stupid, but like in that game it made so much sense that I didn't care about doing it. Like fighting caged tigers that broke out because of Zookeeper told me, oh shit, I gotta get help me please, and you're like, Ichi's like, what? And so like I think Yakuza is so high on me because of the charm in addition to the story. I liked the way its battle system was. For me, I don't think it is revolutionary. I don't think it's even
Dragon Quest. Like
I don't think it's doing anyone any favors in innovation for JRPGs, but I still liked it because it fits how I like to play a JRPG.
You know what, Joe? I think 13 Sentinel's story, it doesn't really have filler.
That's
what you come to find out by the end of it, is like literally everything means something.
Like every single part is it moves everything along. Like it keeps the pace going. And I think that's why I just wanted to keep just reading it and listening to it more than anything. It's like, oh, I gotta shoot shit. I don't want to shoot shit. I want to.
Yeah.
No,
you know
that's
what I mean?
fair.
Like,
that like look,
I'm not saying filler's bad.
I'm not pushing.
I'm not saying.
I'm just saying you guys said a few negative things in a row, and I was like, well, I feel this way about Yakuza.
Yeah.
Until I started to say a couple of negative things. So I think we're fine the way it is. So 5 Yakuza, 4 13 Sentinels.
I think it should be flipped.
I'm not going to argue against the flip.
I don't know why. Despite everything I've just said, I feel like an asshole.
No, dude.
I'm not going to argue against it, but I'm also not going to argue like for it either.
Like I think
I've talked about Yakuza at length here on the podcast. I think you know how I feel about it. I think you know its systems.
I think, like, honestly, I think knowing that, I think 13 Sentinels sits above Yakuza.
Okay, fair. Like
knowing how the story plays out in 13 Sentinels, and knowing, I think, like,
yeah, it's true. I feel like I have like a very unfair point of view.
Like you guys are talking about like basic RTS things, like the JRPG part of Yakuza, while fun and
it's just a
dumb,
JRPG.
It's a JRPG. Like,
and I honestly like that. The problem with the RTS stuff is that I didn't want to do it. Sometimes I wanted to see more of the visual novel, but
no, and that's fair. That's fine.
There were times where I was like, I'm going to sit down and I'm going to do the opposite. I'm just going to do a bunch of RTS stuff, and I loved it, and I had a lot of fun like doing strategy wise. And that was when I was like remote playing to my phone. And just doing it on my phone instead of the TV and watching something and playing that and like having a good time in a different way with that.
And now you got me thinking more critically about Yakuza. Like I just thought about this. Like you said, like, oh, I have 3 teams. There's always this, and this. Well, like, all right, I always walked into my battle with my musician doing a debuff.
Yeah.
Ichi doing this, and then a lot of my random encounters were like the same 5 commands, and then I was done, and we moved on to the next thing. Like boss fights. Were a little bit different, but all it is at the end of the day is your healer is a musician in this game, and your warrior is a bodyguard. Ichi as your hero carries around a fucking bat and beats people with it. Hysterical, fun. It's Yakuza, from what I've gathered of that series. Just JRPG, and because of that, I'm totally fine with it being 5 and 13 Sentinels being 4.
I mean, that is a good point. There is a typicalness to Yakuza, but at the same time, it kind of plays to its advantage because you know what you're getting yourself into before going into it. That's not a knock against 13 Sentinels either. I think that's also just as good that like you don't know what to expect, and I kind of think that's the whole point. I think that's the message you're trying to send is like you're trying to make sense of this from what you're used to, and it's telling it to you and presenting it to you in a way that just hasn't been done. So it's so weird that like I like both sides of this. Like I like the predictableness, and then I also like the unpredictable. But I guess the unpredictable does say a little more in a way. But even though this predictableness, though it being predictable, I'm going to stop saying that word now. Because it's so self-aware, I feel like it's more tolerable compared to other games. Like if you're playing an actual Dragon Quest, I think I'd rather play a parody of Dragon Quest. That's just me.
Yeah, I really don't want to keep arguing about 4 and 5.
How do we feel about the list as it is?
No, we can. Yeah, that's. So it's Yakuza 13.
Yeah, going up from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's Yakuza 13 Sentinels, Persona 5 Royal, Tony Hawk 1 and 2, and Final Fantasy 7 Remake.
I mean, I'm fine with 1 and Yakuza and 13 Sentinels, but I think you should make the call on 2 and 3 since one, you're playing through Persona 5 Royal right now, and you're seeing a lot of it to make a call, and Tony Hawk 1 and 2 has been your bread and butter for a couple of weeks in fall.
Yeah.
I think that's your call. I don't care either way. I mean, I appreciate Tony Hawk for what it is. It is, you're playing the same game you played in the 90s. I think mechanics hold up well. I felt anxious, and I hate the 2-minute thing, but that is the way those games have played. That is what induced a whole culture. And I'm okay with that. That's just a little personal thing. I think Persona 5 is, from what I've seen and heard of that game, my cousin, who has written into the show before, was very high on Persona 5 as well, so I'm going to go off of some of her feelings as well. It's a very long game. I think
Persona 5 Royal is the better game than Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2, but I feel like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2 fits, like I love that game, but I think if we're talking game of the year, I don't know, man.
I think it's good at what it does, and
there's nothing wrong with being good at what it does, too.
No, but, like, that's it.
Which game?
Tony Hawk.
Yeah, I think so, too, but I think Persona 5 leaves the game for me, in a way, right? Where, like, I mean, in the same way, I'm listening I have the songs from Persona 5 stuck in my head all the time as much as I do with Tony Hawk, but also, like I said
you say
earlier,
Persona 5 escapes you, but you went back into skating. You have decks on your wallet before. Both games have escaped you. I know you said about your whole New Year's Revolution thing, but you are skating for the first time in years.
Yeah. I don't know. What do you think? What do you guys think?
I think Persona 5, just because of the meatiness and the systems and things. I think Tony Hawk is very good at what it does. It does that. The things it added, I think, were nominal. They were cool for those that keep playing it, but I think like the remake part's great. The things they added, the Creative Skater is cool having it, but I think Persona 5 is I would have heard arguments for that being one over Tony Hawk.
Here's the thing with Tony Hawk. The reason I stopped is I got to a point where I felt like a lot of the extra stuff that I could be doing was what I had already done, just with different characters, right? So it's different challenges, but it's like, I already beat the game with a custom character and with a pro skater and made sure I got every goal for all of it. Like I did all of that stuff, right? Yeah. And the other thing was to do that again with every other character, which is fine for whatever, but Persona 5 Royal, I'm actively excited to do everything I can do, right? Like anything that's made available to me, I'm never like, I don't want to do that. Like, yeah, maybe I don't want to answer Ryuji's text message because I'd rather go hang out with the Plague, which is the doctor I'm trying to hook up with. But, I still want to spend time with Ryuji. You know what I mean? Like, he's still my buddy. and I'm learning how to do karate from him or whatever. You know what I mean? Like it's yeah.
I
Okay.
think Tony Hawk's a good third place.
Yeah. All right. Is this the list?
I think so.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I don't want to put anything against Final Fantasy VII or Resident Evil 2, but video games. Where's the new ideas? Like,
I mean,
there's new ideas in both of these. It's crazy that 2 years in a row for us, a remake has been Game of the Year, but at the same time, like,
I mean, like, yeah,
we're kind of. I mean, like, I know there's plenty of ideas out there, but like, you look at movies, and the ones that sell the most are the sequels, and sometimes they're, sometimes it's better, sometimes it's not. I don't know, but like, I don't know.
Also
I feel like the thing for me. Go ahead.
With movies, the thing with the awards is that it only ever wins if it's about World War II, right? So
yeah, that's fair. No, but like the thing with me for Resident Evil 2, that felt brand new. Final Fantasy VII Remake, despite it being a part 1, that part kind of sucks. But like, it feels
but even it being a part 1, it took me 45 hours to beat that game or whatever
Correct.
it took. You know what I mean? And it's
thank you for bringing up my story of the year debate up.
It changes the story, doesn't it?
Huh?
Well, it does.
Yeah.
But
it also fleshes out so much, man. Like the fact that you get to like go to Jessie's house and meet her parents and like all of that stuff that like Jessie was somebody who flirted with Cloud twice and jumped off a train.
Yeah.
Like this is a wholly different
because
game.
He said about the part 1 thing, and I said, well, I had an argument in my pocket for best story if we actually did that, and I would have been, oh, well, I spent 45 hours completing the story of this game.
Yeah.
But no, like, I feel like Final Fantasy VII, all, how many games do you have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11? All 11 Stan Lees that were in the back of the cutscene of a given shot in a certain area of Final Fantasy VII. Yes, you see that. Yes, it's like, oh man, that's pretty bad. And they don't look good either. And then they give you a side quest, and that side quest is like, eh. But here's the thing. All side quests lead to the best part of that game, and there is not a moment in that game where I wish I was not battling. Because that battle system, I think, is immaculate. It is the perfect combination of like, oh, I need a rush, but at the same time, you can also just pause. Like, you can pause at any point. But
and the battle system felt great even if you weren't Cloud. Like, you did not need to be the main protagonist of this game for the battle system to feel amazing.
And there's materia to, like, support that as well. And
you level up the materia, and then if you're bored of it, or you need another character who's not as strong to be more better, you give them the materia you've been leveling up. Like, super rad.
I mean, that goes, that's hand in hand with how 7 worked, right? But, like, that game... That battle system. If that battle system was less good, I don't even think Final Fantasy VII would be in the top 5 because of its other problems. But I think that the remake battle system is so fucking good.
Yeah,
so good.
Yeah.
To hop on the fleshing out train here, I think that is the most true statement of this game. Like compared to everything else in this top 5, like. Inside and out, I mean, yeah, NPCs, whatever, but like, if you in all these video games, we all have something that we can tolerate and look over and not let it, take away from it. And NPCs, we all know too, I guess, just subconsciously ignore from time to time, unless it's like a little
NPCs can be me's, we found out, earlier in the week.
Yeah, like, who cares? But like, in terms of like fleshing out, like, you guys talking about the combat and all that stuff. Even the music that didn't even need to be fleshed out got fleshed out.
Yes.
Like, there's a part where I saw I watched somebody play this on like a live stream, and they pointed out how like that battle music, how it slowly turns into the theme that like it teases you at first, it plays notes, it plays samples, it dips it in, but then when that moment happens, you hear the whole like, and it does that whole build up, and it's just like,
I mean, a lot of the music
feels like a
got
release
remixed too, and there's just like, they flesh out these towns for the first time that's not on like a 2D background or painted background or whatever, and then like you see like a familiar sign that's in sector 7, and like, oh, that's the sign. And you know, that's the little nostalgia moments that like I'm gonna appreciate, and that give me like the little chills when I think of it, like, oh shit, that's that thing from my childhood. Oh, that's the other thing from my childhood. But like one of the underrated moments for me in this game is the nuclear reactor explodes in the very beginning in chapter 1. You go out, and everyone's like fucking reacting to the nuclear explosion, or to the reactor explosion, which is like, all right, thank God someone finally reacted to this. After in the original game, kind of like no one cared. Like 2 people says something, but you're on a train getting away. And then the other thing is, you start walking, and then Cloud starts having visions of Sephiroth, which, if you kind of know the end game, it means a lot more. But knowing that, we're changing the narrative early of this game, made me feel that much better about knowing that I'm going to spend the next 30 to 40 hours in this world again, for probably the 7th or 8th time.
I think another really,
exactly.
I didn't have that context, but like seeing that stuff so early, I was surprised, because it was like, oh, okay, you know what I mean? Like I always thought that he was like the ball, you know, whatever. But I think also the cool thing about Final Fantasy VII Remake is the way they divvied up how you play the game. Like there are sections where you're just going through what feels like a dungeon. There's sections where you are walking along a linear path. Like there's all of those things where, again, to go back to like the Final Fantasy 13 and Final Fantasy 15 stuff, like they've tried this stuff, but they never did it right. And they did it so well here. Like as much as 15 was like cool Ninja Turtles hanging out in a car, right?
Damn it.
Like they have that here too. Like you get to have not straight up Ninja Turtles, but kind of in a way, if you think about it. I don't know. Like it works. Like you just have this group of characters who all work well together, and they complement each other. And the way you move through the world, like some chapters are story beats, some chapters are side quest chapters, some chapters are exploratory. Like let's get lost in this major city. Let's have a lady jack off our hand. Like there's all sorts of things that you get to do in this game, that just make it more than I ever thought it could be, you know?
I'm going to add 2 more things, and then I'm finally done gloating about this game that I've loved since I've played it. One, the ending, which deviates the story. I'm not going to get into it too much, but like it deviates the story from what original Final Fantasy VII did at Midgar enough where I'm just like, okay, where is this going? And I didn't think I would be saying that after Remake Part 1. And now it has a major thing that happens later down the road. Does it happen or does it not? Like, I don't know now, you know, kind of going forward, which is crazy to think about, because that's one of the most iconic moments in all of video game stories, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And then, 2, I have to throw out my best moment, because we don't have the best moment category, but like when we go through the tunnel and we go like towards, when you're leaving the slums to go, and you get distracted by Don Corleone's wagon with Tifa in it, and you go into that town. When you're in the battle, when you're going through the tunnel, I was like, oh, we're missing a key thing here, like the random house. There's a random house enemy in the original, and that's not here, and that's so weird that it's not here. Whatever, this is a little bit more grounded. I don't care, whatever. I just dismissed it. When you're going through that storied battle, like Coliseum thing, and then they're saying, oh, Don Corneo has a special enemy for you. I was like, what is this? And then the fucking Hell House came up out of the ground. I was like, fucking yes, this is the best game I think I've ever played ever. And then that fight was the fight it was, with it changing its status to like ice or fire or whatever. And it just having you manipulate the battle system in a way you probably haven't had it manipulated yet.
That was the first point in the game where I had trouble, and it was because I was not doing what the game had been asking me to do, and I had to learn the game and get better at the game because of it. And that was really, really good game design.
And the shock of seeing the Hell House, because I think it's I don't know, I don't follow Final Fantasy VII like crowd a lot, but like I don't know if that's like a meme or not, but like the fact that it came out like it was like the storied meme of this weird section in Final Fantasy VII just made me laugh, gave me nostalgia, and then I was like, all right, let's go. And then the fight being as hard as it was because of all the systems in the battle system, I think is really good. And with that, I am done talking about Final Fantasy VII Remake until Part 2, when the trailer comes out later this year before Final Fantasy 16 as a, to give me 1 point in the prediction wheel.
Yeah, I have been thinking about going back to get the platinum in that game. Like me
too.
I really like that game, and I've been thinking about going back to it. I just didn't make time for it before this, but like that, there's no reason for me to. I just loved the way it felt. You know what I mean? So I wanted to play it more. So
since I pre-ordered it like the night before it came out, like I had the Midgar dynamic theme, and every time I booted on my PS4 up until the point I got my PS5, obviously, it was just that dun 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 dun, and then I was like, oh man, I should go back to Final Fantasy VII Remake at some point.
Yeah,
and it never happened, but I thought about it a lot just because of that dumb little theme.
Yeah. Well, that's the list. I'm going to read them through one final time. Also, we did a great job, by the way, because, we said this episode was going to be about 2.5 hours, so nailed it. From the bottom up. No, this is good. I'm super happy with how we did everything. The bottom up, The Last of Us Part 2, Demon's Souls, Ori and the Will of the Wisps, Superliminal, Animal Crossing New Horizons, your number 5, Yakuza Like a Dragon, number 4, 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim, number 3, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2, number 2, Persona 5 Royal, number 1, The Free Cheese Game of the Year 2020, Final Fantasy VII Remake. That is a show. That is an awards show. If you're listening all the way through this and you're like, boy, I forgot everything they said, you can head to thefreecheese.com and check out the write-up with all of our awards. Thank you for hanging out with us and going through the year 2020 with us. I'm happy about the awards. I'm happy about being able to kind of explore some of the retrospective games that we did and everything and what we talked about there. Outside of that, you can follow everybody on Twitter. The Free Cheese is at Some Free Cheese. Matt is at MattyIce131. Mark is at Og_mental. Podcast at thefreecheese.com is where you can email us. Let us know what your Game of the Year picks are. Let us know if you have a different choice for any of the categories we voted on. With that, we'll be back to business as usual with more podcasts and more 2021. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, listener, for listening. Game of the Year?
Sure. Game of the Year.
Bye.